Chapter 901, Heart of Vibrant Oblivion PT. 2. The world turned white for the three cultivators fighting the Astral Emperor, each pushing themselves to their limits to defend against the monstrous attack unleashed on them. Taoist Eternal Weapon swung his hammer upwards, while Thunderfist and the Grand Elder each unleashed a ranged battle art towards the attack. The three attacks slammed against the astral supernova and were swallowed within. The three felt absolute shock as their combined attacks failed to stop the Astral Emperor's attack. It had weakened it considerably, but not stopped it. Their hearts shuddered with realization. The Astral Emperor was strong enough to outmatch the three of them combined. Taoist Eternal Weapon's massive body and hammer were launched backwards dozens of miles, while Thunderfist and the Grand Elder were drowned within the blast, their figures disappearing within. Taoist Eternal Weapon shook his head, shaking the haze from his mind. He instantly sped back towards the spot of the attack, his forge appearing before him like a ghost as he summoned it. His hammer swung down with his full power, unleashing a forge of desolation towards the Astral Emperor who hovered high in the sky. The Astral Emperor casually glanced at the oncoming attack, as if it meant nothing to him. His finger pointed towards Taoist Eternal Weapon, whose eyes went wide. Astral Supernova. Another blast of apocalyptic astral energy blasted out, just as strong as the first attack the Astral Emperor had unleashed. Taoist Eternal Weapon raised his hammer once more and slammed it down onto his forge, unleashing a second forge of desolation. Boom! The first forge of desolation slammed against the astral supernova, creating an explosion of incomparable destruction. The explosion swallowed the land for hundreds of miles. An attack pierced through the explosion cloud, directly towards Taoist Eternal Weapon. Boom! The second forge of desolation blasted against the astral supernova, creating another ruinous explosion. This time, the two attacks canceled each other out, causing Taoist Eternal Weapon to frown. He had required 2 Forge of Desolations to equal 1 astral supernova, and that was assuming the Astral Emperor was going all out. 2 figures suddenly appeared next to Taoist Eternal Weapon, smoke drifting off both their bodies. Thunderfist and the Grand Elder stared at the Astral Emperor with narrowed gazes, their bodies showing signs of damage from that last attack. "So, this is the Astral Emperor," the Grand Elder said gravely. "His reputation as the pinnacle genius of the world is well earned." Thunderfist wanted to scoff and rebuke the claim, but he couldn't. He felt his blood rushing through his body, his battle lust surging with excitement. "Good. If he was less than the legends, then it would have been quite disappointing," Thunderfist said, his gaze wary but excited. "How many of those attacks do you think he can unleash?" Thunderfist asked the 2 others. "Not sure, but it can't be too many," Taoist Eternal Weapon said, gaze narrowed at their opponent. "The chi expenditure for such an attack must be monstrous." The 2 others nodded their heads, agreeing with the assessment. The Astral Emperor, hovering patiently in the sky, suddenly raised his hand towards the 3 once more. Their gazes wavered as they each prepared to unleash their strongest counterattacks. The expected astral supernova did not come. Instead, a ball of incredible energy formed in the space between the 3, shocking them completely. It had appeared there without them even detecting its formation. The ball exploded with incredible might, forming a star several feet across. The star was pure white in color and gave off an incredible heat. The 3 moved in an instant, fleeing from the surprise attack. Their eyes widened as they realized they were moving towards the small star, despite their efforts to flee. Bang! The 3 slammed into the star, Taoist Eternal Weapon's massive body dwarfing the other 2. They were locked in place against the terrifying star, as if they had been glued to it. The star seared their flesh, feeling as though it was about to burn each of them to a crisp. Each struggled with gritted teeth as they pushed their cultivation to the limit, flaring with their full power. They finally managed to pry themselves off the star, and their eyes flickered with shocked realization after getting some distance from it. The star had not sucked them in. Gravity had done so. The star created by the Astral Emperor had been so dense that it had completely warped gravity around it, to the point that even they found it nearly impossible to resist. Their eyes widened as they felt a horrifying energy approach from the Astral Emperor's direction. Bang! Another astral supernova blasted into them, and this time they were not fully prepared to defend against it. Each of the three were blasted backwards through the sky, their flesh searing, bones cracking, and blood tumbling. Only Taoist Eternal Weapon remained mostly unharmed thanks to his body cultivation, while the other two felt themselves nearly overwhelmed by the attack. They finally managed to fight back against it, Thunderfist unleashing a massive explosion of lightning, and the Grand Elder unleashing a defensive formation to push the blast away. They dashed out of the blast, which continued to sail through the sky until it slammed against the distant formation barrier. The blast exploded with calamitous power, and the formation barrier cracked in 1,000 places, like a spider web forming on the formation. It was about to break. The three gathered once more and stared at the Astral Emperor. They no longer cracked any jokes or dared to look down on him at all. Each felt their stomachs drop as they inspected their opponent and noticed something horrifying. "His chi has hardly dropped at all," the Grand Elder noted. His eyes narrowed with grim realization. Pialfandalpha, Nanyua-1, SOM, the two others nodded. The Astral Emperor's attacks that they needed to use everything to defend against was something that didn't strain him at all to use. He could most likely unleash dozens of those attacks, or perhaps even more. They would not be able to unleash that many of their full-powered attacks. The reality was clear for them to see. They would lose if things continued this way. The Grand Elder sighed, and then moved forward, placing himself between the Astral Emperor and his two companions. Their eyes flickered in realization, a grim expression appearing on both their faces. "Has it truly come to this?" Thunderfist asked, his teeth gritted. "It has," the Grand Elder said calmly, as if he had accepted whatever fate awaited him. "Once I activate it, do not hold yourselves back. There is no changing my fate once it is activated, so use my power to your fullest extent. Draw every last scrap from me, or my sacrifice will be in vain." The two others remained silent, and then nodded in understanding, their faces grim and regretful. "Good," the Grand Elder said, and whispered to himself. "Heart of vibrant oblivion." The world seemed to go silent for a moment, and then it exploded with an awe-inspiring light, the source coming directly from the Grand Elder. Another light of the same nature exploded in the distance, the two pillars of light bathing the world with their brilliant radiance. Chapter 902, The Power of Vibrant Oblivion. The two pillars of light stained the world white, while two auras within the lights climbed and climbed, as if there was no end to the power coming from within. The Astral Emperor and Asura stared at the lights with narrowed gazes, while the four others stared at the lights with grim regret. The lights eventually faded away, returning the world to its normal color. The fading light revealed the Honorable Alliance Leader and the Grand Elder, both shining brightly with a multitude of colors, as if they had become the multitude of Taos themselves. Both gave off a powerful aura, far above what they were capable of unleashing before. "What's this?" the Asura scoffed, "another futile gambit to survive." Crack. Rho Alpha Pedi Alpha and letter 1D0F Nua, SOM. A cracking sound rang out amidst the silence, catching the Asura's attention. Crack. Another cracking sound rang out, and then another. Soon, a cacophony of cracks drowned the land, and then... Bang! The defensive formation exploded, sending formational energy blasting out in all directions. The formation barrier then disappeared. The Asura grinned at the sight. The formation had finally fallen. Its gaze then shifted to the distance, as if it was peering hundreds of thousands of miles away. Its smile widened into a horrifying grin, like that from nightmares. To the side was Thunderzin, now standing on the head of Raijin, the Alliance leader standing on Raijin's back. It ignored them. "Time to feast," it said, and then flashed forward, ignoring the others. The world all around them suddenly changed, not visibly, but something had changed. The Asura narrowed its gaze as it felt a strange energy press down on it, as if trying to restrict it from moving. The energy was far from strong enough to do that, but had definitely slowed its movements some, making the Asura feel as though it was moving through water instead of air. It was far from enough to stop the Asura, but was enough to allow Raijin to keep up with its movements. Standing atop Raijin's head, Thunderzin felt an incomparable power surging through his body, flooding him a might he had never felt before. But there was no smile on his face from feeling this power, no satisfaction. There was only pain, a pain of knowing what this power he felt meant. Thunderzin raised his hand to the sky, towards the swirling storm high above. The storm had greatly strengthened as soon as the pillars of light had appeared, like transforming from a normal storm to that of a hurricane. The winds blasted mountains into ruin, washed away lakes as large as oceans, and devastated everything in its path. The lightning flickering within the storm had also intensified and become stronger, as if the heavens itself had descended to join the battle. Boom! A blast of lightning surged down from the clouds, blasting against Thunderzin's outstretched hand. The lightning coursed through him, and he augmented it, intensifying it further. The augmented lightning combined with the new power he felt strengthened it even further, to a level that had transcended anything he was ever capable of before. His hand then slammed down onto Raijin's head, sending the horrifyingly powerful lightning directly into his companion. Raijin roared loudly as the lightning infused into its body, which began to emanate a might far stronger than it had revealed before. It breathed in, sucking lightning from the air as well, making it appear like a celestial star of lightning had formed in the sky. Powerful blasts of lightning flickered off its body, slamming into the earth below and the sky above. Raijin roared again, its roar proud like that of an indomitable king. Raijin then appeared like a ghost before the Asura, its hulking figure blocking the way forward. Thunderzin stood on Raijin's head, appearing like an ant compared to the creature. The Asura sneered at the pathetic attempt to stop him. Its saber slashed outwards towards Raijin, who had unleashed a claw attack towards the Asura. The ruinous lighting coated every inch of Raijin's claw, heightening its power and durability to an entirely new level. The Asura scoffed as its saber landed against the claw. Boom! The world trembled from the collision, the earth shaking violently for tens of thousands of miles. Mountains crumbled, rivers drained, and valleys formed. The power faded away, revealing Raijin's claw pressed against the Asura's massive sabers, both locked in a struggle. The sabers were dug into the claw several feet, although such a wound was small when compared to the claw as a whole. The Asura's gaze narrowed as it stared at the claw before it, which was so large that it dwarfed its massive body. Its sabers had sliced into the claw like before, but much shallower. At the same time, Raijin had not been knocked backwards as it had been before, its strength now capable of withstanding the Asura's casual sword strikes evenly. The Asura roared furiously, its roar shaking everything. Thunderzin felt his body become racked in pain from the roar alone, but firmed himself against the pain, standing firm. He drew in another breath, sucking energy from a source of power behind him, one that seemed to be infinite. But he knew it wasn't. The Asura slashed out again, its horrifying might blasting Raijin's claw back this time, sending the dragon backwards through the sky. But yet again, the damage was minimal, as if Raijin had nearly stepped into the same realm as the Asura. It couldn't beat the Asura, but it could keep itself alive much longer than before. The Asura narrowed its eyes at the beast, and then shifted its gaze to the beast's back. There he saw it, the honorable alliance leader, glowing brightly like a star, infusing Raijin with an incredible source of chi. The chi also flowed into the nearby Thunderzin, filling him with a might he could not display on his own. It was as if Raijin and Thunderzin had become formations, the alliance leader the spirit crystals from which they drew their power. At the same time, the movement restriction, like that from a formation, stemmed from the alliance leader as well. The Asura finally realized what was happening. The alliance leader was the source of this incredible change. Giving your life to strengthen your allies? It sneered, its deep voice clearly filled with agitation. Being stifled again and again by such puny existences was a blow to the Asura's pride, although it had yet to go all out, as they had not been worthy of such a thing before. Now that had changed. "Show me, then, what your pathetic sacrifice is capable of." And then it flashed forward, once more ignoring Rajan, speeding towards the flying ship that was fleeing away from them. Rajan appeared before the Asura once more, blocking its path, unleashing an attack towards the Asura. Lightning blasted down from the sky above, slamming into Thunderzin, and then into Rajan. Like this, a storm moved across the land, carving a path of apocalyptic destruction through the divine Martial Continent. Mountain ranges were eradicated, oceans emptied, nations, empires, and sects unlucky enough to be in the path of carnage completely destroyed. Thunderzin felt his heart sink with grief as their battle ruined the land, but the sacrifices were necessary to ensure the salvation of the world. The storm moved onwards towards the continent's edge, carnage falling upon the land like the beginning of the apocalypse. Chapter 903, approaching storm. Standing at the front of the ship were John and Lillian. Lillian at the ship's command center, John next to her. The ship's hull was translucent from the inside, allowing them to see out all around them. John watched as the land below the ship became an expansive ocean as far as the eye could see. Surprise coursed through him as he realized that they had already arrived at the edge of the divine Martial Continent and were now speeding over the ocean that covered most of the planet. The water shimmered brightly from the sun overhead, filling his chaotic thoughts with a small sense of ease at the beauty of it all. "How fast," he exclaimed. They had been traveling for what seemed like minutes, and yet they had already traveled from the center of the continent to the coast. A trip like that typically took months to make, not minutes. Lillian glanced sideways at him, her face slightly red from concentration and chi expenditure. She had been using her power mixed with the ship's natural ability to transport through space to move the ship forward at incredible speeds. "We're burning enough spirit crystals each minute to last our sect 100 years, she said tersely, her face scrunched with strained concentration. "Of course we're moving fast when we're burning a fortune each second." "So much," John exclaimed, his eyes shifting to the door of the ship's power room, where the mountain of spirit crystals existed. The ship's power room, where the formation to take chi from spirit crystals and use it as energy to move the ship, was a pseudo-spatial realm of its own. It wasn't separate from this realm, but was far larger on the inside than the dimensions on the outside, allowing for the mountain of spirit crystals to exist within. John's eyes shifted forward, over the endless expanse of ocean. His mind drifted back to when he had first made this trip all those years ago, Rajan escorting them across the ocean to defend against the strong beasts that dwelled beneath the surface. He had traveled to the divine Martial Continent with wondrous awe, thinking of the journeys that awaited him. Now he fled from the continent, while his sect leaders and other allies fought with their lives on the line against an invincible creature, all for the sake of keeping him alive. Regret over his own weakness coursed through him again, his fists clenched tightly from the miserable feeling. John pushed down that feeling as best he could. He knew he could not be blamed for this. He had just not lived long enough yet, and no amount of struggle and effort would have allowed him to be on the Asura's level already. He would take this sacrifice of the others and put it to good use. "I will make good on their sacrifice. When I return from wherever we are going, I'll make sure even the memories of that Asura are erased from history," John promised himself. He then sighed and watched as the ship sped over ocean, then entered the chaos of space, and then back over the ocean. "The last time we crossed, we needed Rajan to protect the ship. Do we not need to worry about beasts from below?" John asked curiously. "We're moving far too fast for any beast to catch us," Lillian said, her eyes glued forward, her hands pressed to several of the ship's command formations. Her spatial power was constantly flowing into those formations, augmenting the ship's ability to move through space to a higher level than it was capable of on its own. As they sped forward, John stared upwards, taking a note of the sun's position in the sky. Based on the time of day and their orientation towards the sun, he made a note of the direction they were traveling in. His eyes widened with sudden realization. "We're going towards the Yuan Continent," John exclaimed, staring at Lillian beside him. They were heading directly for his home continent, where most of his family and friends still lived. She remained silent, her face still scrunched with strained effort, but her silence was all the answer he needed. "Why, what could possibly be there for us?" he asked. "You'll find out soon enough," Lillian finally answered him. John took a step towards her, his face filled with uneasiness. "What about the people on the continent? The Heavenly Lightning sect, my family clan? Leading the Asura there will bring nothing but absolute ruin," John said, his voice louder than before. "Even if they managed to escape somehow, if the place they escaped at was the Yuan Continent, the Asura would no doubt raze it to the ground looking for him, or just out of anger from losing them. The continent was tiny compared to the divine Martial Continent, and the Asura would easily be able to destroy it completely without much effort at all." "Already taken care of," Lillian said, glancing sideways at him. "We evacuated the Yuan Continent months ago, anticipating this day would soon come. Your family, as well as everyone else who agreed to leave, is safe, hidden in a distant land." John breathed a sigh of relief. That was one less thing to worry about, and based on the preparations everyone had made, it seemed as though much thought had gone into this plan. "Good," he said, falling silent with contemplation of everything that was happening. What could possibly wait for us on the Yuan Continent, he thought. There was the ancient city, which was marvelous and unexplored, but was that where they were going? Was there some other unexplored place that held the key to their survival? He remained consumed by these thoughts for some time, his mind losing track of the time going by. While consumed deep in his thoughts, John's mind suddenly shuddered, an icy sensation of approaching dread creeping up his spine. He snapped out of his thoughts and turned backwards quickly, staring through the back of the ship towards the endless expanse of ocean behind them. Their ship entered the void, replacing the expanse of ocean with the chaos of space. Moments later, they returned to the ocean, his eyes narrowing as something flashed into existence on the distant horizon. A storm of incomparable proportions, one that seemed to cover the entire world, appeared, stretching as far as the eye could see. Flashes of lightning flickered ceaselessly from within the storm, as if the storm itself was the coming of the apocalypse. The flickers of lightning revealed existences within the storm, so distant that they appeared to be no more than specks of dust. And then from within the storm, a familiar, horrifying aura leaked out, growing with power every second as the storm grew closer and closer. John took a few steps towards the back of the ship, his narrowed eyes peering forward at that endless storm. "The Asura is here." Chapter 904, Leaving the Ship TCH. Lillian clicked her tongue with frustration, her eyes still staring forward. Her power flowing into the ship intensified as she pushed the ship to its fastest speed she could manage. "It caught up too quickly," she grumbled, trying her best to resist being affected by that horrible aura enveloping the ship. It flashed through the chaos of space once more, and then reappeared over the ocean again soon after, the ship moving tens of thousands of miles in an instant. The storm was closer than before when they reappeared, its size growing in their visions, the aura stronger than before. "How much longer until we reach where we need to be?" John asked Lillian, his eyes never leaving the storm that was fast approaching them. "I'm not sure," Lillian said, teeth gritted with strained effort. "But not long enough. If that thing attacks this ship, we're as good as dead. I'm using every scrap of chi from myself and the spirit crystals to move this ship as fast as possible. I cannot spare anything to power the ship's defensive formations, or we'll be caught. If that thing manages to attack us, we're finished." John frowned as he stared at the oncoming storm. The flickers of lightning were growing brighter, the figures revealed within by the flashes becoming larger as well. The storm was now close enough for him to make out a single figure for certain, Rajan, its massive frame, shadowed within by the storm clouds, standing out amongst the others. They entered the chaos of space again, and then reappeared moments later. The storm had closed the gap once more. It would no doubt be on them in less than 10 minutes, and within striking distance from the Asura far before. "We're so close," So close, Lillian said, her voice tinged with regret, as if she no longer considered their escape possible. John shifted his gaze from the approaching storm of death, staring at his master's back. She felt his gaze and turned her head sideways, giving him a sideways glance. Her eyes narrowed at him as if she could read his thoughts. "I'll buy us a few minutes," John said firmly, "or at least try to do that. You just focus on getting us where we need to be." "Don't be an idiot," Lillian chastised him angrily. "Even I am not a match for that thing, let alone you. Both of us would perish instantly before a single attack from that thing." John smiled at her. "Come now, master," he said playfully, as if the storm of death was not right behind them. "Surely by now you should have learned to not underestimate my power." Lillian frowned, her eyes studying him closely. "I'm not going to fly out and attack the thing, of course," John said. "I'm just going to make sure that if it does attack the ship, that the ship doesn't explode in a ball of fire. We need this ship in one piece to reach where we're going. You yourself said it." Lillian's narrowed eyes continued to study John, and then she sighed, returning her gaze forward. "Fine," she said. "Just don't get yourself killed, or this is all for nothing." John smiled and nodded, and then turned towards the ship's rear door, his face growing cold. His narrowed eyes stared at that storm, that wall of death approaching them. He flashed forward, appearing at the rear door. It opened as he slapped the formation at the side of the door. The air rushed by, threatening to suck him out the back, but he held firm. He exited the ship before they entered the chaos of space, lest the chaos flood into the ship and do harm to it. John instantly appeared on top of the ship, his feet planted firmly on the ship's top. Strong threads of chi bound his feet to the ship, ensuring that he did not go flying off. The air rushed by him, the ship moving so fast that the air actually hurt him. His skin began to peel away, blood seeping outwards. The vibrant life energy Leia had infused him with instantly healed the wounds on its own volition, causing John to smile at the thought of her. Boom! John's body exploded with power, draconic scales appearing all over his body, his eyes turning golden. The wind slamming into him no longer damaged him, although it was still quite painful despite using his dragon god shift. Suddenly, the chaos of space appeared all around him, replacing the fearsome winds with the damaging storms of spatial chaos. John braced against those storms, enveloping his body with the Tao of space as best he could. His spatial Tao, combined with his dragon god shift, allowed him to remain firm on top of the ship. Bright light returned to the world as they appeared above the sunny ocean once more, the storm closer than ever. It was like a massive wave of darkness, one that stretched up for 100 miles and sideways as far as the eye could see. The explosions of lightning intensified within, the flashes revealing glimpses of the calamitous battle within. John gazed firmly at the storm, his scythe gripped tightly in his right hand, awaiting the challenge to come. The storm howled with calamitous power, the winds and lightning within strong enough to destroy everything that was unfortunate enough to be in its path. 6 figures within the storm ignored the winds, their battle within raging with devastating power. The Astral Emperor's figure danced within the storm, his movements so fast that it seemed he was a ghost appearing at different locations at the same time. Each time he appeared, astral energy of incomparable power blasted outwards, slamming against his 3 opponents who fought with everything they had to keep the man at bay. At the same time, Raijin, Thunderzin, and the Alliance leader fought with everything they had as they battled the Asura. Their battle had turned into one of pure defense, focusing their all on stalling the Asura as much as possible. They had long since cast aside any thoughts of attacking it with the intent to injure it. The Asura battled its way forward through the world, forcing aside anything thrown at it with absolute power. Its speed had hardly been slowed as it sped across the world, Raijin and the others barely keeping up with it. Thunderzin felt relief as their battle raged on, thankful that they had the foresight to use the hearts of vibrant oblivion before the defensive formation had fallen. Had they not done so, the Asura would have been impossible to stop or catch up to. Even then, they had been fighting a losing battle, one that they focused everything on just to survive, where they hopefully bought enough time for John and Lillian to escape. Chapter 905 Defeat. The battle raged on within the storm, as attacks of incomparable power blasted out each second. As Thunderzin and the others battled for their lives, not a single one of them was uninjured, with Ragin suffering most of the wounds. Massive wounds covered many parts of its body, and one of its claws was mangled to the point that it could no longer be used. Thunderzin felt his heart pained as he saw his companion injured to such an extent, but could do nothing about it. Ragin still fought with furious intensity, as if the wounds covering its body only strengthened its resolve and power. It unleashed beams of horrifying lightning towards the Asura, forcing it backwards whenever it tried to surge past them. After an exchange between the two, Thunderzin drew in lightning from himself as well as the storm above, and infused it into Ragin. After doing so, he glanced behind him, towards the Alliance leader, who was still standing on Ragin's back, his mind focused on the storm and the sacrificial formation art he was using. The Alliance leader, once brimming with vitality despite his old age, now looked like a desiccated husk. His flesh had diminished, his skin sunken down to wrap around his bones. He looked more like a walking skeleton than a living human, but despite all that, the incomparable power surging from the Alliance leader continued to flow outwards, powering Thunderzin and Ragin to levels they would have never been capable of on their own, and also continued to restrict the Asura's movements, making it so that its speed was just barely manageable to keep up with. Thunderzin shifted his gaze into the distance through the storm, where the others fought the Astral Emperor to a stalemate. There he saw the Grand Elder, who looked no better off than the Alliance leader, his life force soon running to an end as well. Thunderzin's gaze suddenly trembled, and he turned to peer into the distance. He instantly spotted the ship John and Lillian were fleeing in, and his heart sank. "Not enough, we still haven't bought enough time," he roared within himself. While they could stop the Asura from reaching the ship, if the Asura started to attack the distant ship as well as them, they would not be able to stop every attack that it unleashed towards the ship. If that happened, everything was lost. With this in mind, Thunderzin fought with furious intensity, no longer worrying about playing the defensive. Ragin did so as well, the battle climbing to new heights. The Asura welcomed the challenge with a snarling grin, its attacks unrelenting, its might unstoppable. Ragin and Thunderzin fought with everything they had, but eventually that was not enough. After two of its sabers blasted against Ragin's claw, knocking it backwards, its two other sabers slashed outwards, sending an attack piercing into the distance. "Ragin," Thunderzin called out, pointing towards the attack. Ragin roared and unleashed a beam of ruinous lighting, which slammed into the side of the saber image piercing towards the distant ship. The attacks collided and exploded with ruinous power, the explosion fading shortly afterwards. Thunderzin felt despair flood his body as he watched the attack pierce out from the storm towards the distant ship. Ragin's attack and the storm itself had weakened the Asura's attack, but it was still far too strong for either John or Lillian to resist, and with the ship focusing on speed above all else, there was no hope in stopping the attack from destroying it. Even if the ship fled into the spatial chaos, the Asura's attacks would reach it. The ship only skimmed the spatial void to move forward faster, but was still part of this world. An attack as powerful as the Asura's pierced through the spatial barrier easily. There was no escape from it. Had she been free to attack back, Lillian might have been able to defend against the attack, but she could not stop the ship for even a second, or the storm would catch up, and everything would be lost. "We've lost," Thunderzin mumbled, his mind dazed. After everything they had done, everything they had sacrificed, it had still not been enough. The Asura sneered at the ship, and then turned to Thunderzin, its maw widening with the most sickening smile Thunderzin had ever seen. "This was fun," it said, its voice deep and rumbling like the storm all around them. "But your futile struggle was not enough to stop me. It's time to feast." Boom! An explosion of power blasted out in the distance, causing everyone, the Asura included, to stare at the sudden source of power that had appeared. The power climbed upwards like a raging bonfire, piercing towards the heavens, its might growing by the second. The raging bonfire of power continued to climb upwards in strength, eventually stopping just below the level needed to join the battle within the storm. The ship, Thunderson mumbled questioningly. If Lillian had used the remaining spirit crystals to power the ship's offensive and defensive capabilities to the maximum, it would be capable of resisting this one attack. But that was useless, as then the ship would not be able to flee, leaving the Asura to reach them in an instant. No, Thunderson shook his head. Lillian wouldn't do something so stupid. Then what? Thunderson took a moment to study the aura of the power, his face of grief and regret replaced with a smile. He watched as a stunning attack blasted out from the ship towards the oncoming attack, the attack flickering brightly with the ruinous power of lighting. Boom! The attacks blasted into each other 100 miles behind the ship, enveloping the sky and ocean with a calamitous explosion. Space shattered, and the ocean beneath evaporated for hundreds of miles, sending blasts of steam and mist in all directions. The steam parted from the force of the explosion, revealing nothing at all on the other side. Thunderson held his breath as he stared forward, each second seeming to be a lifetime. And then a flash of light appeared, followed by a ship piercing out from the void of space a distance away. Thunderson smiled and shook his head at himself, his spirits reignited. Just how many surprises can one youth be capable of? Thunderson muttered to himself with relief. Rajan roared triumphantly, and then unleashed another beam of lightning towards the frowning Asura, their calamitous battle resuming within the storm. Chapter 906, Unleashing the Ultimate Dragon-Tail Decimation. Thunderson glanced over his shoulder again, inspecting the Honorable Alliance leader's condition. The man looked even worse than when he had checked minutes ago, now appearing like a skeleton with a layer of skin draped over the bones. The aura coming from the Alliance leader was still potent and profound, but small signs of wavering were appearing, like wind causing a fire to flicker before reappearing. Boom. 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 Rajan and the Asura continued to exchange a flurry of blows, Rajan focusing only on defense and preventing the Asura's forward movement towards the ship. Distant blasts of lightning, fiery explosions, and astral energy illuminated the storm as the other battle continued to rage on. Thunderson glanced at the Asura, who had a wide, malicious smile on its face the entire battle. It had been agitated several times as its plans had been thwarted, but otherwise was no doubt enjoying the battle, almost as if it was just a game to him. Thunderson breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing this. The Asura was convinced that no matter what they did, they were only delaying the inevitable. There was nowhere on this world that John could run to, and so it was savoring the battle as if it were its favorite thing in life, instead of trying to end it as quickly as possible to get to John. Thunderson had an inkling that if the Asura truly went all out, they would have already perished, and their mission would have failed. He breathed another sigh of relief, thanking the heavens that the Asura's battle lust and arrogance had blinded it to its true mission. After a furious exchange with Rajan, the Asura used the opening to unleash another calamitous attack towards the distant ship, which was now even closer. Rajan once more unleashed a beam of lightning to weaken the attack, and the storm's power blasting into it weakened it as well, but the attack pierced through the storm nonetheless, even more powerful than before. Thunderson kept his attention towards the battle, praying that John would be able to block these attacks long enough to buy them the time Lillian needed. John stood atop the ship, his eyes locked on the distant storm, power coursing through every inch of his body. The explosion behind the ship faded away, and he took a deep breath, confidence coursing through his body. "Come," he roared, caught up in the thrill of battle. It might not be a true battle, but for him it was no doubt a life and death battle. Succeed and live, fail and die. The stakes could not be higher, his battle lust fully ignited. He had felt useless this entire time, watching the others do all the work, putting their lives on the line. The time for him to do the same and prove his worth had arrived. His golden eyes, narrowed with focus, stared at the approaching storm. His dragon god shift flared with absolute power, allowing his body to withstand the ruinous wind and spatial chaos blasting against him ceaselessly. He had yet to utilize his Asura transformation, as that was not much help in this battle. He needed to meet the Asura's attack a distance from the ship, otherwise it would be caught up in the explosions and disintegrate. As such, only ranged essence-based battle arts were of use here, and his Asura transformation mostly only augmented his physical might. The power of lightning coursed through every inch of his body as John prepared for the next attack. When the previous attack had arrived, he had utilized his strongest essence-based battle art to receive it, his dragontail decimation. The battle art's weakness was its channeling time, but here, he had all the time he needed to prepare for the attack. Lightning chi built up within his dantian every second, which was now far more powerful than before thanks to his Dao transformation breakthrough, of which he had broken through flawlessly. John felt as if his dantian had turned into a star, brimming with absolute might. He clenched his teeth with strain as he focused on holding it within, growing the power of his dragontail decimation every second. Flash. A flash of power burst through the storm again, piercing directly towards the ship. John's firm gaze locked onto the attack, his fingers twitching with anticipation. His eyes widened as he felt the power of the approaching attack, which was even stronger than before. I can't stop this attack as I am right now, he thought, assessing the situation instantly. He frowned and then sent a sound transmission to Lillian. How much longer until we get there? He asked her. A minute, maybe 2, she said. If you can defend the ship that long, I'll make sure we get there in that amount of time. John nodded his head, and then his focus shifted back towards the attack. He closed his eyes for a singular moment, muttering an internal prayer. I'm counting on you and this vibrant energy you gave me, Leia. It's still too soon to use this, but I have no other choice. I'm betting on your healing energy getting me through this, he said, and then his eyes snapped open, his gaze widened with intense battle lust. Come, he roared loudly, like a beast yelling to the heavens. You want my life, then come and take it, bloodline ability. Boom. John's aura exploded as he activated his bloodline ability, turning each and every blood cell in his body into a miniature dantian. The chi within the cells exploded out into his veins and meridians, flooding his body with incomparable power. John felt his meridians, veins, and bones fracture from the bloodline art, as it had not been 6 months since he last used it, and the damage from last time was still present within his body. The fractures expanded, as if his body would break and fall apart at any moment. He held his breath, waiting for a feeling he was hopping would come. A moment of silence, and then he smiled. As if summoned by the damage, the vibrant life energy within his body coursed through his body, moving on its own volition. It washed over the fractured meridians, veins, and bones, mending them with a frightening speed. The damage from the bloodline ability and the healing from Leia's vibrant life energy entered a battle, a stalemate of damage and healing. John's smile widened as he felt the power within his body reach heights he had never felt before, and his gaze locked onto the approaching attack, his fingers twitching with anticipation. He pointed outwards towards the attack, and then unleashed the strongest battle art he had ever unleashed in his life. The Tao of lightning and power fused together under his control, augmenting the power of the war mage art to an entirely new level. The world seemed to still for a moment around him, and then, as if summoned from the void, a portal of lightning appeared before him, facing outwards towards the attack. Dragontail decimation. The dragontail-like beam of lightning blasted outwards, as if it had the power to destroy the world. It slammed against the Asura's attack 100 miles behind the ship, the collision creating an explosion that engulfed the entire land and sky. The explosion washed over the ship, drowning it in its power, while John's aura flared outwards, fighting against the explosion, keeping it away from the ship as best he could. The calamitous explosion faded away, the steamy mist from the evaporated ocean beneath clearing as well. The sky was clear, and then the ship pierced out from the void of space once more, its exterior unscathed, speeding towards the Yuan Continent. John stood tall on the ship, appearing like a bastion of unbreakable might, his aura climbing to the heavens above. His firm gaze and strong aura seemed to roar loudly. "So long as I draw breath, this ship will not fall." Chapter 907, on the edge of collapse, the battle within the storm raged on, the fury and power of the battle without compare. Taoist eternal weapon, Thunderfist, and the Grand Elder fought the Astral Emperor with everything they had, while Raijin continued to thwart the Asura's assault towards John. The battle between the two titans shook the skies, even space giving way to their ruinous clashes. During their battle, the Asura continued to unleash attacks towards the distant ship, each attack stronger than the last. Thunderzin watched from atop Raijin's head with narrowed eyes as the Asura battled them, a large, viscous smile on its face. To them, this was a brutal battle for survival, with each exchange bringing them closer to the edge of death. To the Asura, this was nothing but a thrilling hunt. The fact that the Asura's attacks towards John grew in power each time revealed that fact to Thunderzin. It was testing John, testing his limits. The Asura had no care in the world about them escaping, as if this entire world was its domain. In a way, it was. Thunderzin glanced over towards his shoulder, towards the ship. Another calamitous explosion blasted through the sky, John having unleashed another attack to block the Asura's attacks. Thunderzin frowned with worry. While John's performance had been beyond their wildest imaginations, even someone as heaven-defying as him had his limits. Each explosion behind the ship was larger than the last, and the explosions had started to slam against the ship with incredible power, John unable to fully deflect every bit of the attack. Before long, the explosions would reach a level that would destroy the ship, destroying their hope at the same time. Almost there, Raijin, Thunderzin sent to his companion through their soul connection. "Stall the Asura for a single minute, and then be ready to flee." Raijin roared in acknowledgement, although the thought of fleeing hurt its draconic pride. However, there was nothing more it could do. It was flee and survive, or stay and perish. Raijin opened its massive mouth, which glowed brightly from within, a powerful beam of lightning blasting towards the Asura a moment later. The Asura smiled and slashed his sabers towards the attack, enjoying the thrill of battle, the desperate fleeing of his prey. Boom! A devastating explosion blasted behind the ship, and then slammed into it a moment later. The ship shook violently within the explosive storm, as if it was about to fall apart at any moment. It pierced out of the explosion a moment later, still in one piece, but signs of damage on its hull. John breathed heavily atop the ship, his firm yet exhausted gaze still locked on the storm which was almost upon them. His body still brimmed with incredible power, his bloodline ability not nearly exhausted yet. However, the seemingly unlimited power from his bloodline ability had one great downfall: the rate at which it damaged his body. Leia's healing energy had already been exhausted, and damage was starting to accumulate throughout his body once more. The damage and fatigue made John feel as though he were about to collapse at any moment, but he pushed aside the pained exhaustion as best as possible, focusing on his task at hand. "I still have the orb of vital essence Leia gave me long ago," he thought through the exhaustion. "Should I use it? I was planning to save it until I had no other choice but to use it. Has the time for that finally come?" He debated whether to use the orb to heal his injuries and renew his vitality or not. The orb was something far more profound than the energy Leia had recently given him, and was almost certainly something Leia could not give him often, if ever again. As such, its value was incomparable, and was not something he wanted to waste unless absolutely forced to. He felt as though he had one more dragontail decimation in him before he became spent, unable to fight anymore. If he had to face another attack from the Asura after that, he made up his mind to use the orb at that time. As he feared, yet expected, another attack pierced out from the storm, directly towards the ship. John's body brimmed with power as he had been holding his dragontail decimation the moment the previous attack had been blocked, making him feel like an overinflated balloon about to pop. His finger pointed towards the approaching attack, and his body exploded with strong lightning chi. Dragontail decimation. The sky seemed to become filled with a draconic roar as a massive beam of lighting, shaped like a dragon's tail, pierced out of the void before him, blasting towards the Asura's attack. The two attacks collided, the resulting explosion blasting over the ship. John's aura flared with everything he had to resist the explosion, but he was nearly overwhelmed. His body groaned with pained agony as the explosion blasted against his skin, nearly knocking him off the ship. Using the last ounce of chi he had, he braced against the explosion, keeping himself firmly rooted to the ship. The ship pierced out of the explosion, damaged even further as if it were about to fall apart at any moment. John's skin was broken and charred in many places, blood dripping out from wounds formed on his body. He was not able to utilize his Asura transformation at the same time as his bloodline ability, as he would not have lasted long enough had he done so. Without him using his strongest defensive transformation, the explosions were enough to gravely harm him. John felt his mind, soul, and body on the verge of collapse. His vision grew hazy, dark, as if he was about to lapse into unconsciousness. He shook his head to remove that feeling, as that would mean sure death. Even still, he felt spent, unable to muster any more strength at all. "I guess it's time to use it," John thought, the orb appearing in his hand. The Asura had a certain rhythm to his attacks, and the next one would appear in about 15 seconds. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. He moved the orb to his mouth, the orb glowing brightly, giving off a vibrant life energy beyond compare. His hand paused as a voice entered his mind. "You've done well," Lillian's voice sounded in his mind. "We're here. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much." Chapter 908, The Ancient Formation here, John thought, feeling pure confusion. He looked around, seeing nothing of note beneath the ship. They were still over the ocean. The ship entered the void of space and then left it a moment later, the scenery below changing. Land, he thought, tired eyes going wide. It was land he recognized, and a familiar chi washed over him. The Yuan Continent. The nostalgic emotion vanished instantly. The present situation too dire to allow him to feel anything else but pain and fatigue. John glanced at the land that blurred far beneath their feet, the speed of the ship so fast that he was almost unable to make out anything amidst the blur. The ship suddenly shot down towards the land, the first time since they had started fleeing that their altitude had changed at all. Their altitude change combined with their speed made John feel as though they were a falling meteor about to slam into the earth at speeds he would not be able to withstand. He suddenly felt a strong spatial energy from Lillian wrap around him, pulling him into the void. The next instant, he appeared within the ship, standing beside Lillian, still at the ship's command center. The ship suddenly came to an abrupt halt, hovering several hundred yards above the ground. John breathed a sigh of relief, thanking his master for bringing him into the ship. Within the ship, one was able to resist the inertia of suddenly stopping, as if the ship was a different dimension. If he had still been outside the ship, he would have slammed into the earth below, his body no doubt exploding from the force of the impact. John's tired and bleary eyes glanced at the land below him, and his eyes went wide with realization. He had been here before. "The ancient city," he exclaimed. Towering buildings stretched out as far as the eye could see, and directly beneath them was a massive temple, one that John instantly recognized. The temple at the center of the city, the temple that contained the divine trials. "What are we?" John's voice cut off as Lillian grabbed his hand and yanked him through a spatial portal she had created. With his exhausted and pained condition, John felt as though Lillian had nearly yanked his arm off as she took him into the spatial void. The world around them returned a moment later, John finding himself standing next to Lillian within a massive chamber hundreds of yards tall and miles wide. He blinked, pushing the physical pain and mental anguish aside to focus on the chamber. His eyes widened as he turned to look around him. 9 piles of spirit crystals encircled them, appearing like small, shimmering mountains. It was the largest sum of spirit crystals he had ever seen, a wealth eclipsing what he had made by selling his tea leaves. His eyes peeled away from the mountains of spirit crystals towards the ground below, and he took a step backwards. Beneath him, formation lines stretched out in all directions, forming an intricate formation of incomparable complexity. John finally realized where they were, his gaze snapping up to confirm his suspicion. The fractured arch he expected to see stood a short distance away, confirming his suspicion. We're in the chamber beneath the divine trial, the chamber where I met Leia, the chamber where we fought that bizarre skeleton, the chamber with the amazing formation. And then it all clicked, his gaze shifting to Lillian, who dashed around the massive formation, sending her chi into various nodes, alighting them with power. The nodes lit up one by one, 9 nodes, 9 mountains of spirit crystals. Where does this formation lead to? John asked, his mind still dazed by pain and surprise. No idea, Lillian said, appearing next to John, grabbing his hand. He stared at her, her intense gaze locked with his, slight worry and uncertainty contained within her eyes. All I know is that it's far from here. You have no idea, John asked with concern. Lillian replied by sending a sliver of chi towards the last remaining node yet to be activated, which alighted the moment her chi entered it. The 9 nodes intensified, their brightness blinding. John squinted against the bright light, seeing the 9 mountains of spirit crystals suddenly vanish, followed by the chamber they were in. The Asura grinned as it fought Rajan, the thrill of battle surging through its body as if it were the most pleasurable thing in the world. The two exchanged a barrage of devastating attacks, Rajan losing out with each exchange. However, as expected from a true dragon, Rajan kept itself alive and kept the Asura's focus. The Asura allowed the battle to continue, allowed his prey to flee. There was nowhere in this world that his prey could run to anymore. There was no escape. The Asura noticed a distant landmass appear in the distance and smiled as he figured out their plan. A formation to flee to another part of the world, it sneered. Its smile widening. A pathetic futile plan, it added. Thunderzin ignored the mockery, his focus on John and Lillian instead. He felt them appear over the continent, moments later appearing above the ancient city. Less than several heartbeats later, they vanished. A large, relieved smile appeared on Thunderzin's face. They had won. Now, he then roared, sending a command to the others. The tempestuous storm suddenly vanished, and each of the 6 tore through space, utilizing formation discs that had appeared in their hands, while Rajan used his own strength. The 6 vanished in an instant, their retreat so quick and sudden that it shocked even the Asura himself. It gave thought to chasing them, but ignored them in the end. They were small fry. They were not his prey. The Asura arrived above the Yuan Continent a moment later, appearing directly above the ancient city. It peered down at the massive temple below, a frown appearing on its face. This had been the place where John had vanished, no doubt taking a transportation formation. It sneered again, smiling. "Where have you run to?" it said, voice rumbling. The Asura flared its power, his eyes closing as if he were feeling for something within himself. His eyes snapped open a moment later, a look of anger exploding onto its face. "Gone," it roared, unable to detect John's presence at all. There was only one explanation. John was no longer on this world. Chapter 909, the creature beneath the city furious anger, beyond anything the Asura had felt in tens of thousands of years, surged through its body, filling it with a beast-like rage. Ra! The Asura roared like a wild beast, then punched down towards the city beneath him, space shattering where his fists moved. Its calamitous power blasted against the ancient city, an explosion of apocalyptic proportions propagating outwards in all directions. The explosion destroyed the land for tens of thousands of miles, a large portion of the Yuan Continent completely obliterated in a near instant. The continent that had existed since the ancient calamity had finally been destroyed. However, thanks to Thunderzin's foresight of such an event happening, he had evacuated almost everyone on the continent, keeping the casualties to a minimum. The explosion faded some time later, revealing the ravaged land below. No life whatsoever remained, as mountains were erased, rivers and lakes evaporated, chasms wider than the eye could see created, and forests destroyed. The once vibrant Yuan Continent now looked like a barren hellscape, one burning with smoldering ruins. The Asura's menacing gaze lingered downwards, on the still-standing ancient city. Surprisingly, despite being at the very center of its attack, it had mostly withstood the calamitous attack. Some buildings on the outside of the city had been razed to the ground, but the temple and the nearby buildings still stood, protected by an ancient defensive formation, somehow still functioning. The Asura sneered at the sight. He vaguely remembered this backwater city during the ancient war, which had served as a small stronghold for the defenders of the world. He had not known it housed such a profound transportation formation, otherwise he would have done something about it long ago. The Asuras glared angrily for some time, the Astral Emperor arriving beside him, peering down as well. The Astral Emperor studied the formation from the sky, his gaze piercing stone and earth. "Do we give chase?" he asked. The Asura scoffed with displeasure, turning around to leave. "These formations were designed to work only for native creatures of this world. I am unable to follow." The Astral Emperor raised an eyebrow, then made a suggestion. "Should I give chase?" he asked. "No," the Asura growled, still furious from his failure. His battle lust had blinded him from achieving his goal, one that would have been easy to achieve had he targeted John with his full power from the start. "The formation has been partially destroyed during its use, and restoring it will take decades. We have more pressing matters to attend to." The Astral Emperor nodded his head, preparing to leave with the Asura. "Release me!" A booming, horrifying voice suddenly blasted out from beneath the ancient temple, shaking the world around them. The Astral Emperor's guard instantly raised, preparing for a fight against this unknown entity. The Asura turned around and glanced downwards, his blood-red eyes staring at something contained within. The Asura snorted in disdain. "You were captured and bound by such pathetically weak humans during the war, and yet you have the gall to ask for freedom," the Asura scoffed. "Your fate is the only fate you deserve. There is no mercy for the weak. You are a disgrace to our Asura race." The Astral Emperor raised an eyebrow at the exchange, staring below, and then to the Asura. To think there was a captured and bound Asura beneath the ancient city, existing here unknown for all this time. A quick glance of the situation revealed that the Asura was being used as some sort of powering device for the city's formations that would take quite some time to destroy, even for them. "I will break you, kill you, devour you when I escape," the creature from below growled, anger in its voice. The Asura scoffed, its figure vanishing a moment later. The Astral Emperor glanced downwards for a short moment and then vanished himself, returning the now ruined city to quiet once more. In the depths of the endless ocean, large beasts and other creatures swam about. Nearby on the ocean floor, a formation barrier rose miles up into the ocean's depths, pressing the ocean water back. The beasts gave this place a wide berth, wary to approach. Flash, 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 flash. 6 flashes of light appeared within the formation barrier for a brief moment before fading away. Thunderzin glanced downwards at the land contained within the massive formation barrier, a land sprawling for dozens of miles, filled with fields, buildings, and cities. Tens of millions of people moved about the land, going about their days as normal. Thunderzin sighed with relief, thanking himself for sparing no expense for making this place. The detection formations he had left on the Yuan Continent had all been destroyed, confirming his belief that the Asura would destroy everything in a fit of rage. The land protected by the formation below consisted of those belonging to the Heavenly Lightning Sect, the Fenix clan, and anyone else remotely associated with either of those powers. It was hidden in a completely remote and faraway place beneath the ocean's depths, hopefully shielding it from discovery by the Asura. The other powers from the Yuan Continent had fled elsewhere, most listening to Thunderzin's warnings. Thunderzin shifted his gaze from the land below to his side, where 5 figured floated in the air next to him. He inspected Rajan, whose body was covered in massive wounds too numerous to count. Thunderzin winced at the sight of his companion so ravaged by their recent battle. Even for a dragon, such wounds would be beyond painful, the recovery long and arduous. His gaze shifted to his brother and Taoist Eternal Weapon, both showing signs of injury as well. Taoist Eternal Weapon was missing one arm from the battle art he had used, and had numerous other wounds on his blood-stained body. His brother, Thunderfist, was much the same, covered in blood from gruesome-looking wounds. However, both of them would eventually recover, something he could not say for the last two. His regretful, apologetic gaze shifted to the Honorable Alliance Leader and the Grand Elder, who stood next to each other. They appeared like walking skeletons, with a layer of skins appearing like leather draped over their bones. There was no sign of flesh or muscle beneath the skin, and their aura was now incredibly weak. "Thank you for your sacrifices," Thunderzin said sincerely. He would not apologize, would not downplay the sacrifice these two had made. Both had done so willingly, and because of them, they had managed to achieve their goal. "We succeeded, so I can die knowing my sacrifice was not in vain," the Honorable Alliance Leader said, his voice like a hoarse whisper. The Grand Elder nodded his head in agreement. "When this is all over, your legacies will be etched into the histories of this world. Stories of your sacrifice spread across the world," Thunderzin said. "Not a bad way to go then, is it?" the Honorable Alliance Leader said, smiling. Thunderzin nodded his head, his gaze firm as he watched the two before him finally lose all signs of life, their bodies crumbling away like dust in the wind. "Rest easy, brothers," he said softly, his eyes closing with pain and loss. Chapter 910 Tunnel of Light. The four remained silent for some time, heads bowed with pain. Thunderzin breathed in deeply, the others staring at him for guidance of what to do next. "Our goal was achieved," Thunderzin said, his words heavy with emotion. "Now we will lie low here until they return. We have done all we can." The others nodded, Thunderzin's gaze shifting upwards through the ocean and towards the stars above. Somewhere out there, a world was about to experience the arrival of a pinnacle genius, one that would no doubt throw the world into turmoil. In the Divine Source Monastery, the Grand Abbot stared forward into nothingness, his gaze grim and tense. His grim gaze finally relaxed, a deep sigh escaping his lips, his eyes closing for a moment. He opened them a short while later and glanced to the side. To his side was a face scrunched up with nervous worry, beautiful yet concerned. Leia's hands, clasped together tightly, rested on her chest, her gaze locked onto the Grand Abbot. The Grand Abbot smiled softly. "He escaped, child," he said to her warmly. "Both of them did, they are safe." A sigh of relief escaped Leia's lips, a mountainous weight on her shoulders vanishing. A radiant smile appeared on her face, her eyes closing a moment later. "Be safe," she prayed internally. "I will wait for you until you return, regardless of how long that takes." A blinding light enveloped John, who then felt his body yanked forward, the force far greater than he had been expecting. He groaned with pain, his body already exhausted and damaged nearly to his limits. The blinding light faded away instantly, his eyes going wide as he saw what was all around him. A tunnel of multicolored light enveloped him in all directions, the tunnel several dozen yards wide. The multicolored lights streaked past him in a blur, the speed at which they were traveling incomprehensible to him. He was pushed forward through the tunnel not by his own power, but by the power of the tunnel itself. His gaze shifted forward and saw the tunnel of light stretch out as far as he could see, becoming a pinpoint in the far distance. Next to him, Lillian gripped his arm, her narrowed gaze staring forward as well. Whenever he had taken a transportation formation in the past, this tunnel of light had appeared in his vision, but had faded almost instantly every time. Even the formations that had taken him the farthest distance lasted no more than an instant before he arrived at his destination, his destinations sometimes being tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of miles away. And yet, they had been speeding through the tunnel for long enough for him to take note of his surroundings with a clarity he had never expected. Seconds turned into minutes. The two of them shot through the tunnel of light at a speed he couldn't grasp, his mind going numb with the realization of what was going on. If they were traveling to another part of the world, they would have arrived in a mere instant. There was only one explanation for what was happening. The formation was not heading to some place on their world, but to another world entirely. Who knew such a profound formation existed in his world, hiding in the ancient city the entire time? John shifted his gaze back to Lillian, the multicolored tunnel lighting her face with an ethereal light. Her narrowed gaze stared forward, wary yet firm. There was no surprise on her face at all. She knew it would take us to another world, John realized. He wanted to ask her about this portal to another world, where they were going, what was happening, yet he couldn't muster the strength to ask at the moment. His body was near collapse, his mind near the brink, exhaustion overwhelming him. He felt like a dying candle, almost spent, the smallest breeze capable of snuffing him out. He thought of taking the orb of vibrant essence Leia had given him, but decided against it. It was too valuable to waste, and although he was spent and out of power, the tunnel did not pose them any danger as they sped through it. I also have Master to rely on, so using it would be nothing but a waste, John thought, pushing the idea aside. The minutes dragged on, the flow of time obscured in this bizarre tunnel of light. It could have been a minute or a day, and John was sure he wouldn't know which was the correct answer. Lillian still gripping his arm, John relaxed slightly, his mind withdrawing to focus on healing his exhausted body. A high-grade spirit crystal appeared in his hand, the chi within sucked into his body to start restoring his spent chi. This was not a fast process, but it was better than nothing. Spirit crystal after spirit crystal appeared and then vanished, its chi sucked dry. John felt his dantian slowly but surely fill with chi, giving him a sliver of strength once more. "Watch out!" Lillian suddenly cried out, his eyes snapping open from the sudden cry. Boom! A wave of power blasted over them unexpectedly, slamming into John with such power that he felt as though he would be ripped apart in an instant. Lillian's power flared outwards, her Tao of space permeating the suddenly chaotic tunnel they were in. Boom! Another wave of power slammed into them before he could react, and John finally saw what was happening. The tunnel ahead of them, which had been bright and firm, showed signs of weakness. The bright, multicolored light had patches of nothingness, like cracks in the tunnel. Some of those cracks gave way, a storm of spatial chaos surging in through the cracks without warning and blasting into them. Despite Lillian's power, the second wave blasted onto both of them, a groan of pain escaping her lips, the blast instantly knocking the exhausted and gravely injured John unconscious. Darkness enveloped him, the last images of consciousness being that of Lillian bursting with power, protecting them from the ruinous storms. Chapter 911 Pain, and memories the rattling of chains woke John from a deep slumber. Pain. That was all John felt at the moment. Excruciating pain. He was used to pain, had been bathed and baptized in it all his life, and yet the pain still nearly overwhelmed him. The pain eventually became manageable, a hazy fog lingering in his mind. His thoughts were scattered and chaotic, unable to make sense of anything that was going on. He eventually managed to push the hazy confusion aside, at least enough to think, but the pain still remained. Memories of what had happened to him resurfaced, like dreams from long ago finally remembered. I remember the Divine Source monastery fleeing from the Asura, the formation and tunnel of light. Piece by piece, his memories returned. John's eyes snapped open as he finally came to. "The tunnel, Master," he cried out, sitting up quickly. Pain racked his body once more as he did so, a groan of pain leaving his mouth. He pushed aside the pain as best he could, more pressing thoughts on his mind. His last memories had been the storms of spatial chaos breaking into the tunnel of light, the power of it knocking his already fractured body into unconsciousness, his master transforming into a being of death, fighting against the storm. John looked forward, and then turned his gaze to both sides, feeling confusion at what he was seeing. He blinked several times to make sure what he was seeing was real, and not some illusion from suffering so many head blows during his recent plights. No matter how many times he blinked, the scene remained the same. An enclosure, or more aptly, a cage, surrounded him. The cage was quite large, about 30 yards wide and tall, and consisted of thick bars of some metal on all 4 walls and the ceiling above, each spaced 4 inches apart from the next. Between the gaps were flickers of formation light, allowing one to see out from within the cage, but not escape it, even if one was small enough to fit through the bars. Looking through the gaps between the bars, John noticed he was in a large, verdant forest. Trees towered high into the sky, easily several miles tall, their branches reaching out in all directions, each wider than a house. Thick vegetation covered the forest floor, while a trail through the forest stretched back behind the cage and forward in the direction they were going. John blinked several times again, shifting his gaze from the forest outside to the cage within. There he noticed other people who he had overlooked when he had woken up. "There's others here," he mumbled to himself, still trying to clear the fog of what was going on. He felt like surging with power and breaking free from wherever he was, but his body damaged and his chi still spent. He sent his divine sense inwards and groaned at what he saw. Torn muscles, fractured and broken bones, meridians on the verge of rupturing. It was one of the worst conditions his body had ever been in, and using any power at the moment would cause his injuries to worsen, perhaps to a level that became permanent, crippling him forever. John carefully inspected himself, then withdrew his divine sense. His gaze returned to the others in the cage, taking note of each of them. There were 8 others, broken off into 7 groups. None of them were Lillian, causing him to frown with disappointment. 7 of the individuals were sitting alone, 6 of them appearing to be middle-aged cultivators, 2 men and 3 women, and the last a male who appeared to be in his 20s. They wore relatively simple clothes, the women plain dresses, the men plain robes. Each of them were bound by their feet, chains tied to each foot and then to the cage floor. The 2 sitting together were the youngest of the bunch, 1 boy and 1 girl, both appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. The boy had short blonde hair and a relatively handsome face, the girl long blonde hair that drooped down to her shoulders, framing a beautiful yet still immature face. Both had green eyes that shimmered like crystals catching the light, making them stand out from the other rather plain-looking people in the cage. They too were chained like the others. John inspected their auras out of habit and raised an eyebrow. Both are in the heaven tribulation realm, he mused internally, slightly surprised. Based on their age, or what he guessed was their ages, them being in the heaven tribulation realm at 16 made them geniuses, at least where he came from. That level of talent was something only pinnacle geniuses had been capable of on his homeworld. Although the memories of what had happened reminded him he was no longer on his homeworld. He had come to some foreign, unknown place, injured, separated from Lillian, caged in some unknown contraption. All of them were staring at him with wide eyes, his actions alerting them that he was awake. They stared at him as if he were a wild beast of some sorts, with only the young boy and girl looking at him with nervous curiosity. They were clearly fearful of him, but also curious, like observing an exotic beast, albeit a dangerous one. After inspecting the others and realizing there was no immediate danger, John sent his divine sense inwards towards his soul space. There he found Kyrie, sleeping soundly. "Kyrie," John called out through their soul connection, startling Kyrie awake. Kyrie came to quickly, like a child found doing something bad and expecting to be scolded. "How are you sleeping? What's going on?" John asked, demanding some answers. While he had suffered grievous wounds during this ordeals, Kyrie had been safe and sound within his soul space. Thanks to their soul connection, Kyrie was able to see everything happening around John while he was safe within the soul space. Knowing this, John wanted some answers. Kyrie exclaimed, unsure what to say. John breathed in and out deeply, and then calmed his mind. "It's all right," he said to Kyrie, assuaging his companion. "Just tell me what happened after I fell unconscious. What happened in the tunnel of light? What happened to Lillian? Where are we? What is this place? Start from the beginning when I lost consciousness, and don't leave any details out, understood?" Kyrie replied, his voice more cheery as he was no longer being scolded. "But why don't I just show you instead?" Before John could ask, images appeared in his mind, Kiriai's memories, sent through their soul connection to John's mind. John didn't know Kiriai could do this, but remained silent as it was not important. He focused on the images playing in his mind, memories what Kiriai had seen. Memories of the tunnel of light fracturing, storms of spatial chaos flooding into it. Memories of Lillian transforming into her ultimate combat state, protecting John and herself from the storms. The battle raged on for some time, Lillian's aura growing weaker as she spent chi and became injured. Even after stepping into the world expansion realm, the power of the spatial storms had nearly overwhelmed her. She had been wounded all over, her injuries appearing no less gruesome than what John had suffered. As they surged through the tunnel of light, the light grew weaker and weaker, the tunnel became more and more transparent. The spatial storms intensified as they sped toward, the power of the storms about to completely overwhelm them. Suddenly, the tunnel vanished, John and Lillian appearing high in the sky, thousands of miles up, above a massive world even larger than their own. Multiple continents of unknown size dotted a massive ocean, one that seemed to stretch on forever. They fell down towards this world, speeding towards a continent below, one that seemed even larger than the divine Martial continent. The winds around them howled with furious intensity as they fell, small storms of spatial chaos whipping into them due to being so high above the planet still. John saw the memory as a strong breeze, one containing both winds and spatial chaos, slammed into them, the power of it forcing them apart. It threw Lillian, now gravely wounded and chi completely spent in one direction, John in another, the two of them heading towards different parts of the world below. Chapter 912. Crashing through mountains and forests, John watched through Kiriai's memories as he plummeted to the world below, streaking through the air like a meteor, picking up speed every second. A trail of fire streaked behind him as he carved his way through the sky, the land growing larger beneath him. The continent they had arrived above was massive, filled with more biomes, mountain ranges, lakes as large as oceans, and other natural wonders than could be counted. He also saw sprawling cities larger than anything he had ever seen, with buildings piercing high into the clouds above, more like mountains than man-made structures. The land he tumbled towards was a lush, forest-covered area, the forest spreading for tens of thousands of miles in each direction, maybe more. John watched as he plummeted to the land below, a mountain range growing larger before him as he approached it. He winced as he watched himself smash through the peak of the mountain, his body shattering the mountain as if struck by a heavenly body crashing into it. He pierced through the other side, his momentum slowed but not stopped, smashing into the forest lining the mountains, crashing through the titanic trees, carving a long path of destruction through the forest. Tree after tree snapped as he smashed into it, the forest trembling violently from the collision. The forest lit ablaze from the impact, like a meteor ravaging the land. Beasts scattered away from the scene of destruction, wanting nothing to do with the cause of such chaos. John finally came to rest after carving a trail of destruction miles long through the forest, his broken body resting against the base of a large tree, its trunk hundreds of yards wide. Smoke wisped off his body, one covered head to toe with blood, dirt, and ash. Sometime later, a group of cultivators approached him, several men and women led by a man in the front with a scar on his face, all wearing plain clothes that made them look unimportant, almost as if they were trying to hide their identities. A large beast followed behind, pulling an even larger caravan. "So it was this boy that fell from the sky?" one of the women asked curiously, yet skeptically. She turned her gaze back towards the trail of destruction John had carved into the land. "Doubtful," the scar-faced man said. "A fall like that, one that can cause this much destruction, would have destroyed this boy's body into nothingness. He was probably just unlucky and got caught by whatever crashed down here." The others nodded, accepting the man's assessment of the situation. "Regardless, he appears to be around 18 and is at the Tao transformation realm," the man said, inspecting John's clothing. And he's not wearing the clothing of any of the 3 Tao sects or any of the lesser powers either, so no worth caring about should be looking for him at the moment. Whoever he is, he'll fetch quite a good price on the market. Take him. The others nodded, picking John up. The last scene replayed to him was him being thrown into the caravan, or the cage as he now recognized it, one of the men binding his feet in chains before leaving. The memories ended. John opened his eyes, the cage returning to his vision. He frowned at the memory, understanding why his body was in even worse condition than he had expected waking up. That fall had nearly killed him, and he had only lived thanks to his heaven-defying body durability. Even then, the fall had torn skin, ripped muscles, and broken bones. "Why didn't you help me during the fall?" John asked Kirai, grumbling with displeasure. "I couldn't," Kirai replied defensively. "You were unconscious, and that means your soul is instinctively closed off. I can leave your soul space freely when you're awake. As you recognize me as friendly, but when you're unconscious, your soul is in a pure defensive state. I would have needed to break free of your soul to appear in the real world, and that would have done more damage to you than the fall did, if not outright kill you." John frowned. This was the first time he was hearing about this, although he supposed he had never been in a situation before when he passed out and Kirai needed to save him. He had been knocked unconscious before, but never in times that Kirai's help was truly needed. "It's all right," John sighed apologetically. "It wasn't your fault." "Do you need me to come out now?" Kirai asked, his voice heated. "Those bastards dared to chain you like some slave. I'll murder them all." John was surprised by the anger in Kirai's voice and smiled lightly, but shook his head. "No," John said. "We don't know the full situation of what's going on right now, but I'm pretty sure I have a decent grasp on the situation. It seems as though I was quite unlucky to run into some sort of slavers who decided to take advantage of my situation and capture me as well. But it doesn't seem as though there's any immediate danger, so focusing on healing my body is more important at the moment. That way, if the time to break free comes, I won't be useless." "All right," Kirai obliged, slightly disappointed. John smiled and shook his head, but understood where Kirai was coming from. His companion spent most of his time sleeping in his soul space and had not had much excitement in his life recently. He was a Kirin, a heavenly beast, and was definitely not content with sleeping his life away. Not to mention, Kirai was a child and had childish energy to expend. A battle was perfect for such a thing, but now was not the time for that. "Did you manage to feel their cultivation levels?" John asked. "The ones who appeared in the memory you showed me." "Aye," Kirai said, some cheer back in his voice. "Most of them were at the peak Tao transformation realm, with one of them at the half-step world expansion realm, the man with the scar on his face." John raised an eyebrow, then nodded his head, assessing the situation. "Half-step world expansion realm. That kind of cultivation can make one a powerful sect leader back home, and yet here, they're nothing more than slavers. Interesting." He shifted his gaze to the two youths, realizing that this world might be at a higher level cultivation wise than his own. He put the thoughts aside after a moment's consideration, focusing on the next task. "If I regain my full strength, dealing with them shouldn't be a problem, but that's only if Kirai saw everyone I would need to fight. If there's someone stronger lounging about, it could be a problem. The best thing to do right now is to heal my body and figure out more about this group, as well as this mysterious world I've arrived to. I also need to figure out where Master went, so taking time to ask the others for information might be helpful." A plan decided, John remained still for several hours, slowly absorbing chi from the air to replenish his dantian and fuel his limiter of healing. Much to his surprise, the chi in the air was incredibly dense, even denser than the chi on the divine Martial Continent. Each breath John took felt incredibly invigorating, a pleasurable sensation John could get used to. Using spirit crystals to absorb chi would be faster, but my captors took my spatial ring, it seems. Thankfully, everything of value is safely in my palace realm, but taking out spirit crystals now would alert them that I have other means to store valuables. That would bring more headaches than it's worth, so for now I'll heal using the chi around me. Once I heal enough, I'll unlock my limiter of life, which should speed up my recovery even more. With the plan set, John closed his eyes, slowly but surely healing the damage done to his body. His arrival to this world had been a brutal one, and he had been instantly greeted by terrible people, his opinion of this place lessening with each passing moment. When I regain my full strength, I'll make sure these slavers get what they deserve. Each and every one of them. Chapter 913, Luri and Suri day turned to night, the land growing dark around the caravan. John's eyes opened for the first time in hours, inspecting his surroundings through the gaps in the cage's metal bars. We stopped, he mused. It had been the first time they had stopped since he had woken up. Are we stopping to resupply, camp for the night, or did they find something interesting like they did with me? He wondered, standing up and walking to the cage bars. He was still injured and weak, but standing up was far from a problem. He placed his hands on the bars near him, the chains on his feet scraping against the ground, metallic sounds echoing out. "SHHH," a soft whisper sounded out from the other side of the cage. John glanced at the young girl, who had her finger to her lips, indicating for him to be quiet. John cocked his head to the side, wondering what this was about. His questions were immediately answered by the land trembling, shaking violently like an earthquake. He shifted his gaze outwards once more, trying to peer through the thick forest before him. However, the forest was dark, no moonlight light piercing through the thick canopy above. If they even have moons, John muttered to himself, knowing so little of this world. He wanted to use his divine sense to see the land before him, where he was sure the rumbling was coming from, but his instincts warned him not to. The shaking grew more violent, the cart tipping from side to side, shaking as if it were about to fall apart. He glanced to the side, nothing looks of fear on the faces of the others. The shaking continued for several minutes before slowly dying down, eventually becoming soft rumblings in the distance. The others breathed sighs of relief, as if they had just escaped the jaws of death. None of them spoke, though, and so John did the same. He sat down and closed his eyes, falling into a meditative trance once more, his focus on healing his body. John opened his eyes a long time later, the sound of movement within the cart stirring him. He glanced at the others, who were moving about the cart, no longer concerned with being quiet. He glanced to the side and noticed the sun had started to pour light down on them, although it was still quite dim as the massive trees above blocked most of the light. 20 hours. Nighttime lasts quite long here, he mused, noting how long the night had taken. Roughly double the time night lasted on his homeworld. The scraping of metal chains next to him caused him to turn his head, noticing one of the middle-aged slaves next to him, glaring at him angrily. "Were you trying to get us killed last night, boy?" the man asked. He had a late Tao transformation cultivation and appeared to be in his 40s, although his true age was much higher. His appearance combined with his cultivation revealed that he was a man of little cultivation talent. John stared calmly at the man. "I have no idea what you're talking about. I did nothing of the sort," John said flatly. The man narrowed his eyes with displeasure and moved one step closer as if to make a move on John, punish him somehow, for unknown transgressions. John narrowed his eyes, a murderous glint contained within. A gaze that said, "I've killed more than you can imagine. Adding one more to that list won't bother me." The man froze in place, his eyes going wide with instinctual fear. He was stronger than this injured youth, or at least his cultivation was higher. And yet he felt as though taking one more step towards the youth would be the last step he ever took. He remained that way for a moment before scuttling away, retreating towards the corner of the cage, muttering something under his breath. The others looked on with surprise, as if they had expected the opposite to happen. John ignored their gazes and closed his eyes once more. As long as they left him alone, he would do the same. "I have more important things to worry about than petty squabbles," he thought. The scraping of chains filled the cage again, John opening his eyes with displeasure as the sounds grew closer to him. His displeasure vanished as he noticed the two youths standing before him, both staring at him with wide, curious eyes. There was no hostility or malice on their faces. "Yes," John asked, wanting to know their reason for approaching him. "That," the boy said, "was amazing." John raised an eyebrow. "Amazing, what was?" he asked. "You made Gerard leave you alone without saying a word," the boy explained enthusiastically. "How did you do that? Gerard targets every new arrival, making sure they know their place." "He also forces you to pay him or get beat up," the girl said, grumbling with displeasure. Despite her sour words, her voice was soft and sweet, pleasing to the ears. "Is that so?" John said evenly. "Yup," the boy said, sitting down beside John. The girl hesitated for a moment and then did the same. John raised another eyebrow. "Annoyed by two brats. Great," he muttered internally, but didn't shoo them away. He needed information about this world, and perhaps the two youths could provide him with some. "I'm Lurie," the boy said, introducing himself. "Suri," the girl said. John raised another eyebrow. Lurie chuckled, reading John's thoughts. "Everyone has the same reaction," Lurie said smilingly. "Our father isn't very good with names." John nodded, understanding that. He too was bad with names, as evident with Kyrie. "John," he introduced himself. "Well, John," the boy said, "you're clearly not from around here, are you?" "What makes you say that?" John asked. "Isn't it obvious?" Lurie said. "Your clothes are strange, you feel different somehow as well, and you didn't even know of the serpent of the immortal forests. We almost died last night because of you." "Serpent of the immortal forest," John wondered. "Is that what the sound was last night?" "And," Suri added, her voice soft, "you fell from the sky like a star, so fast that your body should have exploded from the impact, but here you are, still alive. The slavers said that wasn't you, but I know it was," she added, tilting her head to the side as she stared at him. "You're strange." Lurie nodded his head in agreement. John glanced at the two, then sighed. There was no use hiding it if they already knew some of the truth. "You're right," he said. "I'm not from around here." "You're not a devil, right?" Suri asked, eyeing him skeptically, lips pursed in a line. "A devil," John thought. "What the hell is a devil? She's not talking about Asuras, is she? Chapter 914 Dao Sovereigns, of course he's not a devil," Lurie rebuked her. "Where's his tail or his horns or his demonic aura? Devils can't hide those, you should know that." Suri blushed, as if she knew she had asked a stupid question. Face downwards, she looked upwards at John, cheeks red. "Sorry," she said to John, as if she had just insulted him. "It's fine," John waved his hand. "But what are devils?" John asked, wanting to know more about the so-called devils. He knew it would be a stupid question to ask based on how Lurie reacted, but he decided to fake memory loss from the fall going forward. The two looked at him as if he were stupid, and John explained his reasoning to them. "The fall seems to have caused some memory loss for me," John said, his expression saddened as if he were truly troubled by this. "I can only recall bits and pieces of my life thus far, and don't remember much at all. If I am to survive going forward, I'll need to relearn everything important about this world." "So that's how it is," Lurie said, his expression apologetic. Suri looked at John with an even more apologetic gaze, as if she were sharing this heartbreak with him. Losing your memory was like losing yourself, almost as if you died and were replaced by a clone. No one wanted that to happen to them, or anyone else for that matter. John studied the two, their reactions real and sincere. He could tell these two youths were good people, based on the emotions they were feeling for a complete stranger. "Well then, ask away, and I'll answer any questions I have the answers to," Lurie said, his voice cheery as if to raise John's spirits. John was sure Lurie was using this moment to distract himself from his fate as a slave, indulging in the opportunity to forget about it for even a moment. John smiled and nodded in thanks, and then asked about the devils again. "Ah, yes, the devils," Lurie said, clearing his throat. "Since you don't remember much at all, I might as well explain things as if you just came to this world. That should explain things clearly while minimizing the number of questions you need to ask." If only you knew the truth, John mumbled internally. He nodded his thanks to Lurie, who started to explain the details he knew of the world. This world consists of 3 major continents, Lurie said. 4, Suri corrected him. Yes, I know, Lurie replied, but I'm starting with the fine. This world has 4 major continents, Lurie started again, while Suri smiled with satisfaction. These continents are the human continent, which you are on now, the beast continent, and the devil continent. Each of the 3 continents is dominated by that particular race, with you being on the human continent right now, Lurie explained. John sighed with relief. Seems like I landed in a pretty good spot. Wonder what sort of trouble I would have ran into if I landed on the others. He then winced, thinking of Lillian. He had no idea where she had landed, and if she landed on the other continents. He pushed away the thought. Based on what Kyrie had shown him, Lillian should have landed on the other side of this human continent. Hopefully. The beast continent is naturally dominated by the beast race, while the devil continent is dominated by the devils, Lurie continued. The beasts are self-explanatory, while the devils are. Monsters, Suri mumbled, her voice gloomy and slightly fearful, as if thinking of the devils was something of a nightmare. Lurie nodded. They can be described as that. Monsters, he agreed. Vicious, cruel creatures who indulge in pain, suffering, and death. Sounds a lot like the Asura, John mused, an eyebrow raised. Lurie looked at John's flat expression and remembered the initial question. Ah yes, as for what devils are, Lurie said, brow furrowed. They are humans, or at least they were humans, until they merged with demons to become half-human, half-demon hybrids. Merged with demons? John asked curiously. Did the humans and demons? Lurie chuckled at the question, while Suri blushed at the boldness of it. No one knows exactly, Lurie said. Some say the demons found a way to mate with humans, forming the hybrids, while others say some humans found a way to absorb demon blood and make it their own, creating their own hybrid race. Whatever the reason, they succeeded and formed the devil race. Demons, not Asuras. John sighed in relief. Demons and Asuras were similar, but not the same. Based on his encounter with the abyssal demon, demons feared the Asuras and were most likely lesser beings in comparison. I see, he said thoughtfully. Naturally, Lurie said. We humans are at war with the demon race, a war that has lasted since forever, really. At war for that long, how has one side not won outright already? John asked. It's not as simple as it seems, Lurie shook his head. The 2 sides are relatively evenly matched. Humans have greater numbers, while the devils have more powerful cultivators on average. With the powers relatively evenly matched that way, the real balance comes from the Dao sovereigns. The Dao sovereigns of the human race and devil race are equal in power, and thus neither can fully overwhelm the other race. Dao sovereigns? John asked curiously. They sounded quite impressive. Lurie raised an eyebrow at John's question, his face surprised at John, how little John remembered. Dao sovereigns, Lurie nodded. The leaders of the Dao sects or clans, the 9 strongest powers in the world. There are 3 on the human continent, the Sword Dao sect, the Mage Dao sect, and the Yang Dao sect. There are 3 on the Beast continent, the Serpent Beast clan, the Phoenix Beast clan, and the Ocean Beast clan. And lastly, 3 on the Devil continent, the Abyssal Devil sect, the Blood Devil sect, and the Giant Devil sect. These 9 powers make up the ultimate powers of the world, hence the name of the world itself, the 9 Dao world. And each of these 9 powers are led by the 9 Dao sovereigns, the holy manifestation powerhouses of the world. Chapter 915, Eternal Serpent, 9 Holy Manifestation Cultivators, John asked, mouth agape. Lurie looked at him curiously, then nodded. John leaned back against the cage bars, exhaling deeply. 9 Holy Manifestation Cultivators. This world has at least 9 of them, if not more. He could hardly believe it. On his homeworld, the Holy Manifestation realm was practically mythical. There were only 3 cultivators on the entire world that were known to him to be at that level. The Jade Dragon Emperor, the Grand Abbot, and the Asura. And yet, this world had 9 of them at the very least. It seems my initial guess that this world is at a higher level cultivation-wise seems to be true, John mused, glancing at the 2 youths before him. Their cultivation level at their age would make them pinnacle geniuses back home, but here. I wonder how they compare to the top geniuses of this world, he thought, curious about the power structure of this world. Anyways, Lurie continued, the existence of the Tao sovereigns makes it quite hard for one side to outright win over the other without complete annihilation of everyone weaker than them. Even if one side could win without suffering too many losses, there's still the beast race. They would no doubt pounce on the weakened victor, defeat them, and claim dominion of the entire world. Thus, a stalemate of sorts has formed. If the beast race is a problem, couldn't the devil race and human race team up to defeat them, then resume the war without care? John asked. Suri giggled softly through her hands, as if John had asked the silliest question. Neither side would dare to do that, Lurie said, staring sideways at his sister. That's where the 4th continent comes into play. It has many names, but most refer to it as the continent of war. Continent of war? John asked. Is that where the wars between the races are fought? For the most part, Lurie nodded his head. Neither side wants the war to destroy their sects and clans, so they fight most of their battles on the continent of war, trying to weaken the other side enough to gain an advantage. So how does that continent make it so that neither side would target the beast race? John asked curiously. Because, Lurie said, while the wars are fought on that continent belongs to one being, one pinnacle existence, one who allows the wars to be fought on his land. The Eternal Serpent, Suri whispered, as if saying the name too loud would bring trouble. The Eternal Serpent, John asked for more clarification. While the 9 Tao powers rule the world, that is only because the Eternal Serpent allows them to, Lurie said, as if this was all common knowledge. The Eternal Serpent lives on the continent of war, deep within the ruins of an ancient civilization. It allows the other races to battle on its continent, although the reason is not really known why, and does not interfere with the world at all as long as no one bothers it, Lurie said, pausing for a brief moment to gather his thoughts. The Eternal Serpent's strength is undeniable, even for the 9 Tao sovereigns, Lurie continued. And some of the beast race is very faintly related to the serpent. It allows the world to do as it pleases, with one exception. The beast race must be left alone on its continent. What happens outside their continent does not concern it, even if beasts die elsewhere, but within their own continent they are untouchable. That is why neither our race, nor the devil race, even thinks of doing such a thing. Lurie fell silent, allowing John to digest everything he had been told. John fell silent as well, his mind overwhelmed with the details of this world. It was truly a marvelous, and also dangerous world, one filled with powerful beings beyond his imagination. He thought of the mysterious Eternal Serpent, and his thoughts drifted to the hellish Asura, both beings of unbelievable might. I wonder who would win between the 2. John pondered the question, and then shook his head knowingly, as if there was no other answer. It was as if considering the other option was blasphemy, even with the one gravely injured. The Asura, no doubt. Still, he thought of such a battle, and what a wonder it would be to see. The 3 continued to converse for a long time, John asking many questions, Lurie answering them as best as possible. The long day eventually passed into nighttime, the caravan falling deathly silent. John sat with his back against the cage, thinking over everything he had been told. So, these slavers are opportunists, selling human slaves to the devil race at great risk, but also great reward. Lurie had told him that slavery was not too common on the continent, and was limited to those unlucky enough to be caught by slavers selling humans to the devil race. Such a practice was outlawed and punishable by death, but the reward was too great for many to ignore. Traveling in the air with a flying ship was too risky, as all flying ships leaving the coasts were inspected according to Lurie. With the risk so great, the slavers traveled slowly through very dangerous areas they were less likely to be spotted. This immortal forest was one of those areas. A forest that stretched nearly from coast to coast, wider than the entire divine Martial continent. Within the forest lived many powerful beasts, the most powerful of all being the serpent of the forest. The serpent was somehow distantly related to the eternal serpent according to legends, and had power equal to a half-step holy manifestation cultivator. It ruled the immortal forest, and any who came across its path were sure to be destroyed. That was why John was rebuked so harshly after the first night, as they were doing their best to hide from the best and avoid detection. With the forest so filled with life, the serpent would ignore a petty caravan unless it made too much of a commotion. Another important piece of information was the time they had until they could not escape. According to Lurie, it would take another 3 weeks for them to reach the coast, at which point the slavers would use a secret route underneath the ocean to travel to the Devil Continent to sell them as slaves. If that happened, their lives would become horrible nightmares. John still remembered the horrified look on Sura's face as this was discussed, no doubt thinking of what her life was soon to be like. It would undoubtedly be even worse for someone like her, a young, beautiful, talented female. After those discussions, the topics shifted, revealing a bit more about the power structure of the continent, as well as the identity of the two youths. According to Lurie, the continent consists of powers broken into tiers. There are the 3 Dao sects, then there are Tier 1 powers, Tier 2 powers, all the way down to Tier 5 powers. Furthermore, according to Lurie, the tiers of a power were determined by 2 factors: the cultivation of the power's leader and the talent of its top genius. Genius levels were also broken down into tiers, a much more structured system than what existed in his homeworld. Lurie and Suri came from a Tier 3 power, the Light Dao sect, a subsidiary power of the Yang Dao sect. Most of the lower-tier sects pledged their allegiance to one of the 3 Dao sects, getting their protection and assistance, while paying taxes and other things to those sects. There had been too much to discuss and not enough time before nighttime came, and so there were still many unanswered questions John had. The long night passed by, and when morning came, he regrouped with the 2 youths. "I've decided," John said, the 2 of them raising an eyebrow in confusion. "Decided?" Lurie asked curiously. "Once I'm done healing, I'll break us out of here, kill these slavers, and take you back to the Light Dao sect," John said calmly, as if it would be no big deal. The 2 others stared at him with mouths agape, as if he had said the most shocking thing ever. "How?" Lurie asked, recovering from his shock faster than Suri. "The slavers are too strong. Not only do they have us chained by chains we cannot break, they even have a half-step world cultivation leader. There's no way we can escape." John smiled confidently, his confidence confusing the 2. How could he be so calm, so confident about such a terrible situation? "You don't have to worry about all that," John said calmly. "Just know that once I'm healed, I'll do what I said and take you 2 back to the Light Dao sect. The only requirement is that you speak to your elders and sect leader and convince them to let me join your sect." John fell silent, waiting for their answer. He needed to find out about Lillian as fast as possible, and according to Lurie, only an official tiered power could get access to the continent's most powerful information network. Joining the Light Dao sect would allow him to do just that. "You 2 do have enough status to achieve that?" John asked. If they were no names within the sect, then his request would most likely be impossible. The siblings shared a quick glance, Lurie nodding his head at his sister. "We do," Lurie said, turning his now firm gaze to John. "I don't know why, but I believe you can do what you said you can do. If you manage to return us home, you will no doubt be able to join our sect." "Good," John smiled. "Then it's settled. In 2 weeks, your freedom will be returned to you." The siblings shared another glance, and then tears formed in the corners of Suri's eyes, while Lurie's eyes became watery as well. They embraced each other with a warm, loving hug, and then turned to John a moment later, hope returned to their previously hopeless faces. They didn't know how, but they could tell that John was not lying. This mysterious youth that had fallen from the sky was to be their savior, freeing them from a nightmarish fate they had resigned themselves to. John smiled at them and then closed his eyes, his mind falling into a trance. He appeared in his palace realm, within the massive room that held the Immortal Asura tome. He flipped the pages, turning a page that had previously been locked to him. "Limiter of life," he whispered, and then got to work. Chapter 916, Limiter of Life. The Immortal Asura tome contained 3 parts. One was the Immortal Asura body, and how to advance it with each realm increase. The next pertained to his Immortal Asura transformation art, and the final pertained to the limiters of the human body and how to go about unlocking them. John had already studied the Immortal Asura body portion when he meditated within the Divine Source Monastery and had advanced his Asura body to the next level. He had also studied the Immortal Asura transformation section, and after several days of mediation, had grasped the fundamentals of its next stage. The last part, unlocking the next limiter, he had yet to do. Thankfully, the next limiter to unlock was the limiter of life, which, as its name suggested, dealt with life chi and healing the body. Once I unlock this limiter, combining it with my already unlocked limiter of healing should allow me to heal my body to full within the next 2 weeks, John thought, studying the details of unlocking the limiter. The page he studied contained all the blocked meridian pathway convergences, acupoints, nerve bundles, and clusters of potential within the body that were naturally locked by the heavens upon birth. Had his limiters been unlocked at birth, or even at a younger age, the energy and potency of the limiters would have destroyed his body from within instantly. Thankfully, his Immortal Asura body and Dragon God shift made his body far more durable than what was necessary to unlock and withstand the limiters. Even those who had become body cultivators were not always able to unlock all their limiters, as the strain on the body required to do so was immense. John had inquired into the limits of his homeworld a while back, and had discovered that most body cultivators reached their limits at the limiter of life, regardless of their cultivation level. There were only a few body cultivators, the strongest and most talented in the world, to have unlocked their limiter of life. As for the limiter beyond that, John had not heard of anyone unlocking that. From what had been explained to him, not only did the world not know of the limiter after the limiter of life, but no one had a body durable enough to unlock it, even if they knew the method to do so. John briefly thought about the next limiter and what it could pertain to. The Immortal Asura tome, unfortunately, would not allow him to access the next parts containing the information regarding that limiter, at least not until he stepped into the world expansion realm. It's no doubt incredible, but thinking about it is a waste of time. It's time to focus and unlock my limiter of life. He paused for a moment, taking a deep breath, bracing himself for what was to come. Unlocking a limiter was a brutal and painful experience, forcing one to ram their blocked meridians, inactivated nerves, and sealed clusters of potential with brutal amounts of chi, forcefully ramming them open or activating them. This process was quite painful even when his body was in a good condition, but with his body as damaged as it still was, he was certain it would not only be a dangerous process, but also incredibly painful. He sighed, bracing himself for the pain he had felt so often in his life, and then got to work. His dantian surged with power, sending powerful bursts of chi through his meridians to the incredibly complex and intricate pathways depicted in the tome. One mistake could force him to start over from scratch, or in the worst-case scenario, cripple himself. Pain racked his body as his chi slammed into the first blocked meridian, but he ignored it, pushing it to the back of his mind. This was only the beginning of the process, and he couldn't allow himself to be distracted by anything at all. Teeth gritted, his dantian surged with power, slowly but surely unlocking his limiter of life. John exhaled deeply, his body slumping back against the bars of the cage. He felt exhausted and pained, as if he had just fought a life and death battle. His chi was spent, and his body was in even worse condition than when he had started the process. His fractured meridians had become even more fractured, nearly overwhelmed from the brutal waves of chi that had surged through his body. His muscles had been torn and bones fractured, both nearly overwhelmed by his self-destructive actions. And yet he smiled, satisfied with the outcome. Success. I have successfully unlocked my limiter of life. As he unlocked the final part of his limiter, his body had seemed to come to life for the very first time. It was as if his very existence had been sealed all his life, and he had been nothing but a shell of his true potential. Vibrant life, chi sprung to life within his body as he finished the final part of the unlocking, summoned not by himself, but by his body instinctively. The process had shocked him, as he knew next to nothing about the Tao of life. He had received life chi from Leia before, but that was only receiving it, not studying it. And yet, as if it had been instructed by the heavens itself, his body had started converting chi from his Danshin into life chi, and then had infused that chi into every cell within his body. It was not dissimilar to his bloodline ability, which stored pure essence chi within his cells, ready to be used for a moment's notice. In fact, it was almost exactly the same, other than the type of chi being stored. After recovering his focus, John unleashed his unlocked limiter of life. As if instructed by an unknown force, his body sprung to life, the vibrant life chi contained within his cells flooding out into his body. The life chi surged instinctively, rushing towards the damaged parts of his body. John smiled wryly in self-pity. Damaged parts of his body? Was there an undamaged part of his body? If there was one, he couldn't spot it. The life chi quickly went to work, mending fractured meridians, healing torn muscles and broken bones. The life chi from the limiter was not as potent or miraculous as Leia's life chi, but it was still quite potent nonetheless. Combined with his already unlocked limiter of healing, which had raised the natural healing rate of his body, the healing potency was quite amazing, surprising even John. He smiled with satisfaction. At this rate, my body will no doubt fully heal before the slavers reach the coast. His eyes narrowed with expectant excitement. My first battle against others from another world. I wonder how exciting the slaughter will be. Chapter 917, leaving the forest. The days passed by quickly, the slavers moving through the immortal forest by day, resting at night to hide from the serpent of the forest. Without pause, John focused on healing his body, which slowly but surely recovered from the grievous wounds he had sustained. During the day, he used his life chi to heal his body, mending parts torn and broken. During the night, he focused on replenishing his Danshin, ensuring he could replenish his spent life chi before the start of the next day. The process continued day by day, his condition improving at a visible rate. The slavers had checked up on the slaves several times during the trip, ensuring there was no problem with their wares. They had eventually noticed John's rapidly improving condition, and some had even entered the cart to inspect him closely, asking him questions. John shrugged and remained silent, his responses receiving glares of displeasure from his captors. Several had smiled and said some nasty words to him, mostly about his soon-to-be miserable fate on the Devil Continent. John ignored those comments, as there was no point in getting upset by those soon to be dead by his own hands. The healing process was steady, but slow due to just how injured he was, giving him some time to think about things he had not considered initially. The first was the surprising fact that the inhabitants of this world spoke the same language as him, despite being an entirely different world, separated by an unknown distance. It seemed bizarre that this would be the case, and had perplexed him for the reason why. There was surely a reason the two worlds shared a language. Perhaps the transportation formation he had used had been used far more often in the past, and the two worlds were far more connected than they were now, making them one world essentially. Or perhaps there was another reason. He couldn't know for sure, and so he gave up trying to figure it out after some time. His thoughts then shifted to the Asura and the injury on his body. The wound on the Asura's body was gruesome looking, no doubt, but the fact that it had yet to heal despite the passage of hundreds of thousands of years perplexed John. Asuras, no doubt, had something similar to the limiter of healing and life, and most definitely had an extraordinary healing ability. And yet, it had remained injured for so long, requiring extraordinary healing means to recover. It perplexed him, as it seemed to not make sense. There was obviously a reason for it, but John could tell he was missing some information, information about the Asuras. After thinking about this for some time, he cast it aside as well, returning his focus to his healing. Time continued to flow by quickly, the slave caravan approaching the coast, the point of no return. John could notice the worry on Luri and Suri's face grow by the day as John remained silent and chained, and he gave them reassuring smiles each time. They seemed to believe the confidence behind that smile, their worries slightly fatting each time. The morning sun rose on this day, casting a warm light onto the caravan, a light that had not been seen for weeks. John opened his eyes to look all around him, taking in the bright glow. "We've left the forest," he thought, studying his new surroundings which no longer obscured the bright light above. All around them was an expansive land, filled with plains, hills, streams, and life. It was a beautiful scene, one that made John's mind feel at peace, despite the fact that today was a day for slaughter. He closed his eyes and breathed in deeply, the air containing the scent of a distant ocean. After 2.5 long weeks, his body had finally been fully healed. With the scenery around him and his body fully healed, this was the first time in nearly a month that he had felt any sort of peaceful ease. His eyes opened at the sound of the cage's door opening, a frown appearing on his face as his brief moment of peace and respite was disturbed. He eyed the cultivator who entered the cage, one of the men of the group. The man appeared to be in his late 30s and had a cultivation at the late Tao transformation realm. He had long black hair, which was disheveled and unkempt, as if he didn't care about his appearance. He wore plain-style robes and had a perpetual scowl on his face. He would have been a decent talent back on the divine Martial Continent, a leader of a third-rate sect. Here, however, the man was nothing more than a slaver. His eyes swept over the captured slaves within, pausing on John for a brief moment, a tinge of surprise appearing on his face. "No doubt surprised I'm fully healed already," John thought, remaining in place. The slaver eyed him for a short while, then shifted his gaze to the side, towards Luri and Suri. His scowl turned into a malicious smile as he stared at the two of them. "I'm sure you were hopping for your daddy to run here and save you," the man said, his voice nasally and unpleasant to the ears. "But unfortunately for you, that didn't happen. Today's the day your fate is sealed. Especially for you," he said, eyeing Suri up and down lecherously. "A talented high prince of the Devil Continent specifically requested a young and vibrant female youth," the man said, "and I'm more than certain he will be quite pleased with you. A shame I couldn't taste you first, but the request was for an unspoiled female, so it can't be helped," the man sighed. Luri stared at the man with fury on his face, as if he wanted to kill the man right there. The man noticed the gaze and smiled at Luri, then raised his foot and slammed it into Luri's face. Luri cried out in pain as he slammed against the bars of the cage, his nose broken, blood trailing down his face. "Luri," Suri rushed to her brother's side, embracing him. She looked at his broken face, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. "I'm fine," Luri said through the pain, trying to comfort his sister. He looked up as the slaver stood over the two of them, a satisfied smile on his face. "You Dowsec geniuses have no idea how good you have it," he said, another kick slamming down onto Luri's stomach, who groaned again in pain. "This is not nearly what you pompous bastards deserve, but I'll take what I can get. This is just the beginning, boy. By the time I'm done, you'll wish you were with the devils already." Chapter 918 First kills on the new world. The slaver raised his foot again to kick, when suddenly Suri placed her body over Luri's, shielding him. The man paused, frowning. He couldn't harm Suri at all, the request stated that specifically. He scoffed and bent forward, reaching towards Suri to throw her aside. Suri closed her eyes and gripped her brother tight, refusing to let go. John watched the events unfold and nodded his head in approval. He had wanted to see the true colors of the youths before he decided to help them, and Suri's selfless acts revealed her kind heart. These were the kinds of people he could trust for now, the kind of people who could help him navigate this mysterious world. Bang! The sound of metal shattering rang out loudly within the cage, startling all those within. The slaver's head snapped towards John, his eyes going wide as he noticed the chains binding his feet had been broken into pieces. Lurie and Suri stared with wide eyes as well, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. John ignored the shocked expressions and eyed the slaver before him calmly. "I guess I'll start with you." "What?" the man exclaimed, shocked. "How? Those chains can bind even a half-step world expansion cultivator. Were the chains faulty? They must have been." Upon saying this, the man's shocked expression faded away, an angered look replacing it instead. "You fucking brat," he growled, walking towards John confidently. "You dared to break our merchandise. You're lucky, little brat," the man said, looking over his shoulder at Lurie. "This boy has decided to take your punishment instead." John smiled widely, his bloodlust instantly ignited. Before the man could react, he found his throat in the grasp of the youth before him, the feeling of impending death overwhelming him. His eyes went wide with fear. Several miles ahead, the group of slaver cultivators surveyed the open area, making sure there was no one else around. They were doing something so illegal being caught was punishable by death, and so made sure to be extra cautious. "The last stretch towards the beach is always the most dangerous," the scar-faced man said, "but thankfully it seems like no one is around." He turned around and nodded at one of the other slavers, one of the females. "Go help Pelero with the caravan. We'll wait here," the scar-faced man said. The woman nodded and then sped back towards the forest in the distance. The scar-faced man watched her go, then returned his gaze to the ocean that stretched out before them. A large smile appeared on his face. "This haul is going to net us quite a profit. It was quite the risk, but it paid off in the end," he said, the others nodding and smiling as well. Lurie, Suri, and the other slaves within the cage stared at John with absolute shock, as if they had just seen the most impossible thing happen. They slowly turned their eyes down, studying the man lying on the floor, his body crumpled in a lifeless heap. It had all happened so fast, none of them had yet to grasp what had happened. The mysterious youth had broken his chains somehow, and then without the other man being able to react, he had grasped the slaver's neck and snapped it, killing him instantly. Their wide eyes returned to John, unable to grasp what had occurred. The mysterious youth was only in the early Dao transformation realm, and yet had instantly killed a late Dao transformation cultivator. Even if it had been a surprise attack, bridging such a gap was utterly impossible. The slaver should have been able to react in time, should have been able to easily resist John's power. And yet he hadn't. He had died instantly, without putting up a single shred of resistance. "Dio, you know what you have done," one of the middle-aged slaves exclaimed, finally reclaiming their wits. John turned his gaze towards the man, who trembled under his gaze. "I've killed the slaver," John said calmly. "Shouldn't you be happy?" "Happy," the man said through trembling lips. "Now we're all dead. They're going to find out what you did and kill us all." John raised an eyebrow and then ignored the man. It wasn't even worth his time talking to a person who had lost all will to resist his captivity. His gaze shifted to Lurie and Suri, who stared at him with wide eyes, eyes filled with awe and also fear. John smiled at the two of them, understanding their instinctual fear of him. His bloodlust had exploded out for a moment as he killed the man, a bloodlust thickened by constant slaughter. To innocent youths like those two, such a bloodlust would no doubt cause instinctual fear. John's warm smile seemed to put the two at ease, at least a bit. The two scrambled to their feet, their eyes widening again as John's figure vanished. Bang! 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 The shattering of chains filled the cage, which returned to silence a moment later. The eyes of everyone within went wide with shock once more as they stared at their feet, the chains binding them completely shattered. They looked up again, at John who now stood before Lurie and Suri. In an instant, he had destroyed the chains binding all of them. Chains that could only be broken by half-step world expansion cultivators, and even then, not easily. Who are you?" the man who had yelled at John just moments ago asked, eyes wide, lips trembling. John glanced at him calmly. "No one," he said, "and I suggest you leave right now. This place is about to get quite rowdy soon." The others instantly understood John's words. He intended to fight against the other slavers. Disbelief once again filled their minds, stunning them stiff. "Go," John growled at them, stirring them from their shock. They each scrambled to their feet and sped out the cage, giving him one last glance before shooting into the distant forest. Despite the dangers of the forest, it would be a good place to hide from the slavers once they no doubt killed John and came looking for them. John ignored them, instead looking at Lurie and Suri standing before him. Both stared at him with wide eyes filled with wondrous awe. Lurie was the first to snap out of his shock, and then grabbed his sister's hand. "We should get out of here before the others return," he exclaimed, pulling on Suri's hand. Suri nodded, her stunned gaze still lingering on John's face. The two quickly left the cart and then called for John to follow. "Come on, we need to leave before the other Ritu." His words cut off suddenly. John calmly stepped out of the cage and landed on the ground, eyeing the woman cultivator who had appeared before them. She held Lurie by the neck, her face red with confused fury. "Where is Pelero?" she asked, shifting her gaze to John as he stepped out of the cart. "Why are you all out of the cart unbound?" John slowly raised his hand and pointed to the side of her, as if indicating where this Pelero was. John shifted his finger to the woman's head, her eyes widening as a flash of bright lightning exploded out of John's finger, slamming into her head before she could react. Chapter 919, Slavers Destroyed. What was that? The scar-faced man exclaimed, noticing the flash of bright light in the distance in the direction of their caravan. His eyes narrowed as his figure suddenly vanished, the other cultivators disappearing a moment later. "Ah!" Lurie exclaimed as his vision went white, blinded by the blast of lightning John had unleashed. For a moment he thought he was dead, destroyed by the lightning. He opened his eyes a moment later, feeling no pain at all. He felt at his neck, which was now no longer held tightly by that frightful woman. He glanced down, eyes going wide again. He took a few steps back, away from the woman's headless body. Smoke drifted up into the air from her charred neck. "Lurie!" Suri exclaimed, rushing to him, grasping his right hand. She stared at his still broken face and then reached up towards it. A bright light enveloped her hand, a vibrant energy flowing into her brother's face, quickly healing his wound. John raised an eyebrow. "Healing arts, huh?" It wasn't nearly as amazing as Leia's healing ability, but was still impressive nonetheless. Lurie's broken face quickly mended, returning it to new a moment later. Lurie thanked his sister and then turned to John, his face scrunched up with worry. "We need to flee with the others," he said hastily. "The other slavers are no doubt about to return, and with their leader. We'll flee into the forest and then split up. That way at least one of us can escape and bring word to our sect of what happened." John nodded his head in approval at the youth's quick actions, despite the shocking situation. He had recovered quite quickly and made a decent enough plan. John shook his head at Lurie, raising his hand to tell the youth to remain in place. "But," Lurie exclaimed in protest. "It's fine," John said calmly. "Just wait here and let Kirai protect you." "Kirai?" Lurie asked. "Flash." Kirai flashed into existence before the two youths, his appearance startling the two who took a step backwards. They stared at Kirai with wide eyes, his Kirin form on full display. "Kirai," John rebuked him. "Why are you not shapeshifted into something less flashy?" he asked. "Ah!" Kirai exclaimed, as if he realized he was in the wrong. His figure quickly shifted, appearing like a wolf-horse hybrid instead. John rolled his eyes at Kirai. "Too late to hide yourself from those two, I guess," he grumbled. Lurie and Suri remained wide-eyed, shifting their gazes from John to Kirai, and then back. Each and everything that had happened recently was somehow more shocking than the last. "I'll protect them," Kirai said, "but save at least one of them for me. I've been itching to fight for a long time." John nodded his head. "Fine," he said, eyes narrowing as multiple figures suddenly appeared before him, landing violently on the ground, shaking it with their power. Luri and Suri stepped backwards in fear of their arrival, Kyrie moving to stand between the newcomers and the youths. The scar-faced man stared at John and the others with surprise, and then shifted his gaze to the now headless woman. His eyes widened, his face becoming red with rage. He quickly shifted his gaze all around, as if looking for someone else. "Who did this?" he demanded loudly. "Where have they run to?" He obviously didn't believe John was capable of killing the woman. "Who?" John said calmly, a small smile appearing on his face. "It was me." "You, impossible," the scar-faced man scowled, his eyes darting around, still looking for the one who had killed his companion. "Tell me now," the man said threateningly, implying John would suffer a miserable fate if he did not comply. John's smile widened, and then he glanced over his shoulder at Kyrie. "Remember, keep them safe. If you do that, I'll leave the last one for you." "Aye," Kyrie exclaimed happily. John nodded, returning his gaze to the 4 slavers before him, gaze heating up with battle lust. "Let's see what the cultivators of this world are capable of," he said, his aura exploding outwards with overwhelming might. The 4 slavers stepped backwards, eyes wide with disbelief, not willing to believe an early Tao transformation youth could unleash such power. The scar-faced man was the first to recover, a green sword appearing in his hand. "Kill him," he commanded, flashing towards John. John's smile widened into something quite sinister, his eyes turning golden in an instant. No weapon appeared in his hand, as he wanted to savor this battle. The world around them trembled as John and the man collided. His first battle on this mysterious world commenced. Luri and Suri both kneeled on the ground, legs splayed out behind them, eyes wide with disbelief, shock, and awe. Before them, an impossible battle raged on, ravaging the land and breaking the sky. They watched as 4 against 1, John fought against the slavers. His cultivation was at the early Tao transformation realm, while the slavers had 3 late Tao transformation cultivators and 1 half-step world expansion cultivation. And yet, it made no difference. One by one, the slavers were overwhelmed, brutalized, beaten, and then destroyed by the bare-handed youth who looked more like a dragon than a human at the moment. The brutal beatdown had occurred so swiftly that 2 of the slavers tried to flee, realizing the impossible futility of the battle. A massive cage of lightning had then sprung into existence around the 5, making any sort of retreat all but impossible. The cage of lightning obscured the sight of the battle to the 2 youths, but the brutal, world-shaking explosions leaking out of the lightning cage gave hints towards the ferocity of the battle within. A short while later, the lightning cage vanished. Luri and Suri felt their breaths catch in their throat, eyes inspecting the sky to see why the cage had vanished. They breathed signs of wondrous relief as they stared at the mysterious youth, hovering in the sky, the scar-faced man in his grasp. The other slavers were nowhere to be seen, their bodies reduced to ash. Eyes filled with wonder stared at John unblinking, the youth still unable to believe what they were seeing. "Please," the scar-faced man pleaded, eyes wide with fear. "Spare me, I'll become your slave. I'll do anything, just spare me." John stared at the man with a calm yet smoldering gaze, his eyes so piercing that the man thought he would die from the look alone. John's cold gaze eased up, and then he nodded, his actions giving the scar-faced man a glimmer of hope. "Fine," John said, releasing his grip from the man. The man didn't dare to try to flee. He had already realized such a thing was futile. "If you can beat my companion, I'll let you live," John said. "Companion," the man repeated, shifting his gaze towards Kyrie below. Hope returned to him as he noticed Kyrie's cultivation, middle Tao transformation. Surely the youth's beast companion couldn't be as heaven-defying as the youth himself. "I accept," the man hastily exclaimed, a whoop of excitement coming from below as Kyrie surged up into the sky, his figure like a bolt of heavenly lightning. John smiled and stepped to the side, moving to stand before the 2 youths, who watched with still-widened eyes as the Kirin battled the scar-faced man, destroying him in less than a minute. Kirai landed next to John a moment later, a smile of satisfaction on his face. "That was fun," Kirai exclaimed, and then moved towards Suri, placing his head before her stunned face. "Come on, I did well, didn't I?" Kirai said. "Pet me for doing such a good job." Suri stared at the Kirin, face scrunched with confusion, looking at John. John shrugged and then smiled at her. "He has a perverted obsession with being petted by beautiful girls." John shrugged again. "Hey, it's not perverted," Kirai said with displeasure. "It's just that only beautiful people are worthy of touching me. It's as simple as that." Suri shifted her gaze from John to Kirai, and then smiled, her smile radiant beyond compare. Both her and Luri started laughing with joy, becoming miserable slaves, no longer their fate. Suri reached out and pet Kirai, tears of joy streaking down her face. John smiled at the sight, the first part of his plan a success. With this, his entry into the Light Dao sect was no doubt guaranteed. Then, he could start looking for information about Lillian. Chapter 920, Seeking Battles Within the Forest. Luri quickly made his way to the fallen slaver, the scar-faced man, who laid face down on the ground some distance away. His body was mutilated almost beyond recognition, wounds covering his body, most of them charred by Kirai's lightning. Luri blanched as he noticed the man was missing his head. He had not noticed Kirai severing the man's head and wondered when that had happened. Luri shook his head and reached down towards the man's right hand, removing his spatial ring. He quickly inspected it and took out the ring belonging to him and his sister. A moment later, he returned to the group and tossed the man's ring to John. "Here, you should take the spoils of this battle. I'll just take our spatial rings and their contents back," Luri said. John nodded his head and accepted the ring, then inspected its contents. The scar-faced man was decently wealthy, with medium and high-grade spirit crystals aplenty, scrolls and jade pieces of battle arts and cultivation techniques, and more weapons than could be counted. While it was a decent sum of wealth, it was relatively minor compared to his own wealth. He still had most of his spirit crystals from selling the tea leaves to the mystic trade hall, and had no real need for the weapons or battle arts contained within. Regardless, it still added to his wealth, and so he had no reason to refuse. To his side, Luri took out a formation disc from his spatial ring and infused it with his chi. John eyed the formation, which was both similar and unfamiliar to the formation discs on the divine Martial Continent. The size and shape were similar, but the runes were different from what he had seen before. "I'm not an expert in formation runes, so I'm not entirely sure it's that different," John thought. "What was that?" John asked Luri, who put the disc away a moment later. "A message to our father detailing our location," Luri said, Suri breathing a sigh of relief to the side. "He should be here within a few days. Our Light Dao sect isn't too far, relatively speaking, so he shouldn't take long." John nodded his head and then glanced at the nearby forest. He returned his attention to the youths a moment later and went about setting up a camp for the three of them. They would camp here while they waited for Luri and Suri's father. Once the makeshift camp was made, John's gaze returned to the nearby Immortal Forest. He had inquired about it during their travels and had learned that it was a forest teeming with powerful wild beasts, ranging from the Dao transformation realm to the world expansion realm. The serpent within was the most powerful, its power at the half-step holy manifestation level, yet it mostly remained dormant during the day and only prowled the forest during the night. "My beast blood essence is running rather thin, as I didn't get a chance to replenish it after leaving the Divine Source Monastery. Now would be a great time to both replenish my beast blood reserves, as well as get a firm grasp of my Dao transformation cultivation." Plan in mind, John turned to the two youths. He gestured to Kirai, who rested on the ground nearby, eyes closed as he received head pats from Suri. "I'm going to explore the forest for the next few days," John said. "Kirai will act as your protector in the meantime." "What? You're going into the Immortal Forest?" Luri exclaimed. "You can't. It's dangerous even for you," Suri added, concerned for his safety. John smiled at their concern for him. The two youths really were too kind for their own good, especially in a bloodthirsty cultivation world. No wonder they had been captured. Most likely trusted the wrong people and found themselves in a bad situation, he thought, then appeased their fears. I'll be fine, he reassured them. I'll only stay for a few days. A week at most if something catches my interest. Just wait for me if your father arrives before I come back, all right? The two youths nodded their heads, acknowledging him, but the concerned look on their faces said they didn't think it was a good plan. John said some words to Kirai, who was more than happy to stay and guard the two youths, no doubt loving the head pats he was receiving. A short moment later, John vanished into the nearby forest, one teeming with towering trees and powerful beasts. It was exactly the type of place he could go wild and let off some steam. Boom. The ground shattered beneath John's feet, his arms raised above his head, hands grasped around a sharp spike that had pierced towards his head. A green ooze coated the spike, a nauseating smell coming from it. The spiked object struggled to push forward towards him, a sharp hiss following shortly after. The spike withdrew away from John, who lowered his hands as he stared at the bizarre beast before him. The beast looked like a scorpion, with many carapace-like legs, a carapace body, and a long spiked tail with a sharp barb on the end. However, the bizarre part was the creature's face, which was more snake-like than scorpion-like. A hissing tongue snaked out and danced in the air as the creature stared at John, slightly more wary after he blocked its blow. Its power was at the late Tao transformation realm, although the barbed spike coated with powerful venom made it a bit more dangerous than a normal beast. John smiled, his aura exploding outwards with powerful vigor. This thrill of battle invigorated him, made him feel alive. To him, the thrill of battle was the most wonderful sensation in the world, one that he could not get enough of. It was as if every cell in his body was screaming for more battle, more destruction, more slaughter. I'm no doubt being influenced by the Asura and dragon blood coursing within my body, John acknowledged. He had always loved the thrill of battle, but it seemed as though battle lust had grown steadily with his cultivation, becoming stronger by the day. The creature's tail pierced towards him again, the speed of the tail so fast that it appeared like a blur, even to John. Thanks to his incredible instincts, he could still react to it and dashed to the side just in time. The tail slammed against the ground, shattering the earth for thousands of yards. The massive trees nearby trembled violently, large leaves as big as houses shaking free and falling down below. A leaf fell between the creature and John for a singular moment. One of the creature's massive claws slashed through the leaf towards where John had been. Its claw slammed against the ground, destroying it completely. It withdrew its claw, noticing that John's body was not there. It hissed loudly as a crunching sound filled the air, John's fist, coated with lightning slamming into the creature's back. Space shimmered behind him as it reformed, his sudden appearance above the creature thanks to his increasingly proficient grasp of the Tao of space. The creature's carapace cracked from the blow, then shattered completely. Blood and guts flowed out to the sides as the creature slumped to the ground, dead from the lightning rampaging within its body. John stood atop the creature's corpse, a satisfied look on his face. His essence chi sucked out what blood was within the corpse, storing it in his palace realm. A satisfied look appeared on his face as he inspected his surroundings. The land was fractured and destroyed, with massive trees toppled, charred, and ruined. 11 creatures similar to the one he had just slain were splayed out amidst the destroyed land, their bodies broken open, blood sucked dry. John took in the sight of the victorious battlefield for a moment, at which point a loud roar boomed out in the distance. A smile appeared on his face as he quickly collected the corpses of the creatures he had killed, then sped towards the sound, no doubt a new battle to enjoy. Chapter 921, battling within the immortal forest. The two siblings sat within a makeshift cabin, one overlooking the nearby ocean. Kirai laid on the ground within, enjoying the warmth of the nearby fire they had started. 5 days had already passed since John entered the forest, each passing day increasing the worry of the two youths. Only Kiriai's reassurances that John was still alive, him being able to tell due to their soul connection, kept the siblings at relative ease. Roaming beasts had wandered near the cabin several times, but Kiriai made sure each and every one of them scrammed away quickly. The powerful beasts lived within the nearby immortal forest, while the weaker beasts stayed outside, near the coast where they were. As such, Kiriai was more than capable of driving away the curious or hungry beasts that approached them. Suddenly, a powerful presence arrived above them, appearing high above the cabin. The arrival was so sudden that even Kiriai didn't notice the arrival of the newcomer, but he roared with displeasure and shot out of the cabin a moment later, his aura exploding outwards. Lightning flickered over his body, ready to battle whoever had arrived. Kiriai spotted a flying ship hovering high overhead, directly above the cabin. A side door on the ship opened a moment later, a man stepping out immediately after. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with long blonde hair and a clean-shaven face. His eyes seemed to glow brightly, like the sun was contained within. He wore a white robe with golden trimmings, giving him a regal aura. Kiriai roared at the man in warning, but didn't approach him just yet. The man's late world expansion cultivation was clear, a level of power that Kiriai couldn't hope to fight against. Still, he held his ground, as John had instructed him to protect the two youths. "Kiriai, it's fine," Luri said, speeding out of the cabin a moment later. "Father!" Suri yelled with joy, speeding up towards the white-robed man, tears of joy streaking down her face. The man's fierce gaze softened instantly as he spotted the two youths, who both sped up towards him, arms wrapping around his waist in a tight embrace. The man chuckled lightly with happiness, embracing each of the youths with one of his arms. The three parted a moment later, the man inspecting the two youths. "Why are you two here?" the man asked them, stern confusion in his voice. "One minute you were on your mission, the next I had lost all contact with you two. What happened?" Suri started, but paused a moment later. "We were captured by slavers," Luri explained, his expression grim as he remembered just how close they had been to losing their freedom permanently. "We trusted the wrong people on our mission and were led into a trap. They had 5 in the late Tao transformation realm and 1 in the half-step world expansion realm, so there wasn't anything we could do. They captured us and took our communication devices before we could react." "Slavers!" the man exclaimed, a furious look on his face. "To think slavers have grown so bold as to target those from a Tao sect. Unacceptable." The man's gaze shifted over the nearby land, scanning every nook and cranny. "Where are they?" he demanded loudly. "Where have they fled to?" "It's all right, Father," Luri said. "They have been slaughtered already, all of them." "Slaughtered by who?" their father asked. "A boy we met, one who was captured as well," Suri said. "A boy?" their father asked. "Where's he now? What Tao sect does he belong to?" He's in the immortal forest," Luri said, pointing in the direction John had gone to. Their father glanced in that direction, a frown on his face. "Did he flee for some reason, leaving you two here to fend on your own?" their father asked, his gaze shifting to the nearby Kiriai. He could tell the beast was quite amazing, but didn't know anything about it or where it had come from. "No," Suri shook her head vigorously. "He saved us, then left his companion here to protect us. He left 5 days ago and should be back any time now." "Is that so?" their father mused, his gaze returning to the forest. "I'm glad that someone was able to help you, but we should not delay any longer," their father said. "We will leave at once. If the boy wants to receive a reward for his help, he can find our sect on his own time. Come, let's go." "But," Suri said. "I'll hear no arguments," he said. "Let's go." A satisfied look lingered on John's face, his back against a large tree, one bearing marks of a recent and brutal battle. Blood covered his body, belonging both to him and his foes, his dantian mostly spent. His body was racked with the pain of battle, but that only made him feel more alive. John rested for some time, his body quickly recovering thanks to his newly unlocked limiter of life. After recovering, he cleaned himself off in a nearby stream, then put on a new robe, one black and red, the colors of the heavenly lightning sex war hall. "I've managed to gather quite a good amount of beast blood essence," John said to himself, inspecting his blood reserves with much satisfaction. He had battled arduously over the last 5 days, slaughtering more beasts than he could count. Their blood was harvested and bodies collected, either to be sold or consumed at a later time. He didn't like to waste the corpses of the beasts he killed, both out of respect for his fallen foes as well as respect for his wealth. Each of these beasts would no doubt sell for a decent amount, and he would not turn down free spirit crystals. After cleaning himself, John studied the ruins of his recent battlefield. "I suppose I should be heading back," he mumbled to himself. "I lost track of time, it seems, consumed by the pleasure of the battles. It's almost been a week, so I need to return before those 2 siblings go mad with worry." Thanks to his soul connection with Kyrie, John knew the direction he needed to travel. He sped through the forest for the next day, resting for one night as the sun fell. He laid about on a tree branch miles above, the branch wide enough to comfortably fit a dozen humans. The forest rumbled in the distance, the serpent of the forest no doubt the cause. When the sun rose the next day, he continued his journey, speeding through the forest towards the coast. A half-day later, he arrived at the forest's edge, the sight of the distant ocean appearing in his view. He sped towards the makeshift camp he had made a week ago and arrived there a short while later. He raised an eyebrow as he arrived. "See," Lurie said excitedly, pointing to John. "I told you he would get back here safely." John stared at the man Lurie was talking to, a middle-aged man who stared back at him, his gaze bright and intense. The man shared the same hair color as the youths and had similar facial features, no doubt the father of the 2 youths. World expansion, huh? Their father is quite powerful. Chapter 922, tense standoff. John noticed the man frown as he approached, a questioning look appearing on his face. He looked towards Kyrie, who lounged nearby, unsurprisingly near Suri, no doubt receiving head pats moments before John arrived. John shook his head at his companion's bizarre fixation on head pats, shifting his gaze back to the father of the 2 youths. The father still had a frown on his face, his gaze thoroughly inspecting John. It was a gaze similar to the one Thunderson had given him when they had first met, an ancient, studious gaze. "This is the boy you spoke of?" the father asked Lurie, who nodded his head eagerly. The man turned his gaze back to John, his frown deepening. "What's the meaning of this ruse you are trying to pull on my children?" the man asked, his deep voice filled with questioning doubt. John raised an eyebrow, finally arriving before the group, standing a dozen feet away from the others. He looked at Lurie, who had a confused expression on his face, obviously not understanding his father's words either. "Ruse?" John asked with a frown, his gaze returning to meet the man's eyes. "Lurie said you broke free of chains made of pure onyxium, and then fought against several late Tao transformation cultivators, and even a half-step world expansion cultivator, and slew them," the man said. "Lurie didn't tell me your cultivation, but I assumed it would have been at the late Tao transformation realm at the very least. You are only at the early Tao transformation realm, and so those feats described by my son are utterly impossible. The only explanation is you and those slavers are pulling some kind of ruse. So out with it, what kind of ruse are you playing here? Keeping your life will depend on the answer you give me." "Father!" both Lurie and Suri exclaimed, hastily rushing to his side. Suri pulled on his right sleeve, a pleading look in her eye. "He's not pulling a ruse," Suri said. "He really did save us." Lurie nodded his head. "Right, and he really did fight against those slavers, and his strength was not fake. How could I be mistaken about such a simple thing?" Their father gave them a quick glance, studying their faces. His eyes darted back towards John as he heard John laughing softly, a frown returning to his face. "If I was playing a ruse with the others, as you said," John said calmly, reining in his laughter, "how would I have gotten them to agree to die for the ruse? They could have been your slaves, commanded to do your bidding, even if it meant their death," the man replied without hesitation. "True," John said, nodding in agreement. But doing all this, just to get the trust of your two children, seems like quite a bit of work for something so trivial, wouldn't you agree? The man raised an eyebrow, but didn't refute John's question. The effort to do all this would not be nearly worth getting the trust of his children, as that really didn't amount to much at all. I get why you're skeptical, John said, still calm and unconcerned about the situation. He couldn't blame the man. Based on what his children had told him, John's combat prowess would have to be impossible, most likely even for the standards of this world. Without seeing it for himself, the only logical explanation was that some sort of trickery was taking place. John studied the man, who continued to look at him with doubt. He sighed and pointed a finger towards the man's head. His actions caused Lurie and Suri to jump with fright, while the man narrowed his eyes, a stern look appearing on his face. Telling you won't make you believe me, John said, shrugging his shoulders, so I'll just show you instead. He had thoughts of just leaving, as this man was quite stubborn, but decided against it. The man had indicated that John's life was predicated on providing a satisfying answer, and so he decided to give one. His finger lit up brightly with lightning, its power awe-inspiring. The man's gaze narrowed further, his arms pushing his children behind him. His own aura began to climb, ready to destroy John in an instant if need be. In one swift motion, John swept his hand out to the side and unleashed a beam of lightning. The beam traveled several miles before arcing downwards, crashing into the ground. The ground instantly became engulfed in a massive explosion, one several miles wide. The explosion blasted over their position, enveloping them in the explosion. The man shielded Lurie and Suri from its power, which faded away a short while later. A massive crater had been formed where the lightning had landed. The ground turned molten from the power of the explosion. The two youths stared at the result of the explosion, eyes wide, filled with awe. The man stared at the crater, his frowns slightly lessened. He turned his gaze back to John. Impressive, the man said, studying John once more. While that proves you are no doubt a genius, that power was still not nearly enough to kill a half-step world expansion cultivator. John sighed, shaking his head. This man truly is both stubborn and untrusting. Although I suppose I can't blame him. His children were just kidnapped by slavers after all. Then how about you and I fight? John said firmly, his words shocking the youths and surprising the father. I'll agree to a life and death battle right now, so long as you agree to restricting your cultivation to the early world expansion realm, John continued, his words finally causing the man's frown to fade away, replaced by shock instead. What? Suri exclaimed, looking at the two back and forth. The man reined in his shock and studied John carefully, his eyes shining brightly as if they contained suns within. He studied John for a short while, his narrowed gaze widening after a short while. You're serious, aren't you? He asked John, his voice tinged with surprise. You really would be willing to make that bet and are also confident in your victory. John remained silent, his calm expression all the answer he would give the man. The man studied him for a short while longer, then sighed. That calm gaze is filled with so much confidence, the man said, which means either you're a complete fool or you really do have that level of strength. Either way, I'm convinced you did not trick my children. You have my thanks for saving them. Lurie and Suri breathed sighs of relief that the tense situation had finally been resolved peacefully. What reward do you wish to receive? The man asked John. Saving my children from such a miserable fate is worthy of both praise and a handsome reward. Ask, and I shall fulfill your request if it is within my power to do so. John's opinion of the man grew. While he was stubborn and doubtful, he was also sincere and fair. He had been tense due to the situation of his children being captured by slavers, but after confirming John had not been part of it, he treated him quite well. John thought over his request for a moment, and then decided to stick to his original plan. While joining the Light Tao sect may or may not be the most optimal request, it was still the fastest and most assured way for him to join a sect that might contain information regarding his master. Mind made up, he spoke his request. Let me join the Light Tao sect. The man raised an eyebrow at the request, then looked to the side. Suri was pulling on his sleeve, trying to get his attention. "Let him join, father," Suri said with pleading eyes. Their father shifted his gaze to Luri, who spoke next. "Not only did he save us, but I think he's your best shot at obtaining a holy transcendence pill," Luri said. The man's eyes widened, both from surprise and doubt. He studied his son's sincere face for a moment, then shifted his gaze to John, studying the youth once more, as if seeing him in a new light. He then nodded his head. "Welcome to my light Tao sect," the man said, his gaze no longer skeptical, but filled with welcoming instead. "Your light Tao sect?" John asked, the man's words revealing his surprising status. The sect leader of the Light Tao sect. Chapter 923 figured out. "Oh, I guess we forgot to tell you," Luri said apologetically, noticing John's sideways glance at him. "Our father is the sect leader of our Light Tao sect." John stared at Luri for a moment longer, then sighed, shaking his head. The youth seemed to have a penchant to forget giving important information to others, like letting his father know ahead of time of John's cultivation level, and now this. "Young man," their father said, drawing John's gaze to him, "I can tell you are quite talented, and if the words of my children are correct, you are a monstrous talent." He paused, John noticing his gaze was still a bit skeptical. "He most likely thinks I used some sort of outside help, like a powerful artifact, formation, or something of the sort, instead of using my own power," John thought, studying the man's face. Such a thing couldn't be helped, as it was only natural for the man to think this way. It wasn't easy to accept a combat prowess that defied all known norms, especially from an unknown youth he had never met before. "However, regardless of your talent," the man continued, "you will still need to prove your worth in my sect, starting from the bottom. I cannot give anyone special treatment. I'm sure you can understand." "That's fine," John shrugged, indicating his non-concern for the matter. Surging through the sect and gaining status would not be an issue. "Good," the man nodded, his expression approving of John's acceptance of not getting special treatment. Most youths would most definitely try to gain special favor for saving the children of a sect leader. Screech. A distant screeching hiss suddenly came from the immortal forest, its power shaking the land beneath them. The man frowned, looking towards the forest, then cast his gaze towards John. "When you were in the forest, did you fight the Serpians?" the man asked John. "Serpians," John repeated, having no idea what that was. The man stared at John, surprised he didn't know what a Serpian was. "A creature like a scorpion, but with the face of a serpent," the man elaborated. "Oh, those," John said. "Yeah, I killed about a dozen of them." The man groaned, and quickly turned to grab his children. "We're leaving now," he said loudly, scooping them up and taking them to the flying ship above. John quickly followed behind, startled by the man's hastiness. Is the source of that sound really strong enough to get a late world expansion cultivator worked up like this? John wondered silently, entering the ship, Kyrie quickly entering his soul space. He gazed around and marveled at its interior, which was of equal quality to the ship Taoist eternal weapon had given him, which was now in the hands of Lillian. The man rushed to the control center of the ship, pressing some formations in quick sequence. The ship shot forward, speeding sideways along the coast instead of back towards the forest. Its speed was startling, and John watched as the ground buzzed by in a blur beneath them. Boom! A powerful boom blasted against the ship, shaking it violently. John turned around hastily to see a massive creature emerge from the forest, destroying the place they had been just a moment ago. His eyes widened with surprise as he stared at the creature, a creature shaped like a scorpion, its face serpent-like. The creature was over a mile tall, and its power was at the late world expansion realm. The next moment, the ship was far enough away that the creature could no longer be seen, but John still felt a trickle of sweat drip down his forehead. A moment later, and they would have been caught up in that attack, one strong enough to pulverize him into dust. John felt another chill crawl up his spine as he realized he had been in the forest with such a powerful creature skulking about. If I had run into that thing in the forest. He shook his head, washing away the thought of the outcome of that battle. Even with his full power, he had no hope of fighting such a powerful beast. He turned as he noticed the youth's father approach him. "We're far enough away, and thankfully Serpians are not too fast," the man said, his frowning gaze studying John once more. "Are you mad? Killing Serpians in the immortal forest? Everyone knows the Serpian broodmother is not to be trifled with, and will seek vengeance for any who target her offspring." "I had no idea," John said, a wry smile on his face. "John lost his memory recently," Lurie said, rushing up to the two, coming to John's defense. "Lost his memory, huh?" their father repeated, still studying John with an intense gaze. "That's right," Lurie nodded. "He fell from the sky, hurt himself badly, and lost his memory in the fall. That's why he doesn't remember any of this common-sense stuff." The man continued to stare at John silently, his scrutinous gaze quite piercing. John kept his gaze level with the man's, not backing down for an instant. The man's arm suddenly shot out, so fast that John could not react. He grabbed John's wrist with his hand, his chi and divine sense flooding into John's arm. John recoiled in surprise, his power surging to break free of the man's grasp. Before he could tug his arm free, the man let go, his divine sense going no further than through John's arm. "What was that for?" John asked, frowning warily at the man. The frown the man seemed to perpetually wear on his face returned, his eyes narrowing as he stared at John. "I knew there was something strange about you," the man said, "but I never imagined this to be the reason." "The reason? What are you talking about, father?" Lurie asked, confused. Suri stood nearby, a look of concern on her face as she stared at the two of them. The man continued to study John, eyes narrowed. John felt quite exposed before the man's gaze, as if he could see through all his secrets. It was the same gaze Thunderzin had given him many times, the gaze of a powerful cultivator with thousands of years of wisdom and experience. "You didn't know about the Serpians, didn't know about all the things my children told you about this world," the man said. "Not because you lost your memory, but because you never had memory of these things in the first place." John's face scrunched up with confusion, but inside he felt completely startled. Did this man somehow figure out the truth? He wondered, but didn't need to wonder for long. "And the reason for that," the man continued, gaze hardening, "is because you are not of this world. Are you, child?" Chapter 924 fragments of the ancient Warre wave of shock surged through John, who took a step backwards, raising his guard. He didn't know how this man figured that out so quickly, and he didn't know how the man would react to learning such a truth. If he were to be attacked, he would fight back with everything he had, regardless of the odds against him. What are you talking about?" Lurie asked his father, his face brimming with confusion. Suri nearby had the same expression, her eyes darting between her father and John. "You are not going to deny this claim?" the man asked John, noticing his guarded demeanor. "You seem pretty sure you're correct, so what's the point of denying it?" John replied coldly, ready to take action at a moment's notice. "What, it's true," Lurie exclaimed, his surprise deepening. "Who are you?" their father asked coldly, eyes narrowed. "What world did you come from? Why did you come here? Are you a spy for the devil race, hired to infiltrate one of the human Dao sects? Speak. What is your purpose for coming here? If you do not give me a satisfying answer, I'll kill you on the spot, regardless of you saving my children." John remained silent, thinking about how best to navigate this situation. He had wanted to keep the fact that he was from another world secret, but that secret had been figured out almost immediately. After thinking over the many ways he could answer the man, he decided that the truth was the most likely way for him to get out of this. If he lied, and the man detected that, he would most likely have a fight to the death against a late world expansion cultivator in his near future. "You're right," John said, his voice firm yet calm. "I am from another world." John's confirmation shocked the youths, while their father's eyes hardened even further, his jaw tightening. "But it's not what you think," he continued. I came here from another world after entering a transportation formation that took me from my homeworld to here. I had no idea of your world's existence before coming here, and have no motives for coming here either. The man studied John closely, looking for the slightest signs of lying, but could obviously find none. Still, that was far from enough to satisfy him. You just happened to enter a random formation that took you here, the man asked, his voice filled with doubt. And I'm supposed to believe that? John shrugged, as it was the truth. Not good enough, the man said firmly, stepping forward towards John. I need more information, more answers. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to kill you out of caution. John studied the man and noticed his sincerity in his words. He would most definitely carry out his threat if he thought it necessary to protect his sect. John shook his head at himself, chastising himself for getting into such a situation. However, he had no way to know this man could figure out his secret. If I mention the word Asura, what does that mean to you? John asked the man. He was going to tell the man for his reason to flee his homeworld, but wanted to know the man's stance on the Asuras. The man's gaze hardened, a deep frown appearing on his face as he heard the word. To the side, Luri and Suri gave each other a quick glance, seeing if the other knew what an Asura was, but neither knew the answer. How do you know that word? The man asked coldly. His aura leaked out and pressed down on John, no doubt trying to force him to answer out of fear. Father, what's an Asura? Luri asked curiously. His father ignored his question, his eyes glued to John's face, studying every detail of his expressions. I asked you a question first, John said firmly, not backing down for a single moment. What is your stance on the Asuras? The man's eyes flickered for a moment, clearly surprised John held his ground so firmly in the face of the man's aura. The man remained silent for quite some time, studying John. What stance is there to have? The man said firmly. The Asuras are mortal enemies of humanity. The man's words caused John to sigh with relief. At least we share the same stance, he thought. If this world somehow sided with the Asuras, that would have been a nightmare. However, he realized he needed to keep his Asura transformation a secret for now. Who knew how the man would react if he ever revealed it? Until he knew it was safe to do so, he wouldn't use it unless absolutely forced to. Well, at least we agree on that, John said, considering his next question. And does this world have any Asuras? What? Of course not, the man said firmly. There hasn't been a sighting of an Asura since the ancient war ended. The ancient war, John thought, feeling both surprised and yet not surprised at the same time. That sounded a lot like the ancient war from his homeworld, a war that was caused by the Asuras. He had put bits and pieces together from what he had learned of the war that it was most likely a war that dealt with more than just their world, but this was the first confirmation of that. It seems like the scope of that war was quite large, he thought, realizing just how little he knew about the war and what had happened in the past. The man's words gave him some hope that perhaps this world knew a bit more of the ancient war, information that he hoped to obtain. He put the thought aside, focusing on the situation at hand. Since I know your stance, I'll explain further. On my homeworld, an Asura still exists. What? Impossible, the man exclaimed, filled with disbelief and also doubt. Why is that impossible? John asked curiously. Because, when the war unexpectedly ended, the Asuras that didn't flee were eradicated without exception, the man said firmly, as if this was not for dispute. John raised an eyebrow at the man's words. Flee, Asuras fleeing? That seems impossible, he thought. From what he had learned of the Asuras, they were creatures of pure slaughter and carnage, wanting nothing more than to fight, kill, and feast. They did not seem like the type of foe who would flee for any reason whatsoever. He thought of the Asura on the divine Martial Continent, the one that had chased them to the ends of the world. He shook his head at the thought of that hellish creature ever fleeing. No, that would never happen, John thought, realizing the mysteries of the ancient war were far more complex than he could have ever imagined. Chapter 925, revealing some truths there, was definitely more to what happened during the ancient war than this man knew. He yearned to learn the truth, but knew he would not find it here. He put the thought aside, once again focusing on getting out of this situation. Well, one of them apparently escaped that cleansing, John said firmly, and that Asura targeted me specifically. I was forced to flee, and only thanks to the help of my master, my sect leader, and several others close to me, I was able to escape the Asura by the skin of my teeth and enter that formation, at which point I came to this world. John fell silent, breathing in then out deeply. He had revealed the truth, and now it was up to the man to believe him or not. The man continued to stare at John, his frown lingering on his face, no doubt weighing the truth of John's words. Even if you are telling the truth, why would an Asura be interested in you? The man eventually asked, voice tinged with doubt. John thought about his answer for a moment, and then decided to tell a half-truth. He couldn't reveal his nature of being an Asura hybrid himself, but could reveal something else that would be believable. The Asura was injured, I think from the ancient war, John said, and it was looking for sources to heal. I happen to have a very special mix of bloodlines within me, bloodlines that were enticing to the Asura. He wanted to consume me, no doubt to help restore his injuries. Luri and Suri's eyes went wide with surprise, hardly following along with the conversation, but both realized it dealt with something far larger than they ever expected to be involved with. Bloodlines? The man asked skeptically. The Asuras are a supreme existence. What would an Asura want from a Tao transformation human? He wanted this, John said, his power climbing as his body suddenly changed forms. He made sure to contain his power within him as best as possible, as to not overwhelm the nearby youths and also damage the ship's interior. Everyone's eyes went wide as they looked at John, who now looked completely different. Parts of body were covered with green draconic scales, his muscles had bulged with power, and his eyes were glowing a golden orange. He had unleashed his dragon god shift, revealing a portion of his secrets to the man, secrets he hoped would be a believable reason for the Asura targeting him. The man stared at John with wide eyes, clearly not expecting such a shocking transformation. I inherited an ancient dragon legacy on my homeworld, John said, part of it being a bloodline inheritance. The Asura learned of this and wanted to consume me, hoping that the bloodline of the ancient dragons would heal him. He withdrew his transformation a moment later, returning to normal. Wide eyes stared at him for quite some time, everyone still shocked by the transformation he had unleashed. It seemed that even for this world, the dragon god shift was a heavenly transformation art. John noticed the man still studying him, now with less doubt and more curiosity. He decided to take advantage of the man's surprise to get in another word of convincing. The Asura also knew of my talent and knew I would be a threat to it if I was allowed to grow to my full power. And so it targeted me before that happened, killing two birds with one stone, so to speak, John said before falling silent. He had said all he could. The rest was on the man before him and his willingness to believe John's words. Silence descended inside the ship, a silence that lasted for quite some time. Only the shuffling of Suri's feet could be heard, the girls shifting in nervousness at the tense situation. After what felt like an hour, the man sighed, unleashing his aura that was pressing down on John this entire time. He turned around, putting his back to John, then turned around a short while later, no doubt thinking over the situation. I believe you, the man said calmly, his edge gone. Luri and Suri sighed with deep relief, seeming even more relieved than John that the tense situation was over. They owed John a deep debt of gratitude and did not want to see him come to harm, regardless of the reason. John raised an eyebrow, not expecting his words to be accepted so easily. You do, John asked. Only a fool would concoct a story like that if it were not true, the man said, and I can tell you are not a fool. Nor is your talent fake, that much is without question. He paused for a moment, studying John in a new light. What is your plan, then, for coming to this world? The man asked. I'm not sure, John said, scratching his head. I was forcefully taken into the formation by my master, who herself didn't know where it led to, only that it led away from the Asura. The formation broke down on the way here, resulting in us appearing above this world. John glanced to the side, towards the two youths. "That is why I crashed down onto the world from the sky high above," he added, his words causing a light of realization to spark in their eyes. "I was separated from my master, so my first goal is to be reunited with her," John said, shifting his attention back to their father. "Based on what Luri told me, only those part of one of the Dao sects have access to the best information on the continent. That is my reason for joining your sect. I wish to learn of my master's whereabouts and then regroup with her. After that, I'm not sure," John trailed off. "Even if I get strong enough to fight the Asura, how the hell do I get back to my homeworld?" he thought. "I see," the man said, interrupting John's thought. He nodded his head as if the entire picture now made sense to him. "If that's the case, then I understand your actions. You are correct that your best shot for finding your master is by joining my sect. I will do what I can to help you find your master." John felt a glimmer of hope arise, the first positive development since coming to this world. "However," the man added, "you must do something for me in return." "And what would that be?" John asked, not agreeing to the man's request right away. "From what I saw just now, as well as the stories from my children, your combat prowess is without question, and I'm sure you have yet to reveal your full strength, am I right?" he asked. John remained silent, shrugging in response. The man smiled, seeing through the shrug. There was definitely more to John's strength. "I have given up all hope of obtaining a holy transcendence pill," the man continued. "But your arrival has given me an opportunity I could have never dreamed of." "Holy transcendence pill?" John asked. He had heard Luri mention it before, but still didn't know what it did or how one obtained it. How was he supposed to obtain something the man before him couldn't? "Father, you mean?" Luri asked, his voice rising with excitement. Luri's father nodded at his son, shifting his eyes back to John. "You will become a Tier 1 genius and obtain me a holy transcendence pill. As long as you agree to accomplish this, I will use my resources to find your master." Chapter 926, Sect Leader Fury. John cocked his head to the side, not accepting the offer given to him right away. He had no idea what a Tier 1 genius meant, and no idea what the requirements to obtain a holy transcendence pill were. He was sure the man's offer was not a terrible one, but wanted to know exactly what he was getting into before accepting. "You don't have to accept my offer right away," the man said to John, noticing his hesitation. "Speak to my son about what this offer will entail, and then provide your answer when you are ready. Oh, and so that you can address me properly, my name is Fury, so you can call me Sect Leader Fury, or just Fury, it does not matter to me." With that, he turned around, moving towards one of the rooms contained within the luxurious ship. John gave Luri a sideways glance. "Fury," his gaze seemed to say loudly. "Fury, Luri, Suri. It seems their father's creativity was even worse than they had initially stated." Luri shrugged at John's gaze, his face slightly reddened from obvious embarrassment. "Wait," John called out, looking back at Fury. "Yes," Fury stopped, turning around to meet John's eyes. "How did you know I was not from this world?" John asked curiously. Fury had discovered the truth almost immediately, and John needed to know if there was a way around being discovered by others, as it surely would bring nothing but headaches in the future. "The composition of your chi," Fury replied evenly. "The chi you used to cultivate with on your homeworld is slightly different from the chi of this world. That difference is unmistakable if you know what you are looking for." John frowned, but quickly understood how he had been detected so quickly. It was like he was naturally giving off a beacon of energy, one screaming that he was from a foreign place. "You don't have to concern yourself with this issue," Fury said, turning around and walking to his room. "This world's chi will fully replace all the chi in your body before long. Once that happens, no one will be able to tell you are from another world." The door closed behind Fury, leaving the three youths in the common area of the ship. John turned his gaze to the youths, no longer concerned about what he had just brought up with Fury, as it would resolve itself before long. He noticed Luri and Suri standing next to each other, looks of eagerness on their faces. They rushed up to John after their father closed the door, nearly crashing into him from their excitement. "A Tier 1 genius," Lurie exclaimed. "Father also believes you can become one. How amazing." "Our sect has never had a Tier 2 genius, let alone a Tier 1 genius," Suri added, her voice soft yet also bubbly with awe and excitement. "For Father to request such a thing from you, he must believe there is a chance." "Of course, there's a chance," Lurie said confidently. "You saw him fight just as I did. He slew 5 cultivators 2 or 3 minor realms above his own cultivation. Surely that puts him at the level of a Tier 1 genius, if not higher." "Higher," Suri exclaimed with disbelief, as if the thought never occurred to her. "But there's no tier higher than Tier 1. "Yes, I know," Lurie said, slightly exasperated with his sister's naivety. "I mean he might be more talented than the Tier 1 geniuses." "Oh," Suri nodded her head, understanding her brother's meaning. She cast a sideways glance at John once more, her eyes filled with wondrous awe. John scratched the side of his head, standing there silently as the two bubbled over him and his talent. "What exactly is a Tier 1 genius?" John asked. Lurie gave him a glance as if John was an idiot, then quickly reddened with embarrassment. Clearly he had forgotten that John was not of this world, and John couldn't blame him really. It was most definitely something that did not happen often, even for a stronger world like this. Otherwise, the idea would have been considered by the youths previously if it were a common occurrence. Right. We have a lot of explaining to do," Lurie said, pulling on John's arm towards an area that contained several comfortable-looking sofas. The three each sat on a separate sofa, while Kyrie materialized once more, lying on the ground next to Suri. Suri giggled with happiness at Kyrie's arrival and started to pet his head with a smile on his face. John eyed the two for a moment, noticing just how close they had gotten in such a short span. He smiled for a moment, as he could tell Kyrie was very happy with this situation as well. With how cramped Kyrie had been feeling as of late, this was no doubt a good thing for his mood and happiness. "I already explained some of this world's power structure to you," Lurie said, getting John's attention. "But now that I know you're not of this world, I guess I left a lot out that I assumed was common sense. So I'll start from the beginning and explain in detail." John nodded his head thankfully and leaned back on the sofa, ready to listen to a long-winded explanation of the details of this world. His gaze flickered for a moment as he felt the material of the sofa, which seemed to embrace him like a loving mother. Good quality stuff, he thought, welcoming the comfortable embrace of the high-quality chair. Without a moment's hesitation, Lurie started his long detailing of the world, known as the Nine Dao world due to the 9 hegemon powers that dominated the world, 3 belonging to each of the dominant races of the world: the human race, the devil race, and the beast race. The 9 hegemons are known as the 9 Dao powers, or Tier 1 powers, Lurie continued his explanation, while John listened intently. For our human race, the 3 hegemons are the Sword Dao sect, the Mage Dao sect, and the Yang Dao sect. The Sword Dao sect is the strongest of the 3 hegemon sects, while the Mage Dao sect and Yang Dao sect occupy second and third. Their peak cultivators are relatively even, so the difference is decided by comparing the genius of each sect. "I see," John nodded. "And the Sword Dao sect are number 1 permanently." "Yes," Lurie nodded his head. "Not only is their patriarch the strongest human cultivator in this world, but the geniuses they produce always claim first place in the annual Dao tournaments. They are without question the number 1 human power in this world." Chapter 927, Tier 1 Genius Sword Dao, John thought, naturally thinking of his mysterious father, who had displayed a monstrous comprehension of the Sword Dao when he had fought his father's youthful avatar in the Divine Talent Trial. Dao tournaments, John thought next, but refrained from asking about them. He was sure Lurie would eventually get to explaining what they were. Beneath the Tier 1 sects are the Tier 2 sects, which are, as the name suggests, the second strongest set of powers of the human race, Lurie continued. There are 12 Tier 2 powers, and each one is affiliated with one of the Tier 1 sects. Affiliated, John asked, as the word could mean many things. Basically subsects, Lurie said before elaborating further. under the protection of a Tier 1 Dao sect. In exchange for that protection, the subsects provide taxes, treasures, talented geniuses, and more. John nodded his head in understanding. It's essentially the system the Heavenly Lightning sect had back home, with the Yuan Continent sect serving the main sect on the Divine Martial Continent. Or perhaps it's closer to the Honorable Alliance, as it seems as though the subsects are a variety of sect types and not just of one main sect, John thought. There are 5 Tier 2 sects that are affiliated with the Sword Dao sect, 4 affiliated with the Mage Dao sect, and 3 affiliated with the Yang Dao sect, Lurie continued. Below the Tier 2 sects are the Tier 3 sects, of which our Light Dao sect is one of them. A Tier 3 sect, huh? Lower than I expected, John thought, remaining silent. There are dozens of Tier 3 sects, each reporting to a Tier 2 sect, which reports to the Tier 1 sects. There are Tier 4 and 5 sects below us, but those are not important enough to discuss. The Tier 2 sect we report to is the Fire Dao sect, Lurie said, pausing for a moment to collect his thoughts. Fire Dao sect, fire, light, yang. Are the subjects all related Dao-wise to the Tier 1 sect they are affiliated with? John asked, noticing a connection between the 3 sects. Yes, but not always, Lurie answered. Some sects chose to align themselves based on Dao familiarity, while others aligned themselves based on the power balance of the 3 Tier 1 sects. Many allied themselves with the Sword Dao sect based on their power, not necessarily their Dao compatibility. John nodded his head, asking another question. So does a Tier 1 genius only come from a Tier 1 sect? He asked curiously. No, Lurie shook his head, his face eager as if he wanted to start explaining the details of the genius tiers. Genius tiers are determined annually, at the Dao tournament I mentioned earlier. John felt his interest peak as the Dao tournament was mentioned. The 3 Tier 1 sects host a Dao tournament each year, the location of the tournament changing between them each year, Lurie continued. His face lit up with excitement at the mere mention of the tournament. Each Tier 1 sect and Tier 2 power is allowed to send a certain number of cultivators to participate, while those from a Tier 3 power and below must qualify beforehand in order to participate, Lurie said, giving John a pointed gaze. Clearly he would need to qualify as Lurie just mentioned. After the tournament is complete, a participant is assigned a tier based on their placement. Placing between 256th and 1000 becomes a Tier 3 genius, Lurie said, and noticed the unimpressed look on John's face. Top 1000? That's not that impressive, is it? John asked curiously. Based on what Suri had said earlier, the Light Dao sect had never had a Tier 2 genius, which meant they never had someone place higher than 256th. Either the tournament was incredibly cutthroat, or the Light Dao sect was not an impressive sect genius-wise. There are over 10,000 participants each year, Lurie explained, and only the most talented geniuses can participate in the tournament. Placing top 1,000 means you can claim to be a genius amongst geniuses. I see, John said, nodding his head. Top 1,000 of all geniuses back on the Divine Martial Continent would indeed be impressive based on how many youthful cultivators there are, and this continent seems even larger than the Divine Martial Continent, so I guess it actually is rather impressive, John thought to himself. Lurie cleared his throat and continued. To become a Tier 2 genius, one must place at least in the top 256, he said, pausing a moment as if to build up the excitement for the revealing of what it took to be a Tier 1 genius. As Suri mentioned, our sect has never produced a Tier 2 genius, so that alone should tell you how hard it is to accomplish. As for a Tier 1 genius, one needs to place in the top 16 of all Dao tournament participants, Lurie said, with a flourish of grandeur, falling silent a moment later as if to allow John to digest everything he had been told. Top 16? Out of the entire human race. No wonder their father only considered it a possibility that I am able to become one, and not a guarantee, John thought. He had already revealed a considerable amount of combat prowess, and although it was not his full strength, what he had revealed was no doubt heaven-defying even to a world like this. And yet Fury had still not been sure of John's success, only that it was a possibility. John felt his blood heat up at the thought, as it could only mean one thing. The geniuses of this world were impressive monsters themselves, one that would no doubt be thrilling to fight against. John pushed down his growing battle lust after a short moment, his eyes shifting back to Lurie, who looked at him closely. It was as if the youth was studying his face, trying to see if the gravity of the task his father had requested was too much for John to handle. It was as if the youth was holding his breath, waiting for a reaction from John, one that would tell him if the task was achievable or not. John smiled and decided to make the youth wait for an answer a bit longer, and asked his own question instead. "So how does me becoming a Tier 1 genius help your father obtain the pill he wants?" John asked. A pout of disappointment appeared on Lurie's face as he did not receive the answer he sought, but he hid it quickly as he answered John's question. "As you can tell, becoming a Tier 1 genius is something that only the pinnacle talents of this world can accomplish. To reward such talents, the 3 Tier 1 sects offer a gift to each of the geniuses that place in the top 16, Lurie explained. And one of those gifts happens to be a holy transcendence pill." "I see," John said, finally understanding the full picture. Fury wanted him to place top 16, become a Tier 1 genius, and obtain a holy transcendence pill for him. As long as John agreed to accomplish this goal, he would help him look for Lillian. John knew he was being taken advantage of in this transaction, and knew he would need to change the deal to be a bit better for him. Fury would no doubt do everything he could to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and so John was going to make sure he received the proper price for achieving such an impossible task. He looked at Lurie again, who still waited with bated breath for an answer. John smiled and nodded his head at the youth. "It shouldn't be too hard to accomplish," he said calmly, his words causing a boisterous cheer of excited celebration to boom out from both youths. In the nearby room, Fury opened his eyes, leaving his mediation for a moment, obviously overhearing the last bits of the conversation. A small smile appeared on his face, one brimming with hope, a hope that had been buried for far too long. "Chapter 928, Striking a Deal, Come In," Fury said, staring at the closed door to his room. A moment later, the door opened, and John entered within. The door closed a moment later on its own volition, leaving the two alone in the room. John scanned the room, which was larger on the inside than it should have been, clearly having been augmented using the spatial Dao. Based on the room's dimensions on the outside, it should have been about 20 yards on each side. Inside, the room was over 100 yards wide and long, and was furnished with luxurious furniture all over. He spotted Fury sitting on a sofa nearby. Several other sofas surrounded a table in the middle. Steam rose from a teapot on the table, 2 cups placed on either side of the pot. "Please have a seat," Fury gestured to the seat opposite him, a warm smile on his face. The cold, skeptical expression he had shown John previously was no more. John nodded and took his seat. He took a deep breath of the tea's aroma and nodded his head in approval. "Not bad," he said with modest approval. "Not bad?" Fury asked, an amused look on his face. "This is some of the finest tea one can obtain, and it's just not bad." John smiled lightly, but didn't elaborate. It was too early in his acquaintanceship with this man to show something as heaven-defying as his tea leaves, which stirred his entire world into a frenzy. Bidding wars started from those desperately trying to obtain a single leaf. Fury waved his hand, using his chi to move the teapot to pour a cup for both of them. John's cup rose towards him, which he graciously accepted. He took another deep breath of its fragrant aroma and then took a sip. His eyes widened with delight a moment later. "I take it back, this is actually quite good," he said, savoring another sip. The tea was not as profound as tea made from his tea leaves, and did not give Dao insights to nearly the same level. In fact, it wasn't even close. However, it still provided him with some inspirations, and also tasted quite good. As far as tea went, it was definitely the best tea he had enjoyed other than tea made from his leaves. Fury smiled and took a sip as well, then placed his cup down before him. "I'm assuming you've come to me to discuss my previous proposal," Fury asked. "I did," John nodded, placing his cup down as well. "And?" Fury asked, his voice calm, but a tinge of expectancy evident, although it was obvious he was trying to hide it. "It should be possible for me to achieve," John said, his words modest. He knew it was possible to achieve, but outward bragging was not a good look on anyone, no matter how true the brag was. Fury raised an eyebrow at John's nonchalant reply. "My son no doubt gave you all the details of what it takes to become a Tier 1 genius," Fury said. "In the history of my sect, we have never produced a Tier 2 genius, let alone a Tier 1 genius. It may sound easy, but I assure you it's far harder than you could ever imagine. The geniuses reigning supreme are monsters just as heaven-defying as you." John smiled but said nothing, instead opting for another sip of tea. Fury eyed him carefully, noticing John's nonchalant attitude. "I have a question about that actually," John asked, changing the subject. "Your sect has never created a Tier 2 genius, yet surely a Tier 3 sect should occasionally be able to produce a genius capable of becoming a Tier 2 genius. Not often, sure, but never. That seems." His voice trailed off as he decided to hold his tongue. His words already vaguely inferred that the man before him, the sect leader of the Light Tao sect, was unable to produce geniuses of any worth. It was not a very attractive sect to join, at least not for one as talented as John. Fury understood John's indirect question and sighed softly. "You are wise to ask about such a thing, as your words do ring true," Fury said, his voice slightly dejected. "Most Tier 3 sects do occasionally produce Tier 2 geniuses. Although it's quite rare, it does happen. My sect, however, is different." "Different how?" John asked, taking another sip of tea. "My son told you about the power tiers, yes?" "He did," John nodded. "Well, we are under the Fire Tao sect, which is under the Yang Tao sect. My Light Tao sect is a sect primarily focused on the healing arts, with combat as a distant second. Both the Fire Tao sect and the Yang Tao sect require us to produce a certain number of talented healers every few years, which are required to pass healing tests they have created," Fury said, pausing to take a sip of tea. "Their requirements are quite strict, and if we miss their quotas, we are indirectly punished." "Indirectly punished?" John asked. "They withhold aid, withhold resources, don't send reinforcements when a beast wave assaults my sect, etc., Fury said, a frown on his face as if recalling a certain event. "As a result of their strict requirements, we are forced to turn our most talented youths into healers first, and fighters a distant third. Against sects that focus on combat prowess alone, we have no chance." "So that's how it is," John nodded, understanding Fury's dilemma and his desire to have John join their sect. "This fact is known to all who wish to join a sect, and so only those who want to become healers join our sect," Fury continued. "Those who are talented in combat join other sects. And so now that you've stumbled across me, you wish for me to join your sect and obtain that pill for you," John said calmly. Fury remained silent for a moment, then nodded his head. "That is my wish," he confirmed. "So now that I know all this, what's stopping me from going directly to the Yang Tao sect and joining them? Wouldn't that be more beneficial for me?" John asked evenly. Fury smiled, as if expecting such a question. "You could do so, and I will not stop you if you wish to do so, but that would not be the wisest decision." "And why is that?" John asked. "Because the Yang Tao sect, and even the Tier 2 sects, only accept disciples on a set schedule each year, with absolutely no exceptions whatsoever. It has been this way for tens of thousands of years as an unbroken tradition, and is one of the things they hold only proudly," Fury explained. "It is a tradition they say proves their unbiased natures, which allows anyone talented enough to join their sects, regardless of status or upbringing. And that entrance test finished a few weeks ago, so you would have to wait another year to join a sect above ours." John remained silent, studying the man's face. He could tell he wasn't lying. "You, however, would be promoted to our pinnacle combat disciple instantly, which will allow you to register for the Tao tournament entrance tests. Besides, if you recall my words from before, I said my sect focuses primarily on healing, whereas combat comes a distant third. John nodded, indicating he recalled Fury saying that. Our secondary focus, equally nearly to our healing focus, is information. Information? What kinds of information? John asked curiously. Every kind, Fury said, smiling. The information branch of the continent consists of 7 sects that focus on gathering all the intel possible over the continent and the world. My Light Tao sect is part of this information branch, and because we are one of the core information sects, we receive any and all information far before any of the other sects, the Yang Tao sect included. Fury fell silent after explaining all this, opting to sip his tea instead as he allowed John to think over everything he had been told. The room remained silent for quite some time before John nodded his head, a small smile on his face. All right, he said with a nod. I'll join your sect and obtain you a holy transcendence pill. But based on everything you told me, it seems as though I hold most of the cards here, so our deal will be something more fluid. John thought about leaving to join another sect regardless of the troubles presented to him, but decided against it. Not only was it not guaranteed that he would be able to join them anytime soon, he also didn't want to push Fury too far when the proposal he offered was a reasonable one. If he decided to leave, who knew what actions the man would take? While John was almost certain Fury was a relatively decent person and wouldn't take action against him, he couldn't know that for sure. With all that in mind, it was simpler to accept the offer and work with it as best he could. Fluid how? Fury asked. As long as I work towards obtaining this pill of yours, I will definitely obtain it. As payment for this effort, you will fulfill any requests I make from here on out, as long as they are deemed to be reasonable. Fury considered the offer for a moment. And who would be the one to deem the request reasonable or not? Fury asked. Me, John said with a small smile. But I'm sure you've noticed by now that I'm a relatively decent person. I won't take advantage of you too much. Fury studied John's face for a moment, then nodded, sighing slightly. He knew he was the one who needed John more than John needed him, and so accepted the offer, deciding to trust John going forward. Deal. Chapter 929, Sudden Explosion. John left the room, holding an object in his hand. He studied it for a moment, looking at the runes carved into the formation disc he held. It was circular, with glowing blue formation runes, the complexity of the runes beyond his ability to read what they did. Fury had given him the formation disc, which he said was a location formation disc. It allowed Fury to know the location of whoever held it, so long as they were within a certain range of him. Fury had mentioned his mistake of not supplying his children with such an object before, and would not make the same mistake again. With John's importance to Fury going forward, he seemed unwilling to risk John's safety. John studied the disc for a moment and then put it away in his spatial ring, which allowed Fury to detect it. If he had placed it in his palace realm, it would have become undetectable, which defeated the purpose of the object. John walked to a separate room that Fury had allowed him to use, and sat on a comfortable chair within the room, digesting his conversation with the man. A lot of information had been given to him by Fury and Lurie, and he needed to plan his moves going forward. Kyrie had flashed into his soul space before he entered the room, falling asleep within, apparently content with the number of head pats he had obtained from Suri. After putting his thoughts in order, he stood and walked over to the exterior wall of the room, where a large window allowed him to look outside the ship. The ship was speeding over the immortal forest, towering trees and soaring mountains flying by each second. Valleys lined the landscape, filled with violent rivers some dozens of miles wide. John's eyes went wide as he spotted a beast emerge from beneath the waters of one of the rivers. The creature looked to be a type of fish, with black scales and sharp teeth. The shocking part was its size and power. The creature was several miles long, and its power was at the late world expansion realm. He watched as the creature leaped forward out of the air, catching the prey it was chasing who had fled the waters as well. Its prey was another fish-type creature, about a third its size, and despite being in the early world expansion realm, was swallowed whole in a single gulp. The massive creature crashed into the water's surface and disappeared below a moment later, returning the river to its former calm. John took a deep breath, shaking his head lightly to himself. "It seems I took the immortal forest too lightly when I was in it," he muttered to himself. He had been lucky and managed to not run into the Serpian broodmother, and now this creature's appearance showed him just how strong the creatures of the forest were. In just a few moments, this world had shown itself to be a level beyond his own, as creatures like these were few and far between on his homeworld, and yet seemed to be aplenty here. The rivers zoomed by in his vision, the ship moving at incredible speeds. John stood at the window, taking in the sights of this new world, a world filled with wondrous things he had never seen before. John's face twitched as his instincts suddenly screamed out in warning, his sense of danger honed by dozens of life and death encounters, and heightened further by his incredible soul power and divine sense. Power surged through his body as he activated his dragon god shift, pushing his bodily defenses to incredible heights. Behind him, he heard a loud scream come from the interior of the ship, the voice belonging to Fury. It was not a roar of power, but a scream of panic. "New," John heard for a brief instant, before suddenly the ship all around him vanished, replaced by a blinding explosion of ruinous power. Boom. A blast of power, seemingly equal to the power of the remnant explosions he had faced off against the Asura, slammed against the ship, completely destroying it and drowning him within. The fiery explosion engulfed him while he did his best to resist its power. His skin tore, his bones creaked and fractured, and his blood tumbled violently within his body as if about to burst out from within. He had not had time to activate his Immortal Asura transformation, as the moment's hesitation of considering whether or not to use it had made him a moment late. His body tumbled in the air through the sky, flying off in the distance the ship had been traveling. He left the fiery explosion in the sky, a trail of smoke flowing behind him as he fell to the earth dozens of miles away. Bang! His momentum carried him violently into the forest below, his body breaking through several towering trees, each seemingly sturdier than a mountain. Pain racked his body as he broke through each tree, the collisions reminding him of the vision Kyrie had shown him of him crashing into the world from high above. Thankfully, he was awake this time, and was able to have his dragon god shift enabled to resist becoming as injured as he had been before. A trail of destruction miles long was carved into the forest before he slammed into the base of a sturdy mountain and finally came to a halt. A groan of pain escaped his lips as he rested against the ground, a familiar pain racking his entire body. Flash. Bright light flashed for a moment as Kyrie appeared beside John. John's body was covered from head to toe in his own blood, making him look incredibly miserable. "Are you okay?" Kyrie asked. I'm fine," John groaned. "I think." He sent his divine sense into his body and inspected his condition, and breathed in a sharp breath. "Several broken bones and torn muscles, but nothing too serious," he mumbled to himself after assessing the damage. To others, this damage would be quite bad, but to him, especially now that he had unlocked his limiter of life, it was nothing more than a nuisance. Thankfully, his meridians had remained unharmed, which was the hardest part of one's body to heal. That had been the part that had taken him weeks to heal before. With his meridians unharmed, John's chi surged within his body as he activated his limiter of healing and limiter of life. A vibrant life energy emerged within his body, surging over his broken bones and torn muscles. The bones knitted together at a visible speed, while his muscles mended even faster. In less than a minute, John had nearly completely healed himself, the speed surprising even himself. He had failed to notice just how powerful the limiter of life had been previously, as he had needed to take the process slow due to his damaged meridians. But without his meridians damaged, it was as if he had a personal healer contained within his body, ready to restore him at a moment's notice. He nodded his head in approval, caught up in the sensation of being healed. However, the process was not without its downsides, as the chi required to heal these wounds was quite extensive. He felt his chi reserves become noticeably drained by a fifth of his total. "Seems like I can only do this a few times in battle," he muttered, shaking his head to clear the fog away. His eyes shifted upwards towards the direction he had come from, scanning the sky for any potential danger. He noticed nothing and quickly stood up, his face furrowing with a deep frown. "We were attacked by something," he said to Kirai. "Something strong enough to completely destroy the ship. Let's head back, but be very careful on the way there." Kirai nodded his head, slipping back into John's soul space. John debated whether he should flee or return, and opted for the latter. He had been shown much kindness from the youths and their father, and would not abandon them to whatever had attacked them without seeing if he could help first. A bad feeling crept up within him as he recalled the power of that explosion, and the horrified scream of fury a moment before it happened. He thought of Luri and Suri. Would they have been able to survive that explosion without Fury's help? Was their father able to help them in time? He shook his head, erasing the thoughts as best he could, focusing on what he could do right now. Body healed, his dantian surged with power, emanating the strongest spatial chi he could muster. He wrapped himself in the chi, forming the strongest barrier of space around him. It was a far cry from what Lillian was capable of, but was quite strong nonetheless. Satisfied with his spatial shroud, John sped forward in the direction he had come from, following the trail of destruction his body had carved into the forest. As he sped forward, the land trembled beneath him, while the sky lit up brightly, with the obvious signs of strong battle arts being unleashed. He arrived near the location the ship had been destroyed a short while later, stopping at the edge of a massive clearing in the forest. The clearing had not been there before, but had been made recently by the ruinous battle arts that had been unleashed in the area. He surveyed the area, the clearing ablaze, thick smoke drifting into the sky. He held his breath as he noticed several figures hovering in the sky a dozen miles away, 5 in total. He recognized one of them, Fury, but did not recognize the other 4 humans that surrounded Fury. His eyes went wide with shock as he noticed the blade of a sword rammed directly through Fury's chest, sticking out his back, the hilt of the sword held by a woman directly before Fury, a woman with a half-step holy manifestation cultivation. Chapter 930 Conspiracy. On felt a chill crawl up his spine. He had just made plans with Fury, plans that would allow him to navigate this new world with relative ease, and in the blink of an eye, those plans had been completely destroyed. The half-step holy manifestation cultivator had ensured that by ramming her sword completely through Fury. Fury coughed violently, blood spewing out of his mouth. Despite his grave wounds, he was still alive. Despite his situation, he did not have fear or panic on his face. Instead, he stared daggers at the woman before him, as if he wanted nothing more than to claw her eyes out and rip out her innards. The woman smiled at his expression. John's thoughts swirled chaotically, trying to figure out what to do. He was not nearly strong enough to help Fury, as he was surrounded by 4 late world expansion cultivators and 1 half-step holy manifestation cultivation. Just being nearby was already a grave risk, as if they searched the nearby area carefully, his spatial shroud would not hide him from them. "Don't move, just listen," a voice sounded out in his mind, surprising John. Have I been detected? He instinctively thought, but quickly realized who the source of the voice was. It was Fury, sending him a sound transmission, a message that was undetectable by the others. John wondered for a brief moment if his location had been revealed, but quickly remembered the tracking disc Fury had given him. Through that disc, Fury had been able to pinpoint John's location, while the others had no idea he was standing a dozen miles away, observing them in secret. John wanted to send a message back, but decided against it. Fury's cultivation was strong enough to shroud his sound transmissions from the others, but John could not say the same. His sound transmission would not be able to be intercepted by the others, but its existence would be detected, thus revealing his location. His eyes scanned over the surrounding area, looking for signs of the 2 siblings. "Luri and Suri perished in the explosion," Fury sent another message to him. His voice was filled with grief and regret. John's eyes went wide at the news, and anger started to bubble within him. He had not known the youths for long, but they had left a good impression on him. He quickly quashed his growing anger. If he lost control of his emotions, his bloodlust would alert the others to his location. He needed to be as calm and neutral as possible to remain shrouded. "You owe me nothing, but if you can, please seek vengeance for my children," Fury said. "If nothing else, relay what you hear today to the Yang Dao sect." After that, no more messages were sent to John. He remained silent, watching from a distance as Fury shifted his attention back to the woman in front of him. "Why?" he asked her. "Why?" she repeated, an amused look on her face. "Isn't the answer always the same? This move is to secure more power in the future for myself and those around me." "How could killing me and my children secure you more power?" Fury asked, coughing up another mouthful of blood. "Your children? No, they were completely useless to us, other than being bait to lure you out into the middle of nowhere," the woman said, smiling. "So the kidnapping of those two was far more complicated than I had initially thought," John thought, stunned by this reveal. It had been assumed that it was just slavers taking advantage of a situation to make money, but the truth was entirely different. "Those slavers almost messed up our plan, the useless bastards," the woman spat out in disgust. "How did you manage to detect your children's locations before they reached the rendezvous point? They were binded with onyxium shackles. Their chi was suppressed, and the cage was lined with an information restriction formation. So how did you do it, Fury remained silent, staring daggers at the woman. The woman stared at him curiously for a moment, and then shrugged. "Oh well, their failure complicated our plans a bit, but we still managed to make them work out in the end." "Why?" Fury asked again, voice becoming hoarse. "Why target me? How does my death benefit you? Are you working for the devils?" "The devils?" the woman smiled. "I'm afraid I cannot say who I am working for, even if you are about to perish. As for your death..." The woman withdrew her sword, and two of the men moved forward, each grabbing one of Fury's arms, holding him in place to prevent escape. She flicked her sword clean of his blood and then sheathed it. "As for targeting you, your Light Dao sect might be a pitiable third-tier sect, but the healers you produce are some of the best the Yang Dao faction produces," she said, moving closer to him. "In fact, your healers are becoming quite a nuisance on the continent of war, to the point that an assassination mission was created specifically for you. Killing you won't destroy the Light Dao sect, but it will greatly hinder its ability to produce quality healers for generations, until someone of your caliber arises to lead the sect." She studied Fury's face for a moment, then moved away slightly. "As for why we took action now, your cultivation is ready to move into the half-step holy manifestation realm at a moment's notice, should the right opportunities arise. Assassinating you then would become much harder, and so the choice was made to carry out the assassination now. Does this satisfy your dying curiosity?" she asked, smiling at him. Fury stared at her with furious hatred, but was unable to do anything to her. He bowed his head a moment later, indicating he was ready for the final blow. The woman nodded to the men holding Fury down, who quickly finished the job she had started. Just like that, a powerful late-world expansion cultivator had been killed. John watched on with a grave expression, realizing he had gotten himself mixed up in something quite dangerous. He remained perfectly silent, withdrawing his presence as much as possible. "What about the other one?" one of the men asked the woman, who was seemingly about to leave. "The Dao transformation boy?" she asked, to which the man nodded. "No Dao transformation cultivator could have survived that explosion. He'd be lucky if anything remains of his corpse at all. Let's go." The others nodded, their figures vanishing over the horizon a moment later, leaving the smoldering ruins of a battlefield behind. A battlefield that had now turned into a graveyard for the Light Dao sect. Chapter 930, One Plan's ruin. John remained shrouded in his spatial cocoon for nearly an hour after the mysterious killers left. He wanted to make sure the coast was clear, as perhaps they would linger in the area for a while to see if anyone had been witness to the events that had occurred. After enough time had passed, He slipped away in the opposite direction the others had gone, still shrouded in his spatial cocoon. His chi reserves had been quite low due to using his dragon god shift and his limiter of life, and the spatial cocoon slowly but surely drained the reserves he had left. I need to improve my control over the spatial Tao, he thought, swiftly moving through the forest. His control over the spatial Tao was still quite rough, and was a far cry from what Lillian was capable of. The notes and teachings of the Jade Peace Lillian had given him to study were still fresh in his mind, and those notes still had many things he had yet to fully grasp. By recalling and focusing on those notes alone, his spatial Tao control could improve several-fold over the next few months. An hour later, John finally came to a rest, his spatial cocoon fatting away. He breathed heavily for some time, sucking in the dense chi from this new world. He felt his chi reserves slowly replenish with each breath. After recovering a bit of his chi, John ensured the nearby area was clear of any danger, and then found a large branch on one of the massive trees to sit on. The branch was dozens of yards thick and was over a mile off the ground. Up here, he was like an ant amongst the leaves, invisible unless someone scanned him with their divine sense. A brooding look appeared on his face as he thought over everything that had just happened. He clicked his tongue in frustration. I had a good plan in place, and those fuckers ruined everything, he grumbled. His plan with Fury had been a very good one. All he needed to do was fight in the Tao tournament, and as a result, he would obtain information from the best information network on the continent. If he was going to find Lillian, that would have been the best way to find her. And now that's all ruined, he grumbled further. He thought of that woman who had killed Fury, the half-step holy manifestation cultivator. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, with long red hair and a sharp, yet alluring face. She had not worn any distinctive clothes, nor had the others with her, so he had very little information to identify her other than her face. Regardless of her identity, John felt murderous bloodlust arise within him as he thought of her. She had ruined his perfect plans, and had also killed Lurie and Suri, who he was quite fond of. That alone was enough of a reason for him to kill her once he obtained the power to do so, as well as learned of her identity. He brooded over that thought for a while before sighing, withdrawing his bloodlust. That day of vengeance was still far off in the distance, if it even happened at all. My primary goal is to find Lillian and figure out how to get back home. Everything else is secondary. The light within the already dimly lit forest was starting to diminish, a sign of the approaching night. John decided to stay on the branch for the night, as moving during the night was not advised within the immortal forest. The night gave him time to think of what to do next. The first thing I need to do is get out of this forest. From what I know, it's a dangerous place even for world expansion cultivators. When I had entered to fight beasts, that had been at the very outskirts of the forest, where the weakest creatures dwelled. I'm most likely quite close to the heart of the forest, so I'll need to be careful moving through it. My first goal is to find civilization. From there, I'll come up with a plan to find Lillian. As expected, the forest rumbled softly halfway through the night, the sign of the distant serpent of the immortal forest moving about. The long night eventually broke, light of the morning cresting through the tree canopy above. John stood up and inspected the nearby area, and then picked a direction to move, inland away from the coast, away from the direction those killers had gone. He hopped off the branch and fell to the ground below, using his chi at the last moment to slow his descent and land softly. And then he moved, hopping the direction he chose was a good one. John clicked his tongue as he suddenly sped forward at his fastest speed. He sped through the air like blur, scythe appearing in hand. His scythe suddenly swung downwards, unleashing a divine reaping scythe onto the creature he had appeared above. The creature had just noticed him a moment ago, its mouth opening to unleash a loud roar. That roar was cut off just as it started, its neck sliced through by the divine reaping scythe, severing its head from the rest of its body. John sighed with relief as he inspected the corpse of the mid-Tao transformation creature before him. The creature looked similar to the Titan apes on his homeworld, only much larger and stronger. This one appeared to have been quite young, its power still undeveloped. John quickly stored the carcass away as he inspected the surroundings. No movement. Good, he muttered, relieved that the brief sound from the creature had not alerted any other creatures nearby. Had the creature caused a commotion, his fate would have been quite miserable. He had been traveling through the forest for several weeks now, and had learned quite quickly to be as quiet as possible. He had nearly lost his life several times when world expansion beasts had been alerted of his presence, each time escaping thanks to his quick speed and control over the spatial Tao. The forest had proved even more dangerous than he had imagined, with beasts at the middle world expansion level, and above being quite common if the area was provoked by loud noises. Flying through the air had also proven to be a mistake, as he had been quickly spotted and chased by a middle world expansion flying beast, forcing him to move on the forest floor lest he cause a massive commotion in his battle with such a creature. If he had allowed this creature to unleash a roar, who knew what trouble would appear? While the journey had been arduous and nearly lethal, there was at least one upside to it thus far. His beast blood reserves had been replenished and then added to a point that he would not need to replenish his beast blood reserves for several months at the very least. My human blood essence reserves are running quite low, though, John mumbled with a frown. As his cultivation grew, so did the Immortal Asura body's requirement for human blood essence. The blood essence he had obtained from the slavers he had killed had already been used up, as had the reserves he had collected previously. Without replenishing them, he would be unable to advance his body cultivation. And I'll need blood at the late Tao transformation level at the very least, and preferably world expansion human blood essence for it to be effective. After surveying the area, John moved once more, staying on the forest canopy. After some time, his ears perked up to a new sound. A smile appeared on his face as he rushed forward with care, the sight of a massive river eventually coming into view through the forest thicket. "A river!" John exclaimed. Where there was water, there would eventually be civilization. Chapter 932, following the river, John slowly made his way forward, careful to not alert any creature in the area. He eventually made his way through the forest near the river, arriving on the riverbank. The river before him was over a dozen miles wide and almost appeared to be more of a lake than a river. Only the surging waters crashing in one direction gave indication that it was indeed a river and not a large body of water. He glanced to both sides, looking up and down the river. Upstream, the river bent to the right several miles away, obscuring his sight. Downstream, the river did the same. There were no signs of civilization in either direction. John sighed and shook his head at himself. Surely it wouldn't be that easy to find civilization. He remembered the massive creatures that had emerged from one of the rivers he had seen from the flying ship. With creatures like that prowling beneath the water's surface, establishing a town or city on the river's edge would not be an easy thing to achieve. Still, a river like this was most likely too enticing a resource for the cultivators of this world to not use. "There's bound to be a city eventually," John muttered. "The only question is where." He surveyed both directions for a while, and then chose the upstream direction. That direction was away from the coast, and he wanted to be as far away from those mysterious killers as possible for the time being. If they found him and recognized his aura, he was doomed for certain. Mind made up, John slipped back into the forest and followed the river from a distance. With the powerful creatures lurking beneath the water's surface, he wanted to follow the river from a safe distance. Who knew what lurked beneath, ready to pounce on him at a moment's notice? Within the forest, he was at least able to see the dangers around him. The next few days came and went without much excitement. Having learned from his past mistakes, John deftly navigated the forest without altering any beasts. The edge of the forest near the river seemed to be devoid of beasts for the most part, which was much to John's liking. Most likely avoiding the water and whatever lurks beneath as well, he thought while moving through the forest. Despite moving for several days and thousands of miles, John had yet to see any signs of civilization. His hope of finding something on the river's edge lessened with each passing day, but he had no better option at the moment. Day turned to night, and John found another high-up branch to rest on, his eyes closed in meditation. The night passed by slowly, the morning sun eventually rising, the soft light crashing through the tree canopy above. His ears suddenly twitched as he heard a soft yet distinct sound of something unmistakably familiar. Music. Startled by the sudden sound of music, John hastily stood up and hopped off the branch, falling to the ground below. He slammed into it and then raced towards the sound of the music, which grew louder as he approached the river. He crashed through the tree line and spotted a boat several miles off the river bank, moving upstream through the river. The boat was over a mile long and half as tall, and looked more like a mountain than a boat with its size. It was ornately painted and decorated, akin to a luxurious flying ship. Music came from the distant boat, the sound of lyres and flutes in rhythmic harmony. John started to move towards the boat and stopped himself at the last moment, his sanity returning to him. He realized just how stupid he had nearly been and shook his head at himself. Caught up by the first sign of civilization, he had nearly flown over the water towards it. If he had done that, who knew what his fate would have been? Perhaps he would have made it safely, or perhaps he would have been swallowed whole by a late world expansion beast lurking beneath the surface. He didn't know why the ship was not being attacked, but it was most likely protected by powerful formations, keeping the beasts at bay. He eyed the ship for a short while, thinking of what to do. The ship is going upstream, which is the way I've been going. There should be a city it's going towards, so I'll keep following the river. Plan in mind, John slipped back into the forest and started to race forward next to the riverbank. Roar. A powerful roar suddenly boomed out nearby, the power shaking the land and causing John to groan in pain from the unexpected sound. Shit, John muttered, his power flaring as he suddenly sped forward at his fastest speeds. He didn't know if he had alerted the creature or if the music had done so, and he had just been unlucky enough to be in the creature's path, but it had detected him before he had detected it and was now chasing him. The land shook beneath his feet as he sped through the forest, utilizing his Tao of lightning and Tao of space to move as fast as possible. The massive trees behind him broke and crashed to the ground one at a time, shattered completely by the massive creature following him. Its aura eventually reached John, a heavy look appearing on his face. Middle world expansion, he grumbled, pushing his speed to his limits. I would be able to keep myself alive against such a beast if I was able to use everything I have, but since I used my bloodline ability recently. Without his bloodline ability, John's maximum fighting prowess was at the early world expansion realm at the moment, and even then he would find trouble against such an opponent. Much like the core formation realm and heaven tribulation realm, the world expansion realm was a massive step forward in terms of power. His ability to jump realms was naturally lessened against someone in the world expansion realm, and so without his absolute peak strength, the beast behind him was beyond his ability to handle. Even then, it was still most likely too strong for him to defeat. John sped forward, holding nothing back. The trees he sped past lurked like nothing more than a blur to him as he dodged left and right, avoiding them. The creature behind seemed unable to do so, and instead crashed through the massive trees, toppling them to the ground one by one, no doubt slowing its speed, allowing John to keep his distance from the creature. The chase lasted for over 30 minutes, with John becoming more and more frustrated that he was unable to shake the creature off of his trail, no matter what he did. Suddenly, the forest before him vanished. He found himself speeding into a clearing, one that extended out for 50 miles towards a distant mountain. John grumbled with even more frustration, as the only thing keeping the creature from catching him had now vanished. Without the trees slowing the massive creature down, it would no doubt catch him before he reached the distant mountains. Roar. A loud roar boomed out behind him as the creature crashed through the tree line, toppling the mile-high trees to the ground as if they were twigs. John gazed back for a moment, setting his eyes on the creature for the first time. It appeared exactly the same as the ape beast he had killed previously. Only, this creature was over a mile tall, completely dwarfing the beast he had previously slain. It stared at John with furious eyes as if it wanted to kill him more than anything. He instantly realized why the creature was after him. It was no doubt the parent of the beast he had slain before. A groan escaped his mouth as he surged towards the distant mountains, the creature gaining on him by the second. John sucked in a deep breath as he realized running was no longer an option, and instead turned around towards the creature. His chi began to churn, and blood began to boil as he urged his body to unleash his peak strength. Bang! John's eyes widened as a beam of chi suddenly slammed into the creature's chest, the power of the beam piercing directly the beast's chest and into the ground behind it. The ground ruptured from the remnant power of the blast, exploding the ground around John's feet, tossing him into the air. He managed to control himself a moment later and floated in the air, dazed by the sudden turn of events. He quickly turned around to look towards the source of where the sudden attack had come from. His eyes widened with shock and delight as he looked at the top of the massive mountain before him and the sprawling city that rested atop its peak, the light of a powerful formation around it fading away. A city, finally. Chapter 933, Great Crest City. Bang. The massive ape-like beast crashed to the ground behind John, its weight violently shaking the land. John glanced over his shoulder towards the beast, which had been pierced directly through by the blast of energy coming from the city. Dead in one attack, how strong? That attack had been at the late world expansion level and had cut down the massive creature instantly. He returned his gaze towards the large city atop the wide mountain and narrowed his eyes as he noticed several figures speeding towards him. The figures arrived quickly, encircling John. 7 cultivators, all at the early world expansion realm, he noted. The group consisted of 5 men and 2 women, all wearing the same orange robes with yellow trimmings. They each wore a badge on the upper left portion of their chest, some words carved into the golden badges. Great Crest City Guard. The guards stared at John for a short moment, then to the massive creature a short distance away. They studied the surroundings afterwards. All clear, sir, one of the women said to one of the men nearby. The man had a bald head and trimmed beard of black and gray. He appeared to be in his 50s and had a rather serious look on his face as he studied John. The man nodded, then took a step towards John. "What is your purpose here?" he asked. "Purpose," John repeated. "I got lost in the forest and was chased by that beast. I just happened to run into this place." The man studied John with a raised eyebrow, then turned his gaze to the forest behind them. The pathway of broken trees and ruined land the beast had left behind a short distance away. "You were lost in the Immortal Forest," the man said skeptically. "How long were you lost for?" "A few weeks," John answered. "And how did you manage to get lost in such a dangerous place?" the man asked. "I went in the forest to hunt beasts and got chased deep into it by a beast I couldn't handle," John said, making up a believable story. "I then wandered around until I wound up here." The man studied his face for a moment and then nodded, seemingly accepting his story. "Forcing us to use the city's attack formation would normally cost you quite a bit," he said, his eyes shifting to the felled beast behind them. "But lucky for you, you managed to lure a valuable beast within the formation's attack range. The beast's corpse will be your payment." He said it as if there was no room for negotiation. John nodded his head, not really wanting to get in an argument with this man. "Move along now," the man instructed John, who nodded again and began to move towards the city. The man's commands instructing his group to collect the corpse faded as he moved towards the mountaintop city. He arrived at the base of the mountain a short while later and spotted a wide road several miles to his right, away from the river. The road contained quite a bit of traffic on it, from people walking to massive carts pulled by beasts traveling along it. The road zigzagged up that side of the mountain towards the city above. "I guess that's the path I need to take," John said as he stared up at the city above him. The mountainside he was at was a sheer face cliff miles high, with high walls lining the city's edges. The only way into the city was to take that pathway, as the sky was most likely defended by a formation barrier. He quickly made his way towards the road and joined the others moving along it. They didn't even notice his presence and didn't seem to consider the commotion of the beast being attacked to be anything worth looking at, indicating that such an event was most likely a common occurrence. As he arrived on the road, he stared up at the zigzagging road leading up to the city. It was several hundred yards wide, allowing for a great deal of traffic to flow in both directions. Thousands of cultivators moved up and down the road, entering the city or leaving for places unseen. The side of the road was lined with makeshift stalls and marketplaces, with traders hawking their wares to passerbys. John ignored those stalls and made his way up the pathway, as any worthwhile information was most likely to be obtained there. He arrived at the top of the mountain a while later, and after standing in the long line at the city's gate for several hours, finally made his way to the front of the line. There, he was stopped by a guard, one wearing the same clothing as the other guards he had encountered. Another early world expansion guard, he noted. An early world expansion cultivator on the divine Martial continent could be the leader of a relatively powerful sect, yet here they were merely guards. However, all the guards he had seen were on the older side, appearing to be in their 40s or 50s. They had most likely reached their peak cultivation level they would ever obtain, which gave him a baseline for the power structure of this world, or at least this area. About a full realm higher than the divine Martial continent, John mused, as on the divine Martial continent, guards like these would usually be in the Tao transformation realm. "What is your purpose for entering the city?" the guard asked John, eyeing him up and down. "I have no specific purpose," John said. "I'm just looking to stay here for a few days and resupply before moving on again." The guard studied him and then nodded his head. "The entry fee is 10 spirit crystals," he said. John raised an eyebrow, surprised at how cheap the price was. 10 spirit crystals, that's almost nothing at all. He took out 10 spirit crystals and handed them over to the guard, who frowned at John with a look of displeasure. "Are you trying to be funny? I don't have time for your jokes," the man said. John raised an eyebrow in confusion and then glanced to the side, where another traveler was interacting with a guard. The traveler took out 10 spirit crystals and handed them to the guard, and was then allowed to enter within. John's eyes widened as he realized why the guard was displeased with him. 10 high-grade spirit crystals to enter a city. A medium-grade spirit crystal was worth 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals, and a high-grade spirit crystal was worth 1 medium-grade spirit crystals. 10 high-grade spirit crystals was the equivalent of 1,000,000 low-grade spirit crystals, which was a staggering amount to merely enter a city. John shifted his gaze back to the guard, who seemed as though he was about to tell John to leave. John sighed and took out the 10 high-grade spirit crystals and handed it over to the man. The man accepted the crystals with a pleased look, but then frowned as he studied them. John instantly realized why the man was staring at the crystals with such a skeptical expression. "My spirit crystals are all from the divine Martial continent, containing the chi of my homeworld." Just like his cultivation, which had been detected by Fury, these crystals were indications that they were not of this world. Chapter 934, entering Great Crest City. John remained calm, but couldn't help but feel some tension. Paying with spirit crystals had never been something he had to be cognizant of, and so it had been a natural reaction to pay with his spirit crystals. Only after handing them over did he realize the problem. "Hopefully, this doesn't cause a problem." The guard stared at the crystals for a moment, then at John. A questioning look appeared on his face. "Where did you get these spirit crystals?" the man asked. A perplexed look appeared on John's face, as if he had not been expecting such a question. Answering too quickly would reveal he had already expected such a question. "From a merchant near the Light Tao sect," John shrugged. "Is there something wrong?" "These crystals, they're quite strange," the guard replied, still studying them closely. "They feel different than what I'm used to." "I thought so as well," John nodded in agreement, "but the merchant assured me that the chi quality within is exactly the same as the crystals we're used to. I thought them quite a novelty, so I agreed to the exchange." The man nodded silently, as if John's story made sense. He put the crystals away a moment later and gestured for John to enter the city. "You may enter," he said. John nodded calmly, but felt rushing relief internally. He stepped past the guard and through the city archway, which was several hundred yards wide and tall, allowing for large carts to enter. Hundreds of other cultivators flowed through in each direction as he stepped through the archway and into the city proper. A sprawling city came into view, 1/2 miles across. It wasn't a large city when compared to other cities he had seen, as the mountaintop space was limited. However, the city was still quite impressive, as it was built vertically instead of outwards. Thousands of buildings stretched up over a mile high, like a city of massive reeds stretching into the sky. The buildings were styled differently than he was used to, appearing sleeker and more eye-catching. Glass covered most of the exteriors, unlike the buildings back home, which were mostly solid stone or other materials, with glass windows being used much less frequently. Not all the buildings had glassy exteriors, but enough did for him to notice. A large street hundreds of yards wide stretched forward into the distance, seeming to go straight until it reached the opposite end of the city. The tallest buildings lined the main road, while the buildings became shorter as they approached the city walls, almost making the city look like a mountain made of buildings. Smaller roads stretched off the main road periodically, each then branching again to form a grid-like pattern to the city. John took in the sight for a moment, unsure of where to begin. "The first thing I need to do is find some place to stay for a few days. Afterwards, I'll explore the city and try to find out if I can gather more information about this world. If I can find an information network that might have information on Lillian, that would be perfect." Plan in mind, John started walking down the main road, exploring deeper into the city. He asked a few merchants for places he could find lodging, and was directed towards a decently priced hotel close to the main road, Coiling Serpent's Hotel. The hotel was nearly a mile tall, and was made from the same glass-like material as many of the other buildings, giving it a sleek design. 2 coiling serpents, carved of some sort of stone, sat on either side of the entrance. John entered the hotel and was greeted with a bustling main lobby. He found an attendant to attend to his needs, and was situated with a room ashort, while later for the modest price of 1 high-grade spirit crystal per day. "I figured the prices of this world would be completely astronomical due to the city entrance fee, but it seems as though the fee is just unreasonably high." A high-grade spirit crystal for a single day of lodging was still a much higher price than any on the divine Martial continent, but thankfully John was not lacking when it came to spirit crystals. The attendant had eyed the strange spirit crystals the same way the guard had done, but accepted them nonetheless. John entered his room, which was on the 112th floor, and found a lavishly decorated room greet him. Comfortable and stylish furniture, a perfectly isolated meditation room, an indoor pool and sauna, and more. If he was here for rest and relaxation, such a room would be very much to his liking. He nodded his head in approval and entered the meditation chamber, as night was soon approaching. John focused on his usual routine, consisting of mediating before the Holy Gate and Sinister Gate, as well as focusing on his Taos closest to a breakthrough, primarily focusing on the Tao of space, as well as a fusion between the Tao of lightning and Tao of destruction. While he had managed to fuse the first stages of the Tao of lightning and power, John was sure the Tao of destruction was a better fusion with the Tao of lightning, as that would make it closer to tribulation lightning, which was terrifyingly destructive. After spending many hours on the Taos, John ended his night with a long cultivation session. Activating his primordial extermination lightning technique, the amazingly profound cultivation technique gifted to him by celestial soulrend. Thousands of small whirlpools of chi appeared within his body, pulling in the thick chi of this world into his body, and then his danshan. A satisfied feeling filled his body as he felt his essence cultivation grow at a noticeable speed, much faster than he was capable of on the divine Martial continent. After a full and satisfying night of cultivation, the morning sun arose, starting a new day. John cleaned up the dirt of being in the immortal forest for several weeks, donned a new robe, and stepped back into the streets of Great Crest City. Time to find out what I can about this world, and hopefully Lillian as well. Chapter 935, Hall of Knowledge. Despite it being quite early in the morning, the streets of Great Crest City were buzzing with activity. Merchants were standing at the front of their buildings, enticing passerbys come step inside. Carts pulled by beasts were moving about, and the scent of food drifted in the air from the nearby restaurants and taverns. John decided to start the day with breakfast, which was a rare indulgence for him lately. How many months has it been since I last had breakfast? He wondered to himself as he entered a nearby restaurant. The scent of spiced meats and other delicacies hung in the air, making his stomach rumble with hunger despite him not needing to eat to survive. John was seated and ordered a large breakfast, many of the foods being things he did not recognize. The food arrived a while later, and he dug into the delicious assortment of meats, vegetables, and fruits. Mouth full of food, John remained silent as a conversation between two men sitting in a nearby booth caught his attention. "Did you hear?" one man said. "The sect leader of the Light Tao sect has gone missing." "What, are you sure?" the other man asked. "Sure as anyone can be," the first man nodded his head. "It's all anyone can talk of lately. The sect leader went missing some weeks ago, and no amount of searching has found any trace of him. Such a powerful person wouldn't just up and abandon their sect, and so everyone is sure he was killed." "That's the second third-tier sect leader that has perished in the last 2 weeks then," the second man said, shaking his head with disbelief. 2 in less than a month. That's almost unheard of." The first man nodded his head, a serious look on his face as he leaned forward, lowering his voice. "There's talk of some conspiracy brewing, as the death of 2 powerful sect leaders that close to each other is far too coincidental to be an accident." "A conspiracy? Really? Is it the devil race?" the other man asked, face aghast. "Who knows?" the man shook his head. "But there's definitely something suspicious happening lately. We'll all have to be careful, it seems, as if even powerful sect leaders are being killed, then no one is really safe." John munched on his food, frowning the entire time. "It seems Fury's assassination is only part of something big going on. The woman mentioned the continent of war and the influence the Light Tao sect healers were having there. It seems that whoever is ordering these assassinations is planning something big for that place." John still felt great anger at the woman who had killed Fury and the 2 youths, not only because he liked the 3 of them, but also because she ruined his plans with Fury. "My plan was perfect, but now I have to stumble blindly through this world, trying to find Lillian. I can't just show up at the Light Tao sect and say, 'Hey, I was with your sect leader when he was killed by some woman I can't identify.' Even if they believe me, I don't think it would be worth the headache of becoming involved with what's going on. If that woman learns of my existence and comes to find me, well, I'm still far too weak to deal with her. It's best to lay low and undetected for now, at least until I learn more of what's going on, or I raise my strength to be able to deal with any problems this world can throw at me." John finished his meal in silence and then paid for his meal. The serving girl, a youth around his age, accepted his money with a smile on her face, thanking him for his patronage. "Hey, do you know a place nearby that deals with information?" John asked her before he left. "Information?" the girl asked. "What kind of information?" "Information regarding this continent, the sects, clans, and other powers, and, if possible, information regarding any oddities happening lately," John elaborated. The girl hummed, considering his question. "There's a store nearby, the Hall of Knowledge, that sells books and scrolls regarding this continent, but as for the second part, I'm not too sure. You'll have to ask them. It's down this road on the right. You can't miss it." John nodded and thanked the girl and left. He walked down the road for nearly a mile before spotting a building on the road, the sign above its entrance reading, Hall of Knowledge. John entered and looked around. The main lobby was rather empty, with hardly any furniture at all. There were several people standing around, as if waiting for something. John was quickly approached by an attendant of the hall, a middle-aged man. He had a neatly trimmed mustache and wore a tight fighting black and white top and pants, much different than the usual robes John was used to seeing others wear. "How can I help you today, sir?" the man said to John. "I'm looking to acquire information regarding this continent," John said, trying not to sound suspicious about the information he was requesting. "Information regarding the notable sects and clans, important locations, dangerous locations, and so on. I plan to travel the continent and explore its wonders, so I'll want as much information beforehand to plan accordingly." The man nodded his head, buying into John's reasonings. "Also, if you have it, I would like any information regarding oddities or anomalies occurring recently." "Oddities?" the man asked curiously. "Anything out of the norm, anything at all," John elaborated. "We do have the first part of what you're looking for," the man said. "But as for recent information regarding oddities, we do not carry such information. Our Hall of Knowledge deals with established history and information, not gossip." John nodded his head and said he would take whatever the man could provide, but felt a tinge of disappointment nonetheless. The man left him and entered a back room, most likely where the information was kept. The building was over a dozen stories tall, and so the number of scrolls, jade pieces, books, and more in their collection must have been quite extensive. The man reappeared a while later, carrying a spatial ring in his palm. He handed it to John to inspect. "These are the relevant sources you requested," the man said as John inspected them. "Several books, maps, and jade pieces containing as much information regarding this continent as we can provide." John casually glanced through one of the books, which detailed a portion of the southwest of the human continent, including various maps, details regarding the prominent powers, hazard zones including the immortal forest he had recently ventured in, and more. There were dozens of books, jade pieces, and maps in total, and so the comprehensive information given to him was quite extensive. John nodded his head with satisfaction, as this was very much what he needed at the moment. "I'll take it. How much?" he asked. 1,000 spirit crystals, the man said, causing John to sputter in reply. "On 1,000, he repeated, shocked at such a price. That was 1 billion low-grade spirit crystals, for just some information. "This is the finest collection of information regarding this continent you'll find in the city, and each piece is highly sought after," the man said calmly. "The price is firm." John frowned, studying the man's face for a moment. 1,000 high-grade spirit crystals was enough to buy a few high-end flying ships on the divine Martial continent. Thankfully, his sale of tea leaves to the Mystic Trade Hall had netted him hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit crystals, and so while the amount was staggering, it was something he could afford, and something he desperately needed. "Deal," John finally nodded, and handed over a spatial ring containing the spirit crystals. The man accepted the ring, an expectant, skeptical gaze appearing on his face a moment later. He looked to John, and then put the ring away, apparently satisfied with the spirit crystals despite their odd aura. John left the Hall of Knowledge a short while later and explored the city, asking for other places of knowledge. He visited several other stores, each having approximately the same information he had already been provided. None seemed to deal with the real information he was hoping to obtain. Information regarding oddities and anomalies as of late, like Lillian crashing to the continent from high above, carrying an odd aura about her. John sighed and moved towards another store dealing with information, when he suddenly paused, his instincts flaring with warning. His guard instantly raised as he felt the faintest of auras, the unmistakable aura of killing intent. Chapter 936 Killing Intent. John wanted to flare his divine sense out in all directions to detect the source of the killing intent, but he held back from doing so. Unleashing his divine sense would not only be considered incredibly rude in a dense city like this, as it would wash over thousands of other cultivators nearby, but would also alert the source of the killing intent that he could detect it. Could it be that woman, or one of the others in her group? That was the only thing John could think of. No one else in this world would have killing intent towards him, as no one else knew who he even was. Trying to act as natural as possible, John continued walking forward, appearing calm on the outside, but alert and ready on the inside. He scanned for any movement in the shadowy alleyways nearby, any fluctuation in the auras surrounding him, anything that would alert him to the source of the killing intent. Cultivators walked by him in both directions: meridian forging, heaven tribulation, Tao transformation. Even world expansion experts moved about, although the latter was the rarest by far. While each cultivator withheld their auras, the sheer number of people around him made them mix into a mess of auras, making it hard to discern which direction any singular aura came from. After walking down the street for several minutes, John stopped, feeling the aura of the killing intent. His frown turned into surprised confusion as he felt something he had not expected to happen. The killing intent. It's growing weaker and weaker, he thought, turning around towards the direction he had come from, peering down the busy street. Is the source masking their killing intent better, or? He stopped and felt the aura, which remained faintly discernible but stable, neither growing stronger or weaker. After a moment of consideration, he continued on the way he was going, and the aura slowly became weaker and weaker, until he could hardly feel it at all. After walking for another mile down the road, he could no longer feel the killing intent at all. John then moved back in the direction he came, retracing his steps. His suspicion became confirmation as he felt the killing intent appear again and grow stronger as he moved towards his original location. The killing intent, it's coming from a fixed location, John discerned. And I don't think it's for me, it's more like general killing intent, bizarre. After realizing the killing intent was not directed at himself, John looked all around him, studying the cultivators going about their daily lives. None seemed to notice the killing intent, and if they did, they didn't give any signs that they had detected it. Could they be used to it? No, I don't think that's the case. John shook his head lightly. This killing intent aura is so faint that even I hardly detected it, and thanks to my heaven-defying soul power and instincts, my ability to detect killing intent is far beyond anyone else's. The reason they ignore it is because they cannot detect it. Unlike other auras, killing intent was not an aura that could be detected by brute force of soul power or divine sense alone. It required heightened instincts honed through countless life and death encounters, as well as a bevy of other factors. John's ability to detect killing intent was as heaven-defying as his other qualities, and so the conclusion was one that made the most sense. Now that he knew what was going on, a strange curiosity sparked within him. John wanted to find the source of this killing intent and figure out what was going on. The killing intent wasn't at a level that he felt threatened, only that he felt its existence. If the source of the killing intent was from someone beyond him in power, his instincts would have screamed at him to flee, which it did not at the moment. John moved through the city, moving from street to street, weaving between alleyways and over bridges. He moved in a circular fashion through the city, as the source of the killing intent was quite hard to pinpoint. By circling it, he was able to detect if he was traveling farther or closer to it, and slowly but surely took a spiraling route towards the source of the killing intent. Hours later, John took at the entrance of a darkened alleyway. The alleyway was towards the northwest side of the city, relatively close to the opposite edge of the main entrance of the city. The street the alleyway branched off was smaller than most, and the number of people walking about was low. After glancing both ways to ensure no one was paying attention to him, John stepped into the alleyway, blending into the shadows. He moved slowly through the alleyway, guard raised, eyes darting about. The alleyway was quite unmemorable and seemed to be nothing more than a passageway towards a street 100 yards away. There were side doors to the buildings lining the alleyway, but nothing of note at all. He could see to the other side of the alleyway, where it reached the other street. There was nothing between him and that street, no person or visible source of the killing intent. John frowned as he looked both ways down the narrow alleyway and moved cautiously through it. He eventually stopped roughly halfway through the alleyway and stared at the wall to his right. It was an exterior wall of one of the buildings that lined the alley, but seemed unremarkable. There wasn't a door or anything of note, causing John to frown as he looked at the wall. The killing intent is on the opposite side of this wall. Even this close to it, the killing intent was still incredibly faint. Almost no one except another heaven-defying genius, or perhaps a holy manifestation cultivator, would be able to detect its aura if they were in the alleyway. Even this close to it, I still feel no danger, John thought, studying the smooth wall before him. His eyes darted about it and paused at a location about shoulder height. There, in the wall that was so smooth that it seemed to have no flaws, the thinnest of lines could be seen, lines forming a small square. John inspected that part of the wall for a moment, and then pressed his hand against it. The wall suddenly moved, shifting to the side, revealing the source of the killing intent, the source illuminating John's surprised face with a reddened glow. Chapter 937 Strange Statue. John frowned as he stared at the space before him that had been opened up by his actions. Touching the square button on the wall had revealed a false wall, which had moved to reveal a room just behind it. The room was 10 feet wide, deep and tall, and contained only a singular object within. In the very center of the room was a pedestal made of some marble-like stone. On the pedestal sat a bizarre object. It was about 2 feet tall, made of some unknown metallic material pitch black in color, and depicted a human, seemingly a woman due to the curves of the body, shrouded in a black robe, head bowed in shadows. The carving was incredibly intricate, and almost appeared as if the figure was alive due to its details. The right arm of the figure was held out to the side, and atop the upturned palm rested a strange object. The object appeared to be some sort of rune, carved or sculpted directly from a block of that lustrous metallic material. The rune glowed at the edges, giving off a blood-red light, bathing both that figure and the room in the red glow. Most important of all, the rune was no doubt the source of the killing intent, still nearly undetectable even standing this close to it. John had expedited the source to be from a cultivator or some creature, but never from what appeared to be some sort of artifact. John almost recognized the rune, but it was different from the one he compared it to. The Tao rune of death. It had many similarities, but seemed to diverge in a few sections of the rune, making it almost appear like the rune for death, but not quite. John glanced about the room, seeing if there was anything else of note, but saw nothing. His gaze returned to the statue before him, and after a moment of consideration, he reached out towards it. His hand stopped several inches short of the statue, blocked by an invisible formation barrier. John frowned and pressed harder, but his hand was unable to move forward despite the strength he used. I might be able to break this formation if I used my full strength, but my aura alone would cause a commotion. John withdrew his hand and inspected the artifact for a while longer, an uneasy feeling growing stronger by the second. I feel as though I'm being watched by this statue. The feeling was almost imperceptible and almost nonsensical, but John felt as though a pair of eyes were set on him, studying him. It made him feel uneasy, feeling the gaze but not seeing anyone nearby to stare at him. He was sure no one was hiding nearby, or else he would have detected their presence. Only a holy manifestation cultivator would be able to hide from my detection this close, and I highly doubt someone that strong is just sitting nearby. John assessed the situation. He took one last glance at the strange statue, and then shrugged. Well, I can't touch it, and I don't see anything else of note, so I guess I can only leave. He wanted to know more about the strange statue and the reason for its existence, but knew standing around would not only get him no answers, but would only increase the chance of trouble finding him. John stepped back into the alleyway and, after confirming both sides were clear, pressed the button on the wall again. The building wall reformed, hiding the room once more. John stepped back out into the street he had come from and blended into the crowd, moving back towards his hotel. Within a dimly lit room, a man sat cross-legged, eyes closed as if in meditation. On the man's lap sat a statue, one exactly the same as the statue John had seen. The man's right hand was resting on the small head of the statue, a slight aura of his chi infused into it. The man opened his eyes a moment later, a frown appearing on his face. He stood up and carried the statue with him, and then stepped out of the dimly lit room. A large chamber appeared before him, one lit with glowing red formation lights, basking the chamber in an ominous glow. Within the chamber were dozens of other people, many shrouded in pitch-black robes, their features completely obscured. The man moved through the chamber to the other side and knocked on a closed door. He waited patiently until he heard a voice from the other side of the door. "What is it?" a feminine voice asked. "Someone just arrived at the entranceway," the man said. "Someone? Who is it? Is a Shabak or is it Shadow 4? The woman asked. "Neither," the man said after a moment of hesitation, as if his answer was absurd to speak. "Neither," the woman asked, slight confusion in her voice. "Only a Shah and Shadow 4 are out on a mission. Is it someone from another division?" "No," the man said, shaking his head. "It is someone I do not recognize." Silence answered the man, followed by the door opening a moment later. A woman appeared in the doorway, frowning at the man. She wore the same black robes as the others, but had the hood down, revealing her features. She appeared to be in her late 20s and had long black hair, tied in a ponytail that fell down to the middle of her waist. Her bright green eyes stared at the man before her, who had his head slightly bowed in respect. "Show me," she said. The man nodded and moved the statue in his hands towards her. The woman placed her hand on the statue's head and closed her eyes. Her frown deepened a moment later, her eyes opening once more. "Do you recognize him?" the man asked curiously. The woman shook her head. "No," she said, falling silent for a moment. She turned her gaze towards a nearby area with sofas and tables, where two people sat, both shrouded in their pitch-black robes. "Shadow 6, Shadow 10, she said to them. The two suddenly appeared before her like ghosts. She instructed them to touch the statue, to which the two did. "Find this boy," she instructed, "and learn what you can about him. Report to me when you have learned something of note." The two nodded. "Do you want us to take action when we find him?" one of the shrouded figures asked, the voice light yet deep, most likely coming from a youthful male. "No," the woman shook her head. "Report back to me when you have what I want, at which point I will take action. We do not know what we are dealing with here." The two shrouded figures nodded, and then vanished. "Has our location been leaked?" the man asked. "Could it be the phantoms of death?" "It's impossible for one to stumble upon the mark of shadowed death by their own," the woman replied, frowning. "So that is the only plausible explanation, but I cannot confirm if the phantoms are behind it or not. It's far too sloppy to be the work of the phantoms. Once I learn what this boy knows, we will dispose of him, and then move our operations to another location. Start the preparations." The man nodded and walked away, leaving the woman alone. A thoughtful frown lingered on her face before she walked back into her room, the door closing behind her. Chapter 938 followed. John spent the next 2 days in the city, exploring it as thoroughly as he could. There was much to learn about this world, and this city was a perfect opportunity to expand his knowledge about the world. He had explored buildings dealing with general information, cultivation methods, pills, battle arts, and more. From what he had learned, Great Crest City was considered a middling city. It bordered the Immortal Forest, and so it was in quite a dangerous location. As such, expansion was difficult, and only by utilizing the natural defensive formations of the mountain it was on, as well as the formation barriers, was it able to maintain itself without being destroyed by the creatures of the forest. Despite it being a middling city, John had been impressed by what he had seen thus far. The pills, cultivation methods, and battle arts were all impressive, and many would be considered top-tier arts back home. He had even discovered some battle arts for sale that would have caused a stir back on the divine martial continent, but sadly none of the arts suited him very well. The arts for sale that were of high quality mostly dealt with the common Taos, and not the more complicated and profound Taos. He had hoped to find some spatial battle arts or movement arts in the city, but even here on this world, arts dealing with the spatial Tao seemed to be quite rare, and those that were provided were low in value. The high-tier arts regarding the spatial Tao are probably sect secrets, limited to those who join those top-tier sects. The quality of arts I find here are going to be lacking, John thought as he perused through the contents of a store that sold battle arts. He inspected the jade piece in his hand, a piece that contained a fire-based battle art, and then put it back. He inspected the large showroom for some time, which contained hundreds of jade pieces, each containing a battle art or movement technique. While inspecting the arts, an attendant came up to him, inquiring about his needs. "Do you have any high-level movement arts that deal with the spatial Tao?" John asked. "I'm afraid not," the middle-aged attendant shook his head. "The spatial Tao is an incredibly profound Tao, and we only have low-quality arts that deal with the spatial Tao." John frowned, expecting the answer, but was disappointed nonetheless. "Do you know where I could obtain high-level spatial Tao arts?" John asked. "Most likely only in the Tier 1 sects, and perhaps some of the stronger Tier 2 sects," the man replied. John nodded and thanked the man, and then left the building. He inquired about spatial Tao arts at several other places, but received the same answer. John left another battle art building and walked into the busy street, deep in thought. "I've obtained quite a bit of high-quality pills of various purposes, as well as some decent battle arts pertaining to the Taos I just recently learned, but I still haven't found anything that can raise my combat prowess." When it came to his primary Taos, John already had very high-level battle arts, and in some cases, heaven-defying battle arts. Finding upgrades for those was going to be quite difficult. John walked down the busy street in the direction of his hotel, deep in thought. The sun was going down and night would fall soon, and so it was time to retire to his room for a long night of cultivation. Halfway to his hotel, a frown appeared on John's face as he narrowed his eyes. "I'm being watched again." He had felt eyes watching him from the shadows over the last 2 days, but had not done anything about it. Those watching him had been very careful to keep themselves hidden, and had displayed no killing intent or bloodlust towards him, making it difficult to identify them in such a populated area. Those who had been watching him had not taken any action, and so John had ignored the issue. Now, however, the feeling of those eyes watching him had returned and was much stronger than before. This time, there was the faintest feeling of killing intent. The first time that had happened. There's killing intent this time, but more importantly, I can tell the one watching me right now is definitely stronger than those watching me before. I almost didn't notice their gaze, and most likely wouldn't have if not for the killing intent. The killing intent was so faint as to almost be non-existent, and was almost fainter than the artifact he had found which had displayed killing intent. If it was anyone else in his position, they would not have noticed it. John continued on his way, as if he had not noticed the killing intent. Fighting was prohibited in the city, and he didn't want to cause a commotion by fighting in the streets. They definitely don't know I've noticed them, so I'll use that to my advantage. People have been following me for days, no doubt related to that strange artifact, so I think it's time I get some answers as well. Half a mile away from his hotel, John took a right down a relatively narrow street and walked down it for some time. He took several more turns, making his way to less and less populated streets. The road he was currently on was almost deserted and was no wider than a dozen yards. The sun had fallen by now, blanketing the city in darkness, illuminated only by the formation lights scattered throughout the city. There were hardly any formation lights here, making the street quite dark. He spotted an alleyway to his right, one completely devoid of any people and almost completely dark. John walked down the alleyway, his pace steady and face calm, as if he had not noticed there was a perpetual gaze filled with killing intent on him. Halfway through the alley, John's gaze flickered. The killing intent had intensified for the briefest of moments, and his instincts flared with warning. A flash of light appeared behind him as a dagger pierced out of the darkness, directly towards his back. Chapter 939, Shadowed Woman. The dagger pierced through John, whose figure suddenly vanished from sight. The dagger pierced into the alleyway floor a short distance away, disappearing beneath its durable floor, carving through it like it was butter. John instantly reappeared a short distance away, in the direction he had come from. While his control of the spatial Tao was far from perfect, Traveling such a short distance through space was now something he was capable of, and was perfect for this situation. He appeared next to a figure, one that he couldn't see, but could feel. In the dark alleyway, he felt as though a shadowed mass hovered before him, darkening the surrounding area in an even darker blackness. It was a strange thing to look at, and almost made John wonder if he was imagining things. His instincts told him otherwise, that the blackness was real, and something was within. His hand stretched out like lightning towards the imperceptible blackness, trying to clutch onto what was within. The blackness moved before he could touch it, like a shadow moving in the darkness. It was almost impossible to see, but the slight movements were all the confirmation John needed to know he wasn't imagining things. He flashed forward once more, unleashing a palm strike towards the shadow. Whatever the shadow was, it seemed to avoid direct confrontation, and it slipped away at the last moment again, melding into the darkness once more. The nearly imperceptible mass of blackness then exploded outwards, sending off chunks of itself into the nearby area. Instantly, there were nearly a dozen masses of blackness, each similar in aura to the original. John stopped and stared into the darkness, feeling the aura of the black shadows surrounding him. He made no move as the shadows had not moved either. Silence filled the alleyway for a short while before a voice finally spoke out. "Impressive," a feminine voice said, sounding like it belonged to a rather young woman. John raised an eyebrow as he stared at the dark shadows surrounding him. "You're the very first person at a cultivation lower than mine to detect me in my shadowed form. And to think, you're a full major realm lower, and yet you managed to accomplish what others could not." The last sentence seemed to be a little bitter, as if the woman was disappointed with herself for not catching John off guard. "Thanks," John replied, his guard raised but was otherwise calm. The woman's words had indicated her cultivation level, early world expansion realm. If that was the case, dealing with her would be troublesome but not impossible. "When did the phantoms obtain such a talent?" the woman asked, her shadowy forms shifting about in the darkness, making it impossible to pinpoint her true location. "And why would they send such a talent on a mission like this? Sending one of their most promising talents to their death is not something I thought the phantoms would do." John sighed, finally realizing, at least a little, why he was being followed and targeted by this woman. He had stumbled upon that artifact, and had no doubt been detected by this woman, who thought he was part of the phantoms, which, based on her reaction, was an enemy of hers. John shook his head at himself, as his curiosity had gotten him into a mess once more. "I have no idea what you're talking about," John said calmly. "Feigning ignorance will not save you," the woman replied, her figure still shifting about. "Only one from our guild can detect the mark. Clearly the phantoms found out the location of the mark somehow and sent you to inspect. Do you deny this?" "Of course I deny it," John replied. "I still have no idea what you're talking about. I've never heard of the phantoms, nor have I heard about the mark." Is that so?" the woman replied, seemingly amused as the lies John was telling. "Then how did you find the mark? Did you just manage to stumble upon it?" she asked, her voice slightly mocking, as if she would not ever believe such a story. "Well, no," John said. "I didn't stumble upon it, I felt it." "You felt it?" the voice asked, slightly surprised. "Yeah," John nodded his head. "I was in the city and I felt a permanent killing intent. At first I thought it was on me, but then I figured out it was coming from someplace. I followed the killing intent to that wall, and then found that mark, as you call it. That's all." "Impossible," the woman said. "No one can detect the mark's killing intent unless they are attuned to it. Its aura is far too faint for anyone to detect otherwise, especially by one in the Tao transformation realm." John shrugged, as he knew the woman wouldn't instantly believe him. "I detected your killing intent, did I not?" he asked calmly. "And I'm sure you're quite talented at what you do, especially based on what you said earlier, so doesn't that give what I said some credibility?" The alleyway fell silent for quite some time. The woman was clearly considering his words, trying to figure out if what he said was the truth or not. "What you say does make some sense," the woman finally said, her words slower with contemplation. You did manage to detect me, although I don't know how. That alone is proof that your instincts are heaven-defying, but still, to detect the mark on you own impossible. John shrugged again. The alleyway fell silent once more. If you are not from the phantoms of death, then which faction or sect do you belong to? I don't belong to any power, John said calmly. Impossible, the woman replied again. How could one as talented as yourself not belong to a power? How else did you obtain this strength? I have my secrets, as I'm sure you do as well, John said calmly, but I can guarantee that I do not belong to any faction or sect. I also have no qualms with you or whatever the place you guard is, so if you'll let me on my way, I'll forget I ever saw that artifact, or whatever it was. I cannot let you leave. You have seen the location of the artifact, and we cannot allow that to be leaked, the woman said, her voice growing slightly colder. John shrugged nonchalantly again, as if her answer didn't really concern him one way or another. That's fine, I guess, he said calmly. His gaze narrowed a moment later as he snapped his head to the side, locking onto one of the dozen or so masses of blackened shadows. The shadow seemed to freeze for a brief moment as he pointed towards it, powerful lightning buzzing on his fingertip. But if you want to kill me, I'm afraid it's going to be a lot harder than you think. I don't mind burning this city to the ground in our battle, he added. Silence filled the alleyway for quite some time before the dozen black masses of shadows vanished. A woman appeared from within the mass of blackness John was pointing at and stepped towards him. She wore a pitch-black robe, which had the hood over her head, obscuring her features. John tried to peer within, but there was a shadowy blackness before her face, obscuring her features. The two stared at each other for a short while before the woman spoke. Since you do not belong to any faction, she said, her voice friendlier than before, how would you like to join my guild? Join your guild, John said, eyebrows raised. And why would I do that? Because, the woman said, and although John could not see her face, he could feel that she was smiling at him. If you do, we will be able to provide you with the things you've been searching for the last few days. What was it? Information regarding oddities and some high-level battle arts regarding the spatial Tao. John frowned at the woman. Clearly those who were watching me the past 2 days relayed that information to her. He fell silent, considering her offer. He had no idea who this woman was or what her guild did, but if she could provide him with the things she just mentioned, it would be worth it to at least check it out. What is the name of your guild, and what does it do? John asked, although he could already guess its true purpose. You should have guessed what we do by now, the woman said. And as for its name, you can only learn that once you join. With your talent, I'm sure we'll both benefit quite nicely if you join. John remained silent as he considered the offer. I suppose joining will be beneficial in the short term, and if it turns out to be a trap or against my best interests, I'll just flee. It's not like these people know who I am, so they won't be able to easily track me down. And they don't know my true combat strength, so any trap they set, should they set one, will not be strong enough to contain me. After a moment of consideration, John nodded his head. Fine, I'll consider joining, but only if what you tell me of the guild and what you do is to my liking, he said firmly, as if there was no room for debate. The woman considered him in silence for some time, then nodded. Agreed. Then follow me, and welcome, if you so wish, to the Shadows of Death Assassination Guild. Chapter 940 Dagger from the Shadows. I never said I was joining, John said calmly, as the two strode down the dark streets, seemingly back towards the mysterious artifact as far as John could tell. Are you an enemy of humanity? The woman asked. No, John confirmed. And are you good at killing? You could say that, John shrugged. And do you desire riches, profound battle arts, and secretive information? The woman asked, emphasizing the last part, as she had information on how hard John had searched for such a thing over the past few days. It was obvious he desired it more than the other things he searched for, and the woman knew what. You already know the answer to that, John replied, not giving the woman the satisfaction of confirming directly. The shrouded woman laughed lightly. "Then there is no reason not for you to join," she said. "I can guarantee you 3 things should you join. 1, you will have the opportunity to access battle arts and cultivation techniques beyond your wildest imaginations." I doubt that, John thought. He had seen too many heaven-defying battle arts already and was in possession of a few of them, but kept his remark to himself. 2, you will be able to obtain resources, such as spirit crystals, pills, artifacts, and more that would only be possible to obtain by joining a Tier 1 sect. John glanced sideways at her, slightly surprised to hear such a claim. He could tell the woman was not embellishing at all. If in fact her guild had access to things only the Tier 1 sects had, then the guild was not as simple as it currently appeared. "And third," the woman said, touring to look at him, her face still shrouded in her shadowed hood, "you will have access to the #1 information network on the continent. Not even the Tier 1 sects can claim to have a better information network." The third claim truly surprised John. Better than the Tier 1 sects, this guild really isn't simple at all. That third part was what he needed the most. Information to find Lillian. If he was going to find her, learning of her location was the first step. Only by having access to the most up-to-date information would he be able to accomplish this. John remained silent, keeping his desire for information as best he could. The women already knew he wanted access to an information network, but he wouldn't let her know just how much he desired that access. "How can you be certain that I'm not a spy?" John asked her, changing the subject. The woman had been quick to accept his answers, and he wanted to probe her answers and determine if he was walking into some sort of trap. The woman laughed lightly, as if his question was quite silly. "You are far too naive to be a spy," the woman said. "I've met quite a few phantom spies, and they all are quite convincing, but you beat them by a mile. If you are a spy, then I have failed as an assassin and deserve to be tricked. Also, I have good reasons to believe your story." "Good reasons?" John raised an eyebrow at her answer, but remained silent. The two walked through the city, the streets lit brightly by formation lights of differing colors, bathing the city in a multicolored glow. It was quite beautiful to look at, and before long, John found himself standing before the wall where he had discovered the artifact. "I still find it incredible that you were able to find this on your own," the woman said softly, placing her hand against the wall. The wall parted away, revealing the red room with the statue in the middle. "You are the very first to ever accomplish such a thing," she said as she stepped into the room. John followed behind and looked around for any traps or dangers, but noticed nothing. The wall closed behind them as they entered, and the woman placed her hand on the artifact in the statue's hand, the one that looked like an altered rune of death. She reached out with her other hand and grabbed John's wrist. His vision went dark for an instant before returning. John quickly looked around and found himself standing in an enclosed room, one that was different from the one they had just been in. "Welcome back," a man to their side said. John looked at him and noticed the man holding a statue in his hands, one that looked the same as the one he had just been near. The woman nodded to the man and then strode forward towards the door on the opposite side of the room. John followed, his guard raised, and walked through the door. A large chamber came into view, one that glowed a soft red. A bar, several lounges, and other furnishings came into view, making it look like a comfortable tavern. There were many doors on the edges of the large chamber, leading to rooms unseen. Within the large chamber were quite a few other cultivators, who instantly took notice of John's arrival. There were 8 cultivators in total, and each wore the exact same robe as the woman who had led him here. About half of the cultivators had their hoods up, obscuring their faces, while the other half had them down. 3 men and a woman, all appearing to be in their late 20s or early 30s, stared at him with wide eyes, as if his presence was completely unexpected. The others had their faces shrouded, but John was sure they had similar expressions. "What is going on here?" one of the men with his face revealed asked, frowning at John with a cautious gaze. "You said you were going to kill him. Why have you brought him here?" The others remained silent, but their expressions revealed they had the same questions as the man. The woman stepped forward and gestured to John. She quickly explained the situation, from their encounter to their conversations afterwards. The expressions of the others changed from shock to doubt to skepticism as they listened. Her story finally ended, returning the room to silence. "You want us to believe such obvious lies?" one of the shrouded cultivators asked, the voice feminine. "Right, there's no way anyone can detect the mark without attuning to it first," another said. "He's obviously lying, and is a spy, and this location had been leaked." "Are you doubting my judgment?" the woman who had led John here said firmly, her voice growing cold. The room fell silent. "Of course not," one said. "It's just a hard story to believe." "An impossible story, more like it," another chimed in, but quickly averted his gaze as he felt a chill coming from the woman. Just based on the reactions of the others, John could tell that the woman who had led him here was in charge. John remained silent the entire time, allowing them to figure it all out. His gaze suddenly narrowed, and an angered scowl appeared on his face as he felt a lethal threat approaching from behind, a faint killing intent leaking from the source that held the dagger piercing towards his back. Chapter 940, One Shocking Identity. "What are you?" the woman beside John yelled out frantically, but her words were too late. The mysterious person holding the dagger arrived behind John like a ghost, the dagger piercing forward with lethal intent. John spun around instantly, a wave of anger rushing through him. He roared with power as his right hand punched sideways, slamming into the outstretched arm of the mysterious assassin before the dagger could reach him. A sickening crunch sounded out as his punch broke the assassin's arm, blood flying outwards as bone broke through skin. A cry of pain filled the chamber, which shook violently a moment later as John rushed forward, grasped the assassin by the neck, and slammed him into the wall of the chamber. The chamber wall cracked, and a pained gasp escaped the assassin's mouths as John's hand nearly crushed his neck. Had he not held back, it would have no doubt done so. John stared at the assassin in his grasp. The assassin was shrouded in the same robes as the others, and had their hood up, obscuring their face. Based on the build and the cries of pain, John determined that it was a male. A quick scan with his divine sense revealed the man's cultivation to be at the late Tao transformation realm. After inspecting the man for a moment, John's divine sense flooded the chamber, making sure he kept track of each and every cultivator within. None of them had moved an inch since the attack came towards him, and he could see expressions of shock and surprise on each of their faces. Either they were surprised the stealth attack had happened, or that he had managed to detect it and stop it in time. Still holding the neck of the assassin, John turned around and held the man by his neck, feet lifted off the ground, so that the struggling man was between him and the others. His fingers dug into the skin of the man, threatening to crush his neck with a single squeeze. "What's the meaning of this?" John asked, his gaze snapping to the woman who had led him here. "I did not order him to do this," the woman said. "This was not a trap. He acted on his own volition." "Is that so?" John said, looking at the others. "Let him go, and we can ask him why he attacked you," the woman said, gesturing to the one in John's grip. "He will be punished accordingly based on his answer." John's gaze shifted from the woman to the man in his grip, and his arm flung outwards, sending the man crashing towards the woman. The woman's chi flared to stop the man's fast approach, allowing him to come to a gentle stop before he crashed into her. A gasp of pain escaped the shrouded man's mouth as he was finally free of John's grip, falling to his knees. John kept his guard raised as he watched the woman walk up to the man, ready to take action at a moment's notice if it was needed. His narrowed gaze quickly became replaced with wide-eyed surprise as he saw the woman unleash a powerful barrage of kicks on the man, toppling him over onto the ground. Each kick was quite powerful and shook the chamber with each kick. The others looked on with unsurprised expressions, as if they had expected such a reaction from the woman, although their gazes were slightly apologetic for the man being assaulted. "Why the fuck did you do that?" the woman said angrily, a kick raining down on the man between each word. Each kick was followed with a cry of pain from the man, who curled up in a ball to protect himself. "I'm sorry," the man yelled out between kicks, which continued for quite some time before the woman eventually stopped, leaving the man in a much worse condition than John had left him in. She took a step back from the crumpled man. "Explain yourself," she barked at him. The man groaned in pain, as if he hadn't heard her. The woman huffed with displeasure and took a step forward, her foot rising for another kick. "I'll explain myself," the injured man hastily said, climbing to his knees. The speed and shakiness at which he did so revealed his injuries to be quite extensive, and blood was soaked into his black robes, giving the fabric a glistening sheen in the red light. The man kneeled before her, and the woman flung back his hood, revealing his features. The man appeared to be in his early 20s, or perhaps mid-20s. He had short blonde hair and a rather average face, or as best as John could tell with the blood and injuries covering it. He looked up at the woman with a pleading expression. I just wanted to make sure you weren't being tricked somehow," the man said. "You attacking him accomplishes that how?" the woman asked furiously, lurching forward as if to attack him out of anger. "I just couldn't believe he found this place on his own," the man hastily stammered before he was attacked again. "So I decided to attack him when he was distracted. If he truly has such abilities, he would have detected me in time. If he couldn't, then he was obviously lying and is a spy." The room fell silent for a short moment before the woman suddenly kicked out, the heel of her foot slamming into the man's face. "So, you think you have better judgment than me?" she yelled as the man flew across the room, slamming into the far wall with a sickening crunch. "No, of course not," he stammered through the pain. "I was wrong, please forgive me." "How do you want to deal with him?" the woman asked, turning to John. "You want me to decide?" John asked, surprised. Based on what had happened, it was clear the man had truly worked alone, and that the woman really was furious at him for his actions. "Yes," the woman confirmed. "You may do what you want, although I would ask you to spare him. Shadow 7 is an idiot but a good man. He did this thinking he was helping the guild." John shifted his gaze to the beaten and broken man, who trembled in pain on the ground. He shrugged. "It seems like you've given him punishment already," John said, his voice causing the woman and the others to sigh in relief. "But," John added, his gaze narrowing and aura growing cold, "if any of you do something like this again, I'll kill you without mercy." The woman nodded her head. "Fair, now follow me," she said, walking across the chamber. John did so, the eyes of the others glued to him as if he were an exotic beast or a dangerous predator. John entered another room, the door closing a moment later. The room was quite large and was furnished with everything a person would need to live in, from a bed to furniture to a meditation chamber. The woman sat on one of the couches in the middle of the room and gestured for John to sit. He did so, and his eyes went wide with surprise as the woman pushed her hood back, revealing her face. The woman had long black hair, tied in a ponytail, that fell down to the middle of her waist. Her black hair suddenly started shifting colors and soon became blonde, which appeared to be her natural hair color. Shock washed through John as he stared at her face, one that was strikingly familiar to another girl he had recently met. Her bright green eyes stared at John's surprised expression, her expression growing serious. "What happened to my father? What happened to my siblings?" John didn't even need to ask who she was talking about, as the woman before him appeared almost exactly like a slightly older version of Suri. She's Fury's daughter? Chapter 942, Zuri the woman's face was nearly identical to Suri, only appearing her 20s instead of teens, with traces of Fury's characteristics, especially the eyes. They were the same color as Fury's, and even seemed to shimmer the same way in certain lights. She was incredibly beautiful, John admitted internally. And she was without a doubt Fury's daughter. John regained his composure, despite the shocking turn of events. "This woman seems certain I know of Fury's demise. I need to find out why before I answer." A reply formulated in his head, but the woman spoke up again before he could say anything. "There's no use in trying to hide it," the woman said, her gaze narrowed, as if skeptical of John and his involvement with Fury's disappearance. "I know you were with him before contact was lost. Nothing you say will convince me otherwise." John frowned at her strong-armed approach. "Why are you so certain that I know your father, or was there when you lost contact with him?" John asked, trying to dig for answers. The woman leaned back in her seat, her guard still raised but eyes distant, as if she were recalling some troubling memories. "Several weeks ago, my father sent me a message through a transmission disc. It was brief, but indicated he might have found the solution to his cultivation problem," the woman said, focus returning to her eyes. "He didn't give much information, but indicated he had found a youthful talent that could obtain him what he needed, and in return, he needed to provide the youth information. Information regarding a woman that fell from beyond this world to this land. Quite, wouldn't you say?" The woman emphasized the word oddity, and that was one of the ways John described what kind of information he needed when shopping around the city for it. John remained silent, as he could tell there was more. "I guess this is related to the information network mentioned." The woman continued after noticing he was not going to interrupt her. "Then a short hole later, I received just a single-word transmission from him. 'Danger.' That was all he sent, and then the connection between our transmission discs was lost." The woman stood up and walked to a nearby table which contained wines and another alcoholic drinks. She posed herself a glass of fragrant red wine and downed it, then poured another glass and sat down once more. "I have heard nothing from him since, and no one else has heard, seen, or found any trace of him since," she continued, taking another sip of wine. "And then several weeks later, I received news of a transformation youth stumbling out of the Immortal Forest, a place where no transformation cultivator can survive for long. And then that same youth happens to find our hideout by instincts alone, and even has the combat prowess to avoid my attacks and overwhelm one of my late transformation assassins. So tell me, are you still going to deny the youth my father mentioned is you after everything I just said?" John studied the woman for quite some time, weighting the pros and cons of admitting the truth. The pros eventually won out in the end. "I won't deny it," he said calmly. The woman sighed softly, relieved, but also conflicted. Her gaze hardened further, as if she would kill him unless he gave her a reasonable answer, one that did not implicate him in her father's demise. "What happened?" she asked, voice tense. "Is my father or my siblings?" "They're dead," John said softly. A look of grief and despair appeared on her face for a short moment. Her face returned to normal a short while later, her composure impressing John. "What happened?" she asked. "Leave no detail out." John nodded and decided to tell her everything that had happened, as the truth best served him in this situation. He kept out the secrets involving himself and Lillian, but detailed everything else, from the slave caravan to the assassination of. He fell silent after telling the story, allowing the woman to digest it all. She remained silent for a long while, gaze distant. After a long silence, the woman growled out one word, her voice filled with hatred and disgust. "Phantoms." John had recalled her mentioning that word before, alluding to them being an enemy power. He was curious about who the phantoms were, but remained silent as the woman collected herself. The woman downed her glass of wine and returned to the bar. She grabbed an entire bottle and returned to her chair, drinking directly from it. It was quite brutish, but John completely understood. Everyone had their own ways of dealing with grief and loss. "The phantoms are our enemy," the woman said, as if reading John's thoughts. "Their full name is the Phantoms of Death, and they are an assassination guild that targets only humans. They kill important figures of humanity, their sole mission being to weaken the strength of the human race." John found that slightly surprising, as the woman who had killed was also human. John's thoughts shifted to the Astral Emperor, who was doing something similar, so the possibility of the woman being part of the Phantoms of Death wasn't impossible. "The guild I am part of, the Shadows of Death, is the exact opposite," she continued, taking another sip. We operate in the shadows, assassinating targets whose death strengthens humanity. Those targets include the phantoms, she said, studying John's expression. She paused to take another sip from the bottle, and then leaned forward towards John. The information network my father mentioned is related to my guild, as I'm sure you've figured out by now, the woman said, taking another sip from the bottle. I had already started inquiring about the matter my father requested, but have learned nothing yet. John felt his hope rise and fall in a single sentence. However, if anyone can find this woman you're looking for, it's us. So now that you know everything, what is your decision? Will you join us? John had already made his decision earlier and replied with a firm nod. Good, the woman said, smiling. She handed over the wine bottle to John, who accepted it and took a swig. His eyes lit up with delight. It was delicious. I'm by the way, she said. John nearly choked on his wine, but kept his remark regarding her name to himself. John, he returned the greeting. Well, John, you are now officially a shadow of the shadows of death. What do you say to celebrating by going out to hunt some phantoms? She asked, a wide smile forming on her face. Her cheeks were rosy red from the alcohol, making her even more beautiful than normal. But John could tell that beneath that beauty was a hidden beast, waiting to explode with power. In fact, the woman reminded him of Lillian, beautiful yet incredibly dangerous. He smiled and nodded his head. Let's go hunting. 943 leaving led John back into the main chamber of the hideout, where the other assassins of the guild were gathered. All eyes turned to John, and curious as to what was discussed, and also still stunned at what John had previously done. His ability to detect the stealth attack from someone 2 minor realms above him, and also easily overpower the man as well, was completely stunning. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have never believed it. John glanced at the man who had attacked him, who was being tended to by some of the other members of the guild. He was quite battered and bruised, with a broken nose and several fractured ribs. The man glanced at John, his gaze trembling as he quickly averted it. Boss, your hair? One female asked, noticing changed hair color. She had always had it black, but had changed it to her natural when she had revealed herself to John. John glanced at hair. She most likely changed it to distance herself from and make it harder to recognize her. I suppose that's not really necessary anymore. Listen up, said out loud, ignoring the comment about her hair. This is John, and as of right now, he is a shadow, she said, gesturing to John. Some of the members nodded at John, welcoming him, while others looked at him with skepticism, curiosity, and one with agitation, the injured man. How can he become a shadow already? The man asked, his voice mumbly due to his yet-to-be-healed facial injuries. He hasn't taken the test. He hasn't earned a ranking. Shot a displeased look at the man, who quickly shut up. He will take the test tomorrow, said, but I'm sure you've all seen enough to know that he will pass with flying colors, and that the test is nothing more than a formality for him. Most of the others nodded their heads, agreeing with. She nodded back, satisfied with their acceptance of the unusual situation. Has Shadow 4 returned from her mission yet? Asked. No, one of the hooded members replied, shaking their head. The voice belonged to a woman who seemed to have some concern in her voice. And we have not heard anything from her yet either. She should have sent her nightly communication by now, but... The woman pushed her hood back, revealing a relatively pretty face belonging to a woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s. She had long brown hair, tied into a ponytail, which fell down to her shoulders. She had a soft face and gentle features, quite the opposite one would expect from an assassin. John raised an eyebrow. That face has no doubt been used to let guards down around her before she strikes, he thought. Her gentle face was scrunched up in concern, clearly worried for this Shadow 4 that was mentioned. A frown appeared on face as she fell silent for a moment, then glanced at John next to her. I was going to take us on a relatively easy hunt, she said, but this development is quite concerning. Are you okay with me bumping up the difficulty a bit? If you can handle it, I can handle it. John shrugged nonchalantly, indicating that she shouldn't hold herself back for his sake. Watch your tone around the boss, one of the hooded members said, a male voice filled with displeasure. Who are you to compare yourself to her? Learn your. His voice cut off as he noticed a sharp stare from. John glanced around the room at the others, many who had a look of disapproval on their faces. They all clearly have a very high opinion of Zuri, he thought, noticing their quick reaction to come to her defense, even if she didn't need it. Even John's offhand comment was taken as an insult to her by them, which actually made him feel approval towards these guild members. They clearly respected Zuri a great deal, and those who respected their leaders were usually relatively good people, so long as the leader was as well. If they were rebellious and callous towards their leader's commands and reputation, he would have had a lower opinion of the bunch. It's fine, Zuri said, indicating she did not find John's words insulting. The others still had frowns on their faces, but remained silent as Zuri had already voiced her opinion on the matter. Since Shadow 4 has yet to send her nightly communication, I will go myself to assess the situation, she said. The others nodded, and one of the men stood up and began to walk over to Zuri. The man was one of the unhooded people in the room, and appeared to be in his mid-20s. He had a rugged yet handsome face, with a trim beard, short black hair, and piercing gray eyes. He had a cultivation in the half-step world expansion realm, which seemed like he would step into the early world expansion realm at any moment. Based on his appearance and cultivation, John figured the man was most likely in his 30s or 40s, which was not bad at all for his cultivation. He thought of Zira's, who had been the youngest world expansion cultivator on the divine Martial Continent in a long time, and Zira's had accomplished that in his 60s. This man would most likely beat Zira's cultivation time to reach the world expansion realm, which was just another reminder to John of the higher level this world was when compared to his homeworld. Zuri, who is most likely in her 30s or maybe 40 and already in the world expansion realm, and this man who is almost similar in speed. I wonder how much faster I would have cultivated had I grown up here instead, John wondered. I am ready when you are, the man said firmly. From what John could tell, the man was the second strongest in the room. Zuri shook her head lightly at the man. I am not taking you with me this time, Shadow too, she said. What? You cannot go alone on such a dangerous mission, the man rebuked. I won't be alone, Zuri said, gesturing to John next to her. The man frowned, glancing at John with a scrutinous look. He sighed a moment later. Do not let her down, he said to John, indicating that he would not argue with Zuri. If you return and she does not, I will hunt you down myself. Noted, John said calmly, silently approving of the man's attitude. He was protective of his leader, as he should be. I will send notice once I have an update on the situation, Zuri said, walking across the room. I do not wish to delay any longer. John with me. John nodded and followed behind. The two entered a room which was filled with dozens of pitch-black robes, and Zuri instructed him to find one that fit. John found one that was a good match and put it on. He nodded his head in approval, as the robe was made of very high-quality material that was both light and durable. Let's go, Zuri said, returning to the main chamber and then walking to the room they had first entered. John followed, and the two found the man holding the statue there, sitting in meditation. Zuri touched the statue while holding John's arm, returning them instantly to the room above on the city streets. They blended into the shadows, slipping out of the city through a hidden tunnel on the end opposite the city entrance, and blended into the darkness of the night unnoticed. Chapter 944 History of the Guild. The tunnel led to a high ledge, miles above the ground. Great Crest City was built atop a flat mountaintop miles high, and the secret tunnel's entrance was carved into the cliffside halfway up the mountainside, at which point it zigzagged up to the city above. John glanced out into the darkness of the night, which was illuminated by the glowing moon high above. He took in a beautiful landscape of forests, mountains, and rivers illuminated by the silver glow of the moon. Follow me, Zuri said, stepping off the ledge. John followed, stepping off and plummeting to the ground below. Zuri used her chi to stall her fall and land softly just before hitting the ground, and John did the same. They landed without making noise, at which point Zuri rushed forward, her body turning into a black mass of dark shadows. Clearly, she did not want to be detected. Following suit, John used his Tao of Space to shroud himself in a spatial cocoon and followed behind Zuri. The two sped into the nearby Immortal Forest, surprising him in the direction. From what he knew of this area of the human continent, the Immortal Forest dominated a decent portion of the southwest portion of the continent, with almost no settlements within. It ended at the coast, which was also sparsely populated. He remained silent as he followed Zuri's barely perceptible shadow, venturing deeper into the Immortal Forest. He noticed many slumbering beasts on their way through, none of which were alerted to their presence. They eventually came to a stop a dozen miles into the forest, at the base of a massive tree. The tree was larger than any of the surrounding trees, thicker and taller than any other nearby. Zuri slipped under an arching series of roots at the base of the massive tree, into a small tunnel that pierced into the tree. John followed and came to a halt as they arrived at a dead end. John studied the dead end and thought he could just faintly feel some source of chi in the area, like a formation or something. It was almost impossible to detect, and would have been impossible had he not been this close. Zuri's chi flared for a brief instant, and the dead end quickly parted to the side, revealing a small tunnel on the other side. She slipped into the tunnel, as did John a moment later. The wall reformed behind them, drowning the tunnel in darkness. They moved down the tunnel, which seemed to go on for a mile, before coming to a large chamber, one clearly carved by hand. It was 100 yards in each direction, and had a large transportation formation in the very center. A small pedestal jutted out of the center of the formation, which Zuri quickly made her way towards. The flat top of the pedestal had many formation runes on it, each glowing with a different color. Zuri reached out and started pressing and moving the formations in a practice sequence, obviously doing something John didn't yet understand. John hopped on the formation as well, studying the formation with slight awe. This formation is connected to dozens of other formations, which allows us to travel throughout our domain of influence in secrecy, Zuri said. Who built such a powerful formation all the way down here? He asked. The guild, of course, Zuri said, rematerializing from her mass of dark shadows and into her true form. She glanced at John as he stepped out of his spatial cocoon and nodded firmly. Your command of the spatial Tao is quite incredible, she praised him. John smiled wryly, as his command of the Tao was nothing compared to Lillian. It's all right, he said. You sell yourself short, Zuri shook her head at his modesty. The Tao of Space is a pinnacle Tao and is incredibly hard to learn, let alone utilize. For one as young as yourself, your current level of control can only be praised as heavenly. I guess I've only compared my control of the spatial Tao to Lillian, who is an absolute monster in the spatial Tao, so maybe I have been selling myself short, he thought. In the entire shadows of Death Guild, there are only a handful of spatial Tao users, and only 3 who command it more efficiently than you, Zuri said. And each of those 3 are ancient monsters, so it's only natural you fall short of their spatial Tao prowess. Entire guild? John asked curiously. Is there more to the shadows of death than what you showed me? Haha, of course, Zuri laughed softly, still working on whatever she was going to the pedestal formations. What you saw was just one branch of the full guild. There are 12 branches, which covers 12 different areas of the human continent, and also the main headquarters, which gives out missions to the branches, as well as carries out the highest priority assassinations themselves. When a truly strong target is identified for assassination, it's normally someone from the headquarters who comes out to assassinate the target. Wow, was all John could say, as he was taken aback by the scope of the guild. He had assumed it was a rogue guild operating out of Great Crest City, but was instead a continent-spanning guild, which was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. Our faction covers the southwest corner of the human continent, Zuri said, still adjusting the formation on the pedestal. which includes Great Crest City, as well as hundreds of other cities within our domain. John nodded his head in thanks for her explanation, now realizing why Zuri was so confident in her guild's information network. It was a continent-spanning assassination guild, which would naturally be very interested in obtaining as much information about the continent and people within it as possible. Originally, the Tier 1 sects carried out assassination missions themselves, but eventually found them to not only be a distraction for their sects, but also brought too much scrutiny whenever an assassination was revealed, as well as danger to the assassins of the sect whenever their identity was revealed. Too many important sect members were dying for their liking, Zuri said, seeming to give him a background in the guild's history. So eventually they agreed to form a standalone assassination guild, one that operated without their influence and also outside of their command, so as to put distance between the assassinations and themselves. Once the guild was established, it became a self-operating power that never revealed its existence publicly. The 3 Tier 1 sects silently support our operation through resource donations and sometimes sending youths talented in assassination arts to us. But other than that, stay hands-off, she continued. While rumors of its existence have obviously surfaced, not many on this continent and beyond know for certain of its existence. It's been like this for centuries now, she said, finally falling silent. John thanked her for the background, getting a better grasp of the situation he found himself in. Zuri tapped the formation one last time, and it lit up. John felt his body pulled through space for a brief instant before returning to the real world. He looked around, noticing himself in a chamber almost identical to the one he had been in. Our mission starts now, Zuri said, her face becoming firm. And based off the details we have thus far, it could be incredibly dangerous. Stay on guard and do not stray from me. John nodded and followed closely behind, anticipating rising within, a small smile forming on his face. Surely an assassination mission would bring him quite a bit of fun. I think joining this guild was the correct decision after all, he thought to himself, thinking of the wonderful battles it would surely bring. Chapter 945, Clearmist Citizuri hopped off the formation platform and moved towards a nearby tunnel, beckoning him to follow. They eventually came to the end of the tunnel and found a wall, which parted away as expected. The two left and the wall reformed behind them, masking the existence of the tunnel and chamber. A breathtaking scene came into view, nearly stopping John in his tracks. It was still nighttime, but the silver moon above bathed the landscape before him in its silvery glow. The tunnel they had left was at the top of a mountain, which overlooked a sprawling landscape before them. The landscape was lined with thousands of other mountain ranges, appearing like massive waves of earth in the dim light. Thousands of rivers meandered through the valleys between the mountains, valleys which were filled with lush and vibrant forests. More waterfalls than could be counted crashed down to the valleys below, bathing the valley floors in a perpetual mist which glowed ethereally in the silver moonlight. It was as beautiful a landscape as he had ever seen. In the distance beyond several mountain ranges, John spotted glowing lights shimmering in the mist, stretching for a dozen miles or more up and down the valley the lights were in. Buildings as tall as the surrounding mountains jutted out of the light mist, rising high into the night sky. A large city lined one of the valley rivers, shining brightly with a vibrant palette of colors. It seemed to be an even grander city than Great Crest City. That is Clearmist City, Zuri said, pointing to the distant lights, and is where our mission will take us. Our target is Galveston, the de facto leader of Clearmist City, Zuri said, giving John some background on the mission. He rose to power about a decade ago, after somehow obtaining great wealth and buying his way into power. He's ruled over the city ever since, and has been praised as a selfless leader, elevating the lives of his citizens through charitable donations and other means. As far as anyone is concerned, he's the perfect example of what a leader should be. But, John said. But that's the image he wants people to believe, Zuri said, her eyes narrowing. He's used his wealth to buy a mask of virtue for himself, but underneath that mask is a vile, detestable man. Zuri turned her gaze from the city and towards John, face filled with disgust. We were given the mission from headquarters about 3 months ago to investigate a series of disappearances within Clearmist City and the surrounding areas. Many have gone missing, including several prominent figures and young geniuses, which has concerned the primary powers in the region. Shadow 4 was in charge of investigating the disappearances and has been sending us messages every night regarding what she has found. According to her messages, the source of the disappearances is most likely related to Galveston. Shadow 4 has sent messages containing her best guesses of what Galveston is doing, but has not been able to gather any hard evidence yet. She sent word that she was going to try to get something concrete, but has not sent word since. It's highly likely that she had been captured, or... Zuri breathed out deeply, clearly concerned for the fate of Shadow 4. She composed herself quickly as she had done with the message of her father's and siblings' deaths. "Our mission tonight is to find Shadow 4, Zuri said. "And the most likely location for that is within Galveston's estate. We will sneak in, find Shadow 4, and bring her out. That is our primary mission for tonight." John nodded his head. "Good," Zuri nodded. "Let's not waste any more time then. Follow me." Zuri sped down the mountainside, towards the direction of the distant city. John followed closely behind as the two sped through forests, rivers, and over several mountains before they arrived at the outskirts of Clearmist City. They stood atop a mountain bordering the city, their vantage point overlooking the city. Up close it was easy to tell that this city was definitely better off than Great Crest City. The buildings were more luxurious, the location less dangerous. The city stretched up and down a riverbank, the lights from the city illuminating the river with a bright multicolored glow. Ships sailed to and from the city docks, while flying ships flew in and out of the city's flying ship port, setting off into the night sky. The city streets bustled with activity despite the late hour, as if the city never knew rest. A small wall encircled the city's borders, not for defense, but for funneling travelers in and out of the main gates as a way to monitor those who entered the city. An invisible formation barrier shrouded the city above the walls, making flying over the walls impossible without alerting the city guards. At the very top of the city, built almost at the top of the central mountain, lining the city was a massive walled estate. The estate had more mansions than could be counted, and was more luxurious than anything nearby. "That's Galveston's estate," Zuri said, pointing to that luxurious estate. "Follow me." Zuri moved down the mountainside, her figure becoming a mass of indiscernible shadows. John followed suit and shrouded himself in his spatial cocoon, his figure vanishing from sight, an almost imperceptible shimmer of space replacing his body. The two arrived at the base of the city walls, at which point Zuri turned to the right, moving upwards away from the river. She stopped several hundred yards later and pressed her hand against a singular brick on the wall. A secret entrance opened up in the wall, leading into the city. John raised an eyebrow, impressed at how many secret entrances and tunnels the Shadow of Death Guild had made. "How many secret entrances has the guild made?" John asked with a soft whisper. "More than can be counted," Zuri whispered back as she slipped into the tunnel. "The guild has existed for hundreds of years and has had a lot of time to make its preparations everywhere it operates." John nodded his head and followed closely behind, soon arriving on a dark and abandoned street at the city wall. Zuri hastily sped up the street towards Galveston's estate, the two slipping past guards and city-goers occasionally. They arrived at the estate a while later, another wall blocking their way forward. "Is there another secret tunnel?" John whispered. "Unfortunately not," Zuri replied. "We will have to sneak our way into the estate and, when needed, take care of any guards. Follow me and do your best to not be detected." John nodded his head again and followed closely behind, moving towards the estate's main entrance. The estate was guarded by a formation, one that would detect any movement not through the main gates. As such, they were required to enter through the main entrance, which they arrived at a short while later. A soft click of the tongue escaped Zuri's mouth as she stared at the guards posted at the front gate. "Problem?" John asked softly. "Yes," Zuri nodded, looking at the guards. one in the early world expansion realm and one in the half-step world expansion realm, posted out front. It seems Galveston has increased his security considerably recently. I can take out one of the guards before they notice me, but not both of them at once. We'll have to retreat and think of another way in. Are you concerned about the lives of the guards? John asked, wondering if Zuri was hesitant to kill innocent guards. No, Zuri said softly. The intel we have says all the guards are aware of what is happening within the compound, and so they are complicit with what's going on. Their deaths would be a good thing, but we cannot stealthily kill both of them before they alert the others. Zuri started to slip back into the shadows, but John stopped her. You handle the one guard, I'll handle the other, he said softly. What? Are you crazy? Zuri whispered back. Look, you may have strong instincts and have incredible combat prowess, but that guard is almost an entire major realm above you. We cannot afford to fail and alert the other guards, so it's best we think of another plan. Her voice cut off as she noticed John moving towards the guards in the distance, his whispers trailing behind. You take the left guard, and I'll take the right one, he whispered, giving Zuri no chance to stop him or respond. The guard on the right was the one with the half-step world expansion realm. Idiot, Zuri grumbled, speeding forward to catch up. It was too late to stop John, and any attempt to do so would alert the guards. Shrouded in his spatial cocoon, John snuck up towards the guard, who was standing outside the main gate, spear in hand, eyes scanning the road leading up to the estate. The guard was a middle-aged man who appeared to be lazily going about his guard duty. He didn't even have his divine sense expanded outwards, as if the guard thought no one would be stupid enough to infiltrate the estate. If either of the guard's divine senses had been extended, it would have been a much more difficult task to sneak up on them. Good, John thought, a smile appearing on his face as he neared the man. His guard being down will make this all the easier, John thought as he appeared next to the guard, hand with extended fingers piercing towards the guard's neck from behind. Chapter 946, entering the estate, the world expansion guard spun on his heels, turning towards the other guard. His instincts flared with warning, and his divine sense began to surge outwards while his chi began to roil within his body. Although it was faint, the slightest spatial disturbance behind the other guard and knew an ambush was happening. The other guard became startled at the sudden outburst and began to surge with his own power. The world expansion guard's eyes went wide as he watched a figure appear from nowhere, hand piercing towards the back of the other guard's neck before anyone could react. The other guard was not prepared for the ambush, and his defenses were not yet raised. Both guards felt as though they heard the soft cry of a dragon in the area, seeming to come from the figure who had just appeared. John's hand, pushed to his absolute limit of power and durability, pierced directly through the thin veil of defensive chi around the guard's body, and then pierced into the guard's neck. An explosion of blood rained out the opposite side as his hand pierced directly through the man's neck, and with a quick surge of power, John pulled upwards. The man's neck was ripped clean off his head, a shower of blood spurting into the air above from his open neck. Who dares? The world expansion guard shouted out with rage, preparing to unleash a fatal attack towards John. John's actions had completely enraged the man, to the point that he had failed to notice the almost imperceptible mass of shadows appear behind him. The glint of a dagger flickered in the night sky for a brief moment before it was plunged into the man's skull, piercing directly into his brain. The man's eyes went wide with shock, his mouth still open from his cry of anger. Chi surged from Zuri and into the dagger, erupting within the man's skull. It exploded a moment later, killing the guard instantly. Both guards, now headless, slumped to the ground. In an instant, both had been slain. Zuri waved her hands, using her chi to move both bodies to her. She touched both and stored them away in her spatial ring, and then used her chi to sweep away the blood of the deceased, leaving no evidence behind. In less than a second, both guards were successfully ambushed, killed before they could alert anyone else. Zuri's figure reappeared, turning from a mass of shadows into her true form. She looked at John with a stunned expression, one that had most definitely been rage just moments ago. Her gritted teeth relaxed into a slightly agape mouth, unable to process what had just happened. In an instant, an early Tao transformation youth had killed a half-step world expansion cultivator. It was something that should have been nearly impossible, and yet it happened before her eyes. Even with a sneak attack, almost no early Tao transformation cultivators would have the power to break the natural defenses of a half-step world expansion cultivator. The gap in cultivation was just too great. As one progressed in cultivation, so did their natural durability of their body, even for essence cultivators. On top of that, the man had a thin barrier of qi wrapped around his body, for the purpose of defending against sneak attacks. With these two things combined, it would take at the very least the power of a late Tao transformation cultivator to pierce the man's defenses. And to outright kill him like that with no possibility to resist, it just wasn't possible. Zuri had been panicked by John's sudden actions and had figured he would fail and the other guards would have been alerted. She was prepared for a hellish battle just to escape, but he had killed his target flawlessly and had even given her a perfect opening to assassinate her target as well. "We should move," John said, snapping Zuri out of her stupor. Zuri shook her head to clear her jumbled thoughts and then nodded firmly. She vanished, turning into a mass of shadows that blended into the darkness of the night and moved through the front gates and into the estate. John wrapped himself in his spatial cocoon once more and followed closely behind, using his sharp instincts to keep track of Zuri's location. The two moved through a sprawling garden that led up to the main mansion, slipping from shadow to shadow, avoiding the guards that patrolled the gardens. They arrived at the mansion's front doors and slipped inside without anyone noticing. John scanned the mansion's interior before him, which could only be described as overly gaudy and extravagant. Gold, gems, and other valuable things lined almost every inch of the mansion's interior, as if Galveston wanted to display his obscene wealth to any that entered this place. Servants bustled about the mansion, which was lit but not too brightly. The servants were not cultivators, and so were unable to detect the presence of the intruders. Zuri and John moved deftly from shadow to shadow, avoiding the patrollings of guards that moved about the mansion. "This one, let's follow him," John received a sound transmission from Zuri. The guard she had identified was in the early world expansion realm and seemed to be moving with a purpose. He had entered the mansion from outside and was walking towards the back of the large mansion with purpose. Did they discover the guards out front or missing? John wondered, following behind the man. If they had, then there was most likely a battle on their hands shortly. The man strode through hallways, turning multiple times with practiced experience. He clearly knew where he was going in the maze-like mansion. He stopped halfway down a hallway, one that had no doors other than the doors at the opposite ends of the hallway. He faced the wall and placed his hand against it. A false wall gave way a moment later, revealing a dark tunnel on the other side. The man strode into the tunnel, the wall closing behind him. Two shimmers slipped in behind the man before the wall could close. Although their fast movements alerted the man's instincts, he frowned and turned around and saw two figures emerge from the shadows, dagger and hand piercing directly towards the man's face. Chapter 947, Lightning and Destruction. The man snarled with anger as his chi began to flare, quickly reacting to the ambush. John was surprised at the man's sharp instincts and quick reactions, who was no doubt a cultivator with great battle experience. In an instant, the man identified the true threat, the dagger held by the early world expansion woman. He completely ignored John, whose early Tao transformation cultivation was nothing more than a joke to him. He noticed that John didn't even have a weapon in his hand, and would have started laughing loudly were it not for the serious situation he found himself in. The man's right hand shot outwards towards the dagger and slammed against the bottom of Zuri's hand, directing the dagger upwards away from his face. The move worked, as Zuri's dagger narrowly missed the man, shooting over his head. John's hand, fingers stretched forwards like a blade, was almost upon the man, but he merely scoffed and ignored it. His right hand, outstretched towards Zuri already, flashed with light as a sword appeared in it, its tip piercing towards her chest. The man's actions were incredibly fluid, and had been the perfect response to the ambush he found himself in. He was obviously a man of many life and death battles, ones whose actions would have been perfect had the early Tao transformation youth attacking him been anyone other than John. John's chi surged as he activated his Dragon God shift, limiting his transformation to his right arm. The power and durability of his hand skyrocketed, turning his hand into something more akin to a dagger than a hand. At the same time, lightning sprung into existence on his hand, brimming with the fused power of lightning and destruction. It was the first time he was using this fusion combination, one he had grasped the initial stages only yesterday. However, the Taos of lightning and destruction were much more compatible than lightning and power was not what he needed right now. Power would be too strong and would shake the whole mansion, altering everyone within the disturbance. Destruction, however, was exactly what was needed. Destruction did not require force or strength to do its work. Instead, the Tao of destruction was destruction itself. Anything touched by it would be destroyed if it did not have the strength to resist. The man's face, illuminated brightly by the lightning-coated hand near his face, turned from confidence to horror, but it was too late to change his actions. John's fingers pierced into the man's face, the power of his body plus his fused lightning breaking the man's formidable chi and body defenses. Skin charred away and cheekbones broke as his fingers pierced into the man's head. His fingers pierced 2 inches in before coming to a stop, just before he could reach the man's brain. A powerful wave of chi surged from within the man, pushing back against John's hand. Even ambushed like this, the man was able to resist the attack, and unfortunately John was not able to utilize his full strength, or his power and aura would alert the others. His attack did not kill the man, but it had sealed the man's fate. Distracted and pained by John's attack, his sword had failed to reach Zuri. The man's horrified eyes shifted back towards Zuri's location, as if he finally remembered her existence, but she was gone. Chi. A dagger suddenly pierced out from the man's forehead, his eyes bulging wide with fear and shock. A muffled boom followed shortly after, as Zuri surged her chi into the dagger, exploding the man's skull from within. A shower of blood exploded out in the tunnel, which was quickly wrapped up by Zuri's chi, forming a ball of blood in the air as to not coat the tunnel and leave evidence. John eyed the ball of blood hungrily, wanting it to use for his cultivation, but did not ask for it. He didn't know how this world reacted to blood cultivators, and until he found out, wanted to keep his use of it a secret. Zuri put the body and blood away in her spatial ring, and then stared at John for a second, yet again stunned by his displays of power. His assassination of a half-step world expansion cultivator earlier was amazing, but this was something entirely else. His target had been a fully alerted early world expansion cultivator, who had raised his defenses before they had attacked. And yet, John's attack had managed to penetrate the man's defenses and almost kill him. And the most shocking part was that it was clear that he was yet to use his full power, as he was obviously holding back so as to not leak his aura. In just this singular attack, Zuri realized that John's true strength was likely able to threaten an early world expansion cultivator. It was absolutely impossible, and yet the truth was laid out clearly before her. Her mouth opened and closed for a brief moment, as if unable to formulate her thoughts. How strong are you?" Zuri finally whispered. John remained silent, not sure how he wanted to answer. Zuri noticed his hesitancy and cleared up the situation. "I need to know your strength, so I can plan accordingly for whatever is at the end of this tunnel," she said. "If I don't know how strong you are, I cannot make an effective plan." John considered it for a moment, and then figured Zuri was right. Besides, he had joined the shadows of death, and his strength was going to be revealed sooner or later. "I suppose I can tell her, but I won't tell her the full truth," John decided. He would reveal his strength with the Dragon God shift, but his Immortal Asura transformation and bloodline ability would remain a secret for now. He didn't want to reveal either of those secrets for now unless he absolutely needed to. "Thanks to the tremendous chi of this world, I'm at the peak of the early Tao transformation realm, and am ready to break through at any moment. With my Dragon God shift, all limiters activated, and Tao fusions. John ran the calculations in his head, gauging his strength with all the factors he was willing to reveal at the moment. A confident smile appeared on his face as he looked at Zuri, still awaiting his answer. Let's just say that if you and I were to fight right now, I wouldn't lose. Zuri's eyes went wide for a moment, a look of natural doubt appearing briefly before vanishing away. She studied John's face and smile and could tell he was not lying. She breathed in and out deeply, eyes still glued to his face, as if seeing his true self for the first time. I'm glad you're on our side, she said, smiling, and then turned to move down the tunnel. So am I, John nodded, following closely behind. They moved down the tunnel for several miles, shocked at how deep it went. It pierced into the mountain the mansion was built on, and then went even deeper, as if what was down here was trying to be hidden at all costs. A short while later, they arrived at the base of the tunnel, which flickered with the glow of fires and light. Shrouded in darkness and space, the two reached the end of the tunnel, their faces widening with shock at the scene presented before them. Chapter 948, Chamber of Barbarity. A massive chamber sprawled out before them, miles wide in each direction. It was clearly carved by man, and was not a natural formation. Nearly every inch of the chamber walls was lined with powerful formations. Some were meant to stop any chi from leaking through the chamber to the outside world, while other formations were meant to reinforce the chamber, making it impervious from outside and inside attacks. The formations alone must have cost a fortune to implement, but that was not what shocked Zuri and John. Instead, it was the grotesque scenes of brutality and savagery taking place before them. Hundreds of people, all cultivators, were bound by chains, their faces covered with bags that glowed with formation runes on the outside. Other than the bags on their heads, nothing else was covered, leaving each person completely naked from the neck down. Each person was bound by their chains to poles, walls, and devices John had never seen before. But each device had a clear purpose: gruesome torture. Each of the hundreds of cultivators were bloody and scarred, some wounds fresh, some clearly days old. However, none of them were unscarred, making the place look like some sort of hell meant to torture the wicked. Dozens of unbound cultivators stood before some of the bound victims, each going about their own ways of combining brutal acts of torture. Some prodded their victims with searing rods of metal, piercing and charring their flesh. Others used blades to carve into their victims' skin, while others used the bizarre devices to do the work for them. Regardless of the method, the result was the same: brutal and inhuman torture. Cries of agony and pain filled the chamber, each cry more haunting than the last. Beneath each person were channels carved into the floor of the chamber. The channels ran throughout the chamber towards its center, snaking around almost like formation runes. These channels were not formation runes, but instead small channels for the blood of the bound to flow towards its center, where it collected into 4 different pools of blood. The chamber seemed to be divided into 4 large quadrants, with each quadrant leading to a specific reservoir of blood. The room reminded John of the time he had infiltrated the Bloodfiend sect, and had discovered the hellish chamber where they collected blood for the demon's summoning ritual. This place did not feel the same, in that it was not a summoning ritual, but that did not matter to John at the moment. The sight of those hundreds of people being tortured boiled his blood, nearly causing him to explode with rage and unleash his fury on those within. John reined in his anger at the last moment, knowing that it would be foolish to reveal himself before assessing the situation. He glanced to the side where Zuri was. She was still shrouded in her shadowy darkness, blending into the dark entrance of the tunnel. Despite her inhuman form, he could feel her rage, anger, and disgust. He returned his gaze towards the brutal sights, assessing those within it. I count 11 unbound cultivators, 8 men, 3 women, 4 in the Tao transformation realm, 4 in the half-step world expansion realm, and 3 in the early world expansion realm. 8 of the 11 cultivators were taking part in the brutal torture of their victims, smiles of delight and ecstasy on their faces, as if they were enjoying the most pleasurable thing in the world. The other 3 cultivators stood several hundred yards away from the tunnel, discussing something. 2 were men in the early world expansion realm, while 1 was a woman in the half-step world expansion realm. One of the men was speaking the most, a large smile on his face as he waved his hands about enthusiastically, as if he were telling a fantastical story. The man wore a gaudy and overly ostentatious golden robe, embroidered with gems and other flashy things. Based on the clothing, John instantly knew who that was. Galveston. His gaudy clothing matched the decorations of the mansion above. There was no mistaking who he was. We were right. Zuries sent John a sound transmission, which was harder to detect than physically speaking. Based on the information we had gathered, we figured Galveston was kidnapping people and bringing them here. We had guesses on what was taking place down here based on unverified rumors, but... Zuri paused for a long while, as if still processing what she was seeing. But this is far worse than I could have ever imagined. That girl in the far left quadrant, bound to the pillar near one of the men. Do you see her? Yes, John replied, noticing the one Zuri had mentioned. The woman's head was covered by the bag each of the victims wore, but her unclothed figure revealed her gender. Her body was completely exposed from the head down, and several long wounds covered her body. The wounds still bled lightly, indicating they were quite fresh, most likely done within the last few hours. That is Shadow 4, Zuri said, her voice heavy with anger and pain. John took a deep breath, calming himself once more. He didn't know Shadow 4, but he could tell that Zuri cared for her greatly based on the pain in her voice. Should we take action? He asked, sending a sound transmission to Zuri. No, Zuri replied after a long silence. There are too many powerful cultivators here, 4 in the half-step world expansion realm and 3 in the early world expansion realm. My talents lie in assassination techniques, not straightforward combat. Even if I manage to kill one before altering the others, they will notice immediately afterwards. I cannot fight against such a powerful group, even with your help. John remained silent, contemplating what to do. He wanted nothing more than to take action and brutally kill these terrible people, but doing so would require him to use and reveal his full strength. With Kiriai's help, was confident in battling against them without using his bloodline ability, but he would have to use his Asura transformation to Zuri. He had not yet decided if he could trust her with knowing his secrets, and so didn't take action right away. We will retreat and bring reinforcements immediately, Zuri said. By the time we bring reinforcements, the killing of the guards will be discovered, and they will either bring more guards or move knowing they have been discovered, John replied, not satisfied with Zuri's plan. I understand, but we are too weak to take action right now. John frowned, his anger still raging within like a tempest. As he and Zuri conversed, the group with Galveston continued to converse, their conversation growing louder and more enthusiastic. John decided to listen to their conversation, to see if he could gather any useful information before they retreated. The auction this year was quite a spectacle, the other man in the group said, his voice nasally and aloof. All 3 had a perpetually smug look on their face, as if they considered themselves to be naturally superior to others. The look alone annoyed John to the point that he nearly sped forward towards them in anger. Indeed it was, the woman replied. It's a shame, though, Galveston added, a frown replacing his smug smile. The highlight of the auction this year was quite incredible, and yet none of us were able to obtain her. A true shame. Indeed, the man and woman replied in unison. But her price was far too steep for any of us to afford, the man added, a look of disappointment on his face. Galveston clicked his tongue. Even with her steep price, I'm sure the devil race would have paid double or triple that bidding price for her. It's a shame the bid was more than I have to my name. Otherwise, I would have thrown every spirit crystal I had towards that bid. The other 2 nodded their heads, agreeing to Galveston's comment. You are absolutely correct, the man replied. A heaven-defying beauty from a different world with innate talent beyond anything we've ever seen. The devil race would have paid an absolute fortune to obtain her. A pity indeed. Boom. The chamber suddenly shook violently as an aura exploded outwards, filling the chamber with its power. The others jumped in fright at the sudden outburst, feeling as though a furious dragon god had descended upon them. Chapter 949, Unleashing the Asura. John's aura exploded outwards without hesitation, his actions startling everyone including Zuri, who jumped in fright, her shadowy form being washed away by John's powerful aura, revealing her true form. She stared with mouth agape as John revealed himself to all, stepping out of his spatial cocoon. Green dragon scales covered several parts of his body, while he wore a bizarre yet heroic-looking set of draconic armor that covered his shoulders, waist, and legs. "What are you doing? We need to flee," Zuri cried out in panic, both of them now revealed to the others. They were the closest to the tunnels, and if they used everything to flee, escaping was a possibility. "Use your fastest speed to rescue the chained victims, and then shelter them in the tunnels we came from. After that, ensure that no one else escaped through the tunnels, not a single person, until I am done," John commanded her, his eyes glued to the stunned cultivators within the chamber. "What are you?" "Do as I commanded," John roared at Zuri, his gaze snapping towards hers. There was no fear or panic in his gaze, only fury, rage, and hate. Zuri felt a shiver crawl up her spine at the cold gaze she saw, and then nodded her head. "Fine," she said, speeding into the chamber towards the closest bound victim. She slashed at the chains, breaking them instantly, freeing the person who fell to the floor. Her figure flashed towards the tunnel, moving the victim there, and then sped back into the chamber, freeing the second one. By now, the stunned cultivators had recovered their wits, and were glaring at John with a mix or anger at being disturbed, and amusement at the fact that they had revealed themselves. They had initially been stunned by John's aura display, but once they noticed it was just a youth at the early Tao transformation realm, they laughed at themselves for being so scared. "Who is this boy? Is he one of yours?" one of the cultivators asked Galveston. "I have no idea who this stupid boy is," Galveston replied calmly, eyeing John up and down. "But his aura alone intrigues me. The devil race would pay a fortune for someone like him." "Indeed," the two near Galveston said, their eyes widening with greed, as if they were looking at a treasure to be sold. "And the others being taken away?" the woman asked, eyeing who was taking the victims to the tunnels with incredible speed. "There are multiple guards stronger than them upstairs," said calmly. "I don't know how they got in here, but there is no escape now that they have revealed themselves." Despite saying this, one of the half-step world expansion cultivators hastily moved to block. Her figure flashed into a mass of shadows, and in the blink of an eye, a dagger sliced through the man's neck, severing his head from his body. The others gasped with surprise, while narrowed his eyes at. "So the shadows have discovered my actions," he said, sighing as if it were a great inconvenience. "No matter, once I deal with you two, I'll move my operations to a different place. It's not like I haven't done so before." "You won't be leaving this chamber alive tonight," John said coldly, his words causing the others to return their gazes to him. None took action against again, instead opting to leave it to the early world expansion cultivators within the chamber. However, none of them took action either, as they knew there was no escape for even if she freed everyone. They were outmatched down here, and outmatched outside. There was no escape. Instead, a wide smile appeared on face as he stared at John, as if he had found a new plaything to enjoy. "Oh, and are you going to be the one to kill me?" he asked amusingly. "I am," John said, his voice simmering with rage as he slowly walked towards them. He could have taken action right away, but wanted to buy time to free the others. Once the battle started, everything within the chamber would be destroyed, the victims included. He didn't know any of them, but would not wantonly slaughter them in his rage. Moved with incredible speed, freeing half of the victims before John even reached, and the others, who still found the whole thing nothing but an amusing distraction. "This chamber restricts all communications," said with a smug smile, "something you were definitely not aware of before you came here. Any sound transmissions you sent will not work, and so the reinforcements you are expecting will not arrive either. Not only that, but the reinforcement formations are top of the line. The only way out of this chamber is that tunnel. Not even a late world expansion expert could break through these formation defenses. The woman you just spoke of, what do you know of her? John asked with a furious glare. The woman, repeated, a surprised look on his face. He then smiled widely, figuring something out. You know that woman. There's no other reason for you to blow your cover and display such anger if you didn't. Where is she? John asked. I'm afraid I can't answer that, said, the smug smile never leaving his face. He felt in full control of the situation, was not strong enough to fight them, and neither was John in his current form. Thus, he entertained John's theatrics instead of taking action right away. He was no doubt a man who indulged in the pain and suffering of others. John stopped walking towards the group when he was 100 yards away. The group of 10 cultivators had all gathered around, waiting for their host to make a move. They looked at John with equal amusement, while keeping an eye on, making sure she didn't try anything against them. Made incredible work of the task John had given her, and freed the last victim as he arrived before the group. Laughed heartily as he noticed reappear at the base of the tunnel, as if acting as a guard. Not going to flee, you freed all the slaves. Wasn't that your plan? Why are you not running? He asked with much amusement, the others chuckling as well. Flee, John asked, as if it was the dumbest thing he had ever heard. I already told you I am going to kill you, all of you, tonight, but before that I need answers. The others burst out with boisterous laughter, unable to contain themselves. Before we get started, which one of you knows the most about the woman you just discussed? John asked calmly, although his barely contained rage was bleeding into his words. All eyes instinctively turned to, who remained smiling as he stared at John. They glanced back to John shortly after, none of them answering the question. However, their actions had been enough of an answer for him. When he was done, only needed to be breathing. Once he questioned him, then he would let join the others in hell. Tonight, I will make you all feel tenfold the agony you inflicted on the others, John roared, his anger and fury finally exploding outwards. Laughter filled the chamber again. Asura transformation art. The laughter of the others instantly faded away, and looks of shock and horror appeared instead. The youth before them turned into a demon from their worst nightmares. The entire chamber trembled as John pressed off the ground, flashing towards the group, scythe appearing in hand. He appeared before them in an instant, blood-red eyes staring at them with murderous fury, scythe slashing towards them. The night of blood and slaughter had begun. Chapter 950 Night of blood and slaughter. John's body strained from the storm brewing within his body. A storm he had been channeling since he decided to confront these inhuman monsters. His slow movement towards the group had been to buy time to rescue the prisoners, but had also been for another reason. At the moment he unleashed his Asura transformation art, a point of blinding light appeared above the group of enemies. The stunning body transformation distracted the enemy cultivators to the point that it was already too late to notice the horrifying attack descending from above. Dragontail decimation. John's unleashed the full might of his heaven-defying essence, creating his absolute strongest dragontail decimation. The entire chamber turned blinding white for a brief instant as a draconic roar filled it, followed by a horrifyingly powerful explosion of pure lightning energy. The 3 early world expansion cultivators snapped out of their stunned stupor, heads snapping upwards towards the dragontail of lightning slamming down towards them. They surged with power as they prepared their strongest defensive arts, bracing for the surprise attack. The half-step world expansion cultivators reacted a moment later, unleashing their defensive arts as the attack landed on them, drowning them in apocalyptic lightning. As for the late transformation cultivators, they only had a moment of clarity before the lightning storm drowned them, charring their bodies and burning their souls. In an instant, 4 of the inhuman savages perished, their strength far from what was needed to withstand a fully channeled dragontail decimation. The explosion of lightning filled the entire chamber in an instant, leaving not a single inch untouched. Eyes went wide with absolute shock as she watched the attack land, and the explosion radiate outwards towards her and the tunnel. Her chi surged a moment later as she defended herself and the tunnel behind her, protecting those within who would be unable to protect themselves. Her stunned expression deepened as she struggled with gritted teeth to defend against the blast of the lightning. She had not even been the target of the attack, and had only defended against the ensuing explosion, and yet had been shocked to find she required her full strength to defend against it. The chamber shook violently, as if it were about to fall apart at any moment. With nowhere to go, the explosion lingered in the chamber for a short while, drowning it in apocalyptic lightning. However, as had mentioned, the formation runes lining the chamber were absolutely top-notch, and had withstood the explosion as John had counted on. The explosion eventually faded away, revealing a scene of destruction and carnage. 5 corpses were splayed out on the ground, some intact, others partial charred remnants of what was a person moments ago. In an instant, 4 late transformation and 1 half-step world expansion cultivators had been killed, leaving nothing but charred and mangled corpses behind. 5 cultivators still stood, although all of them bore gruesome wounds and charred flesh. Even the early world expansion cultivators were miserably injured, as their overconfidence in the situation had led to hastily formed defenses, allowing for the dragontail decimation to fall almost unblocked. Roar! John roared like a demonic demon, speeding towards the 5 still standing. He arrived before them a moment later, scythe in hand, slicing outwards, as if he wanted to cleave all 5 in half. The 3 early world expansion cultivators finally reacted, weapons appearing in their own hands, look of fury and rage appearing on their faces. They no longer looked down on John, and instead wanted to end him as swiftly as possible to reduce the damage to themselves and this hideout. Die! Galveston roared with furious rage, his face covered with charred blood, some his own, some from those who had perished next to him. He wielded a golden sword with embedded gems on the hilt, the gaudy weapon matching his appearance perfectly. The 2 other early world expansion cultivators reacted as well, taking out a saber and a whip. All 3 unleashed attacks towards John, intending to end the fight quickly. Divine Reaping Scythe. A beam of deadly scythe chi slashed outwards, slamming into sword art. It cleaved the sword art in half, stunning for a brief moment. At the same time, a massive blood-red saber image and snaking whip descended on John, giving him little time to react. John looked up and opened his mouth wide, unleashing a roar of power a moment later. Roar of the Jade Dragon. The roar blasted upwards towards the attacks, meeting them in the air above his head. The 3 attacks battled against each other for a brief moment before the saber and whip pierced through the roar, resuming their arcs towards John. However, that brief respite had bought John the time he needed, allowing his figure to flash through space to a location a short distance away. Boom! The attacks, both with the power to destroy entire mountains with ease, landed on the chamber ground, shaking it violently, cracking the stone floor. The 3 turned to John's new position, shocked again by his incredible movement. They had thought him cornered and defeated, but his control over the spatial left them speechless. Blood-red eyes stared back at the 3, brimming with murderous confidence that chilled them to their cores. Just as the 3 were about to take action again, a loud sound and cries of pain sounded out behind them, causing them to turn their attention towards it. Their eyes widened with horror as they saw their 2 half-step world expansion allies lying on the ground, bodies charred black, souls completely snuffed out. Nearby stood a creature they had never expected to see in their wildest imaginations, one that was supposedly only of legends. "A Kirin," the one remaining woman whispered, eyes wide. The others stared at with similar expressions, although there was a tinge of greed in stunned eyes. John noticed this expression and scoffed with amusement. "Even in this situation, greed still controls you," John said mockingly. Snapped his gaze towards John again, who appeared before him in an instant, giving him and the others no reprieve to collect themselves and form a unified defense. At the same time, a tempest of lightning formed around, who joined the battle now that his two opponents were dead. Nearby, watched with wide eyes, almost unable to believe the scene before her. Two transformation cultivators, one man and one beast, fought against three early world expansion cultivators, and defying all reason and logic, dominated the battle. Within 2 minutes, a divine reaping scythe carved directly through the saber-wielding man, severing his body in two from shoulder to waist. "Watch out!" roared loudly with wide eyes as she watched the woman's powerful whip slam down against John, who had unleashed his divine reaping scythe a moment ago and was left open to a counter-attack. She wanted to help John, but the battle was far too intense. If she did so, the tunnel behind her would be overwhelmed in the explosions of the battle, and the hundreds of prisoners would perish without question. Boom! The woman's whip slammed against John's back, the collision shaking the entire chamber with its horrifying power. John shot downwards like a meteor towards the ground below, unable to dodge the attack in time. "Die, you fucking brat!" A yell of satisfied rage boomed out from the whip-wielding woman's mouth. A gasp escaped mouth as she watched the horrifying attack reach John, one that no doubt crippled him, or even killed him. It was obvious that John had done nothing to defend against that attack, and would not be able to resist it. Even an early world expansion body cultivator would find themselves in terrible shape after taking such an attack directly without mounting a defense, and an essence cultivator would have been cleaved in half after taking such an attack directly. Rage filled her body as she decided to join the fight, as she would not allow John to perish under her watch. Just as she was about to join the fight, stopped, eyes going wide with a level of shock she had not expected to feel, despite everything she had witnessed. Like an unkillable demon rising from the pits of hell, John climbed to his feet, posture straight and defiant as if the attack had not even fazed him. A large wound ran down his back where the whip had struck, blood flowing out of it. The wound closed at a visible speed and mended completely seconds later. For the first time in her life, wondered if she had finally seen an immortal being. Visit and read more novel to help us update chapter quickly. Thank you so much.